Angas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids
Sa MCC
Season 2.
Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone.
Di abutan dito!
GG bro!
Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
Defeat.
GG bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PINAS Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of Switch in a lane na parang gera HP racing, may reset up Built tagatang buhat ni Hilda Full load SS parang Lyra Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama pataas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang lalas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang lalas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow Lacking every beat, no surrender nor retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender nor retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. So matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in Esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Arena. Ako, si Hans Galleria.
Maayong adlaw sa inyong tanan. My name is Jamie Fournier and I'm so happy to be with all of you again today.
You know, Jamie, it's nice to have you back. I just want to know because the last 2 days of the week have been intense. Napanood mo ba yung mga laban nung nakaraan?
Oo, no, definitely intense, especially yesterday's triple header. Aurora breaking team liquid streak and continuing theirs. I was at the edge of my seat waiting for that matchup to begin.
Alam mo, hindi ka nag-iisa dyan because the icing on the cake with that matchup was Rene J finally picking Estes after exactly 365 days. A poetic ending to that series.
Poetic indeed, Hans. In fact, napanood ko yung interview mo. Sabi mo nga, saan nanggaling yon? Anyway, we have so much more to look forward to. Of course, nakita ko rin na nagsisimula muli ang streak ng Onic. Nako, the race to the top is heating up, Hans, because the first half of the regular season is ending soon.
I am pretty much excited. Sigurado ako na kayo rin ay excited sa lahat na magiging matchup natin para matapos ang unang kalahati ng ating regular season. Oras na para ilabas ng kanilang mga teams ang tunay na lakas ng Pinas. This is MPL Philippines Season 15.
And it is the last day here to round out the midway point of the regular season here in the MPL Philippines Season 15. What is up, guys? I'm Nice2, and it's us, the We Bear Bros. It's me, Leo, and Renmar. Yesterday was kind of a family day. Well, now it's a bear day. How are we doing?
I am fresh off the mountains.
You
Came
did.
back from a hotel, from a holiday.
That's very
with my
bear-like of
folks.
you.
Thanks. And today, smack dab in the last day of week 4?
Week 4, man.
Week 4. In the wake of a new patch, wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here with my fellow Bears, with you, wherever you are, watching from homes, or as I mentioned, wherever you are. Thank you for having us. You're welcome.
What?
Well, wherever you guys are joining us from, again, it's kind of crazy to think it is the halfway point already, the regular season, like Dan mentioned, and we're getting to the point where things are going to start to fall in place and get a little spicy. And that's what we've seen from the teams, but it's been highly competitive so far. But before we get to our matchups today, we have to give a thank you to our sponsors. It's Infinix. You can play like a pro with Infinix GT Pro, GT20 Pro, the MPL official gaming phone. Grab yours now and use the voucher code INFIMPL to get up to 1,000 pesos off. And of course, exclusive freebies. GT20 Pro. And don't forget the hashtag Lacoste Solaro. Go grab yours now while you can. There's more.
Yes.
Whoa, there is more for me.
Just all you, bro.
This is all you. It's all for me, man. You know what? Hey, I want to grab this too. It's all the Power All. You guys can play anytime and anywhere with Smart's Power All 99. Now with 10 gigabytes for all apps, plus your choice of Unli. Facebook, I'm on Unli right now. Like, this is me, Unli. Unli Messenger and Instagram or Unli TikTok, plus Unli calls and text to all networks. More data, more GG, still just 99 pesos for 7 days. Load now. That's what I'm talking about.
Great job.
I was ready to catch, but it's just like,
you know, I just...
What's Joseph's is Joseph's, you know?
I feel like you're probably still adjusting to the altitude after being in the mountains.
Different language, different,
that's true.
different climate, different, you know?
Hey, it was probably pretty nice up there, right?
It is.
Still good.
Great weather, right?
It's still the summer capital of the Philippines. So.
Yeah, man. And we're going to be looking at the standings here in just a second, so I'll let you guys go ahead and take that one. Here's our Infinix standings, Renmar.
All right, so Team Onic Philippines still on top of the standings because of their net game win rate. We follow match point, then net game win priority, so match win loss, and then net game win, excuse me. And then, of course, you see TWIS, Omega, and APBR already have all 1 match points, very close at the bottom half of the standings. Still comfortable for Onic Philippines and TNC, but as it remains, Aurora is the only undefeated team in terms of series so far this season.
I think the fact that RORA now remains the undefeated team, but also the team that took down TLPH, you know, gave them their first taste of a loss here, is going to speak volumes on their story so far. But you're looking at these standings, man, it's still anyone's ball game. You know, even at this point where we are at that midway point, anything can happen here.
How perfect that at this point in Season 15, we have one of the undefeated teams suffer a loss. I think that's, again, as you mentioned, the spice of life. It's what makes MPL Philippines all the more a must-watch, given we are the strongest league in the world.
I concur here. And this is today's schedule. Of course, we're kicking it off here for our first match of the day. It's Twisted Minds versus Onic Philippines, and then later on, We have Team Falcons versus RORA, so I expect it to be heated all throughout the day. There's been some good things that we have seen from Twisted Minds in the past. Obviously, Onic Philippines is back on, I would say, some people agree, like they're on momentum. You know, we even heard from the interviews, the All Access yesterday from Kelra, that they really wanted to bring back the connection. You know, that was what we were talking so much about before, that super fam, that connection that they have. It kind of felt like they lost it in a way in the beginning of the regular season, and then maybe now they're finding their footing here.
I feel like what we saw from them is what professional analysts all over the world call the heebie-jeebies.
Heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, they came in there, a little bit of a pressure, you know, with everything that they achieved internationally, coming back into the region that's literally the toughest to win. Even if you're world champs, you're, what, middle of the standings in the Philippines? That there were times where it felt like they were playing to lose, but in the past 2 series, we saw them playing to win and dominating.
Yeah, and with this is going to be the question here. Can a Twisted meta stop Onyx momentum? And it's funny because I remember we were actually at the desk here last week.
Yeah.
You know, when we got the little info that Twisted Minds was going to shake things up, meta-wise, drafting-wise. Well, how do you think that's going to play a part now here, Leo, that there's a new patch involved?
As it is, I think this benefits Twisted Minds, given that they've already shaken up the game pre-patch, right?
Yep.
Scored their first series win in all of Season 15, and now up against the defending league champions and world champions, who are still finding their footing. Again, clearly they have to reinforce King Kong, they have to reinforce that relationship between him and Kelra to get that KK connection going strong. That's why in my weekly forecast, I said I think it's going to be a 2-1. There might be a chance for Twisted Minds, you know, find their way through that crack, and maybe score 1 over Onic, and maybe even, you know, upset all of us, take the whole series.
It's funny because wouldn't you say, like, in a way, they were the ones that started this, bringing this healing meta back out again. It was the Alice and the Angela, them first, and then yesterday we saw the Estes come through. So is this a trend, Renmar, we might be seeing more of?
I honestly hope so. The meta has gotten quite a bit stale with just trading of the power picks. I'm not even going to recite all of it. A lot of people have been quite vocal online about the heroes that we're used to seeing. So here comes MP the King coming in with an Alice paired up with an Angela, and it's going really well for Twisted Minds. And if it's not the Angela, it's also the Florin for Escalera. And I agree with what people have been starting to feel about the new meta, especially with the emblem changes, especially with changes to pull yourself together, inspire, and focusing mark. Those changes are actually quite good for lineups that want to play around utility jungle, tanks as the mid laner, and roamer healers.
But, again, not just for MP the King, even King Kong yesterday, you also saw him rock the newly buffed Killing Spree. Yeah, I've tried it, hands-on. King Kong, hey, hold up.
Speaking of.
Who is this handsome devil here, the one to the right? Is that how I think it is?
He's hiding now. He was sitting with us earlier.
It's the beast with the beast.
Yeah.
So yeah, yesterday, King Kong put Killing Spree on Suyo.
Yeah, who you see right now is the beast of the streets right next to the beast in the sheets. Up to you which one that means. I'm talking about AG over there on the right. And yeah, the Suyo, hopefully he continues with the Killing Spree because it's just so perfect with this cleaner style play style.
First off, AG does not exist. That's Wolf.
That's
Coach Wolf. AG
right.
has not been confirmed to exist in the MPL universe. But yes, Killing Spree allows for King Kong to even maybe cover up for some of his weaknesses. When he's on the Joy, when he's on the Hayabusa, even the few times he tried the Nolan, he's always so out of the fight. But with the new Killing Spree, he's able to stay in more and just hurt people who are under 50%, 30%, that threshold.
Yeah, 30%.
And heal up, and then come back in, score a kill, or just a kill, not an assist. Score a kill, refresh that heal. So this will allow King Kong to really just, you know, get back into form.
Momentum is literally what I think when I see Killing Spree, because that's kind of how, like, if you remember the old Killing Spree, like, that's kind of what it was also meant to do too. Really kind of build up momentum, keep things going even when you get that kill. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the junglers go ahead and play around that. Now, question for our community out there, which support hero are you expecting for Coach Bonchan to pick versus Onic Philippines here? Is it A, Florin, B, Angela, C, Estes, or D, none? I mean, there's other support heroes out there too that could still come through.
This is a trick question.
This is.
The community poll says expecting for Coach Bonchan to pick. consider the bans too. I think Onic are going to ban the Angela because it's the clear pick. That's the best pick you put on the Alice, right, to support it. And then second would be the Florin. So those would be two bans that Coach Wynot and Coach Hayes will take out. So I think that leaves C to be the correct answer.
Yeah. Although, as much as I want to see Twisted Minds pick up the SS, and I really hope they've come up with a way to introduce it with their playstyle. We saw that Estes shines with range. It shines with Sicilian, it shines with Granger. I don't see Twisted Minds playing a Sicilian in the mid if they pick up an Estes.
We'll see if they do that, but also we have to let you guys know there's something new in game right now. There's new battle emotes. As you can see from these gentlemen, they're now available until August 5th for 109 diamonds only. You can get the new emotes from RORA, TLPH, Twisted, and if you haven't gotten them yet, Onic, Omega, and TNC's battle emotes return. So show your support for your favorite MPL teams and make sure you guys go grab them in the game shop. I need to collect all of them, and we're still waiting for Team Falcons and, of course, for AP Bren, it looks like. So we saw a whole lot of TLPHs yesterday. Coming soon, yeah.
So you can play around like every day, switch it up what you want to spam.
There's too many things to spend diamonds on right now, man. Battle emotes, the new alpha draws on. Do you like it?
I spent a whopping 13K on that.
Actually, 13,000 diamonds to get it.
Wait, you actually got it?
Dang.
Plus the portrait pass.
That's way cheaper than my 10 million for my KOF Joe. So let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage to welcome out our marshals and our teams for the matchup.
I wish I had diamonds.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, our marshals, Juvin, Patrick, David, and Chico. We've seen how they can twist the meta last week. Will they surprise us today? Raise your voices for Twisted Minds! In the EXP, the ultimate fighter, James. In the jungle, the jungler of week 3, MP the King. In mid, the KDA machine, Hajizi. In Rome, the magician, Escalera. And in gold, Outplayed. And their opponents, a rejuvenated super fam. Can they continue to be super? It's Sonic time for Onic Philippines. In EXP, the Kirkitect, the XP later of the week, Kirk. In the jungle, the Beast, King Kong. In mid, the Monster Mage, Super Friends. In Rome, the Bruiser, Brusco. And in gold, the gold standard, Calra. And their coaches, Coach Bonchan and Coach Why Not. What surprises await us in the land of dawn? Another twist or a super series?
All right, let's take a look here. It's going to be Twisted Minds first. Take us through the roster, Renmar.
James, MP the King, Hajizi, Escalera, and Outplayed, who has been a little bit under the radar since the lineup of Twisted Minds has shifted focus towards the center of the map. The unique strategy of putting a tank fighter for Hajizi in the mid lane, MP the King getting Alice or a utility jungle, although we need to see other utility jungles to see just how small the limits are of this playstyle, which I believe they actually quite are. And Escalera with a Angela or a Florin. Will we continue to see that again? Will that get respected by Onic Philippines? Yep. As Twisted Minds will have to go up against prolific Jawhead Selena players.
And here we go. We have Onic Philippines. Leo, take us through the roster here.
Even with the patch on the horizon, nay, upon us, and of course the Twisted meta right in front of them, I think Onic PH, the fact that the past couple of weeks have been shaky is the best wake-up call for the Super Fam. Imagine walking up to this matchup today, being on a winning streak, and then suddenly dropping like flies. I think this is a great position for Onic PH to again reassert themselves as powerhouses in the league.
And this is where they start to go ahead and climb up again. I feel like for a lot of the Sonics waiting and rooting for that rise up in the ranks. And part of it, I mean, even when we look at the breakdown of the statistics here, obviously it's going to be in favor. Even though they've struggled, right, Onic Philippines, they usually come out swinging in the games early on.
Which is very impressive. The fact that their hero pool is on par as Twisted Minds, and Twisted has a Twisted meta.
Yeah, and let's see if Twisted Minds will introduce a little bit more to that hero pool, which I feel like if they really want to defeat Onic Philippines today, they need to. The first blood rate of Onic has to be incredibly concerning for Twisted Minds, because it's important for the Twisted Minds playstyle now, if they are going to continue with that utility, jungle, and healer roam, that the early game lead of the opponent doesn't balloon too crazily. They've shown that they can come back 3 to 4k down as long as MP the King gets his first item with a utility jungle. But if that balloons to 5, maybe even 7k early on, then it's going to be over for Twisted.
And the kind of, I guess, scary thing about it is what is left to go ahead and bring the limit to? Because that's 30-30 for the hero pools, right? I've been saying there's been a lot of debut picks the past couple weeks. Now, what is that limit now with a new patch, right? So before that, again, we'll have to throw it over to the ping test for our players.
Ready na, G. Huwag nyo kalimutan yung game plan natin, ha? Ito, parang... Sino nga malakas mag-prangko, pre? Ito, parang Eson mag-prangko, pre, oh. Okay na to. Kailangan ko na ilabas yung bomba ko.
Kalaban ko ngayon si Escalera. Tapos nanood ako ng episode 13 ng Mutya ng Section E. Escalera versus Super Prince. Di ako magre-retry kasi si Escalera yung isa. Aagawin yung back ko. Katapat ni Kirk si Sir James. Side comment kay Escalera. Best tank ko, best tank.
Was he kind of rapping like we heard yesterday from Joe?
Yeah.
Is that what King Kong was going for?
There seems to be a trend, a lot more rapping in the league.
Last week was singing, this week is rapping. Now it's up to you for the infinite keys to victory.
All right, it's super simple. Step 1, heal and utility to bully the bully.
I like it.
You gotta make sure that you control Brusco. The tempo of Onic is set by him and Super Friends when they're aggro. Again, Twisted really cannot allow Onic Philippines to control, invade, and dominate Escalera, who MP the King. Hopefully he actually meant it. He wasn't being sarcastic when he said that Escalera is his best tank, although we do know how competitive King Kong can get. So for the two roamers, Escalera, Brusco, sacrifice everything for your kings. Get the vision, but just don't die too much, okay? You just really gotta make sure that MP and King Kong get good, solid farm.
Both for these teams worry me. I don't think the Super Fam, especially in the majority of last year in their glorious run, they're used to sacrifice for King Kong. They're used to sacrifice for Keldra, that's one thing for sure. But now that tides have changed, the patch and the league are demanding certain things from the teams that succeed, I think this is where the Super Fam have to really pick up the slack and say, you know what, King Kong, all right, we're ready to sacrifice for you.
Yeah, and that's why I think, again, when you look back at the games yesterday and the compositions they brought out, I'm wondering if they'll maybe go something similar where you had Brusco with the Jawhead, and they even had like Selena for Super Friends. They had all these tools, and even they threw in an Edith in there too.
Yeah, which is what's tough for Twisted Minds right now for their bans. Jawhead, Selena are top priority bans for their kind of playstyle.
There's the
ban. But they're willing to give it, and instead it's the Jawhead Lohi taken out. Onic Philippines shut down what Twisted Minds have shined with last week by banning Alice in the very first phase already. So for Twisted Minds, are they forced then to go default, play the meta as the other teams played it? Coach Bonchan has been open about if they go ahead and play that style, they might not be able to dance with the rest of the league. But they go ahead and pick up the Suyo, stealing one of the iconic picks of King Kong with the joyous opening Ranger.
Yep, and Nolan. Hayabusa got nerfed, so wouldn't want to touch that. Interesting as well. Harith has not been touched at all in the recent patch.
It's so weird. That's so weird.
Mia got banned though. I got nerfed though. I don't know why. So, all right, Joy Grange, Joy Harith.
Joy Harith probably.
Joy Granger's better.
Joy Granger. There's the Harith.
Oh, don't think to rush the Joy.
Yeah, they can pick the Joy later on. Let's see what Twisted Minds will go ahead and do if they are willing to pick up the Phobius now, especially with the Harith there. Although in the back of Twisted Minds' head, they're thinking about the EXP trade between the Phobius CC and the Hilda. But I would want them to double down, just go ahead picking up the Phobius for James. It worked out well for them last week. And I wonder if they are still willing to try the whole Escalera healer type and then another fighter in the mid lane for Hajizi. Because again, they need to show us if that will work. They need to show themselves if that can work.
I am not the only one.
Well, there's the
bound by
Granger,
these
and like you mentioned,
chains.
there's the Phobius. So it does come through. And this last pick, probably the Joy, right? For at least for the first phase for Onic.
It's gotta be. I don't see how the whole mid-lane fighter healer situation will work with a traditional assassin jungler like Suyo. They might just be forcing the twisted meta at that point. So I'd reckon Onic have done a great job of, instead of dismantling the handle, you dismantle the blade. So Twisted Minds can't fight you on that front. This is a great move from Coach Wine and Coach Hayes. Is Twisted Minds ready to fight Onic where they're comfortable?
Yeah.
A normal match of MLBB.
With the Joy expectedly coming in now, see if we do get it. Unless he's surprised and go ahead and pick up.
Time to drop the beat of the
Yeah.
flash.
Joy, as expected, so they're going to be trading for mid laners. Farsa
for
should be the
sure.
clear fourth pick for Onic Philippines, and Twisted Minds might actually look to banning that away. There's still a respectable pool of mid laners that they can go for. With the Loi gone, we've shown that Sicilian is really good with the Harith. I think that's something Twisted Minds would want to consider banning out as well. And if that's the case, with Sicilian Farsa gone, you still have the whole trade with Vex, Valentina. So the mid lane is actually quite good. It's more of a pick your poison type ban now for both.
Okay, so as we get through this, we expect those bans to be focused on that mid lane.
I didn't
as the Valentina comes
I
through,
harnessed.
eventually the Farsa too. So I don't know, man. I've been asking for this for a while. Where please open up mid lane a little bit. There's been so many of these heroes that constantly get picked up, and maybe we're in a meta now that changes a little bit because even with these bans coming through, it's changed that.
Joseph, you're asking the right team. It's Twisted Minds
It is
that
Twisted
actually
Minds.
opened up mid lane. They've made Cho, they've made Hilda work.
Yep.
Who knows? You want to throw back as far as Season 7, gentlemen, or Season 8, where you would plant a Beatrix in mid? That happened.
Yeah.
Lapu-Lapu in mid, Hayabusa in mid? That happened.
Popol and Koopa in mid as well, Rush, and it was Onic themselves who picked that back in the day when Beloiti was still running the show here. Faramis might actually get considered here by Onic Philippines with Valentina as their ban.
That's a telegraph.
Yeah, that's something that Twisted Minds now are thinking like, oh, are we gonna ban out or be ready for the Faramis? Because Onic is sort of like signaling to us that they're considering.
they
Oh,
ban
no,
it
they
out.
banned it. What the heck? Okay.
They signaled themselves.
Yeah. So what? It's either that's a farce. It has to be.
I would lose my mind if Tony looked at the camera and said, gotcha.
Yeah. What now?
The ultimate answer.
All right, so we mentioned from the EXP lane trading earlier. So I think Edith, Farsa are looking like the last picks of Onic. Although that will make their lineup very magic damage heavy. They need some physical damage somewhere, and that might actually come from Swerve if ever they consider the Lucas in here with the Valentina ban. They might actually go Lucas and Farsa.
I was going to say Lucas and Farsa for Super Friends. Because even then, even if they go heavy on the magic damage, like they'll play around that kind of early game potential, winning those objectives, trying to, and that's the thing too, especially when you have a Joy in there. Obviously, it's going to help the case if you do run more of a magic heavy lineup in comparison to what Twisted Minds does.
When you gaze
That
into
pick
the
is going to be
abyss,
Selena though, so he gets his hands on the Selena again for Super Friends.
Okay.
There's a world where there's still a switcheroo and that's not a mid Selena. It's still possible.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, what is that, 10, 15%?
Yeah, let's see if Brusco will be ready to play the Selena.
Historically, he never has.
Yeah.
But
We'll never know, you know.
that's BJ Potter you're talking about.
Yeah. All right, Twisted, show us what you got. Are you gonna go traditional with the rest of the meta? There's a lot of dashes. If you're willing to consider Kufra, would actually be really good for your lineup.
Farsa made it through.
Yeah, the Farsa made it through here. But they
Or
do go
Sicilian.
Sicilian. As we mentioned, Estes? No way. Estes?
My mission
Oh,
is to protect
I was so
lives.
ready for it, dude. It was already laid up for them.
This is more so just standard. This is like pre-patch.
Yeah.
Composition that we see. come through.
Literally the week before the patch.
Yeah.
That's what a draft
This
looked
is
like.
what it was. And, you know, that Sicilian, obviously a late game changer if they can get there. But a lot of these games, and this kind of lineup that Onic has shown us already, they might want to end it fast. And this last pick, you mentioned this earlier, there's a Lucas.
Okay. So that's a deadlock in the XP lane. I'd reckon Haji's got to have a third eye, even one behind his head, to protect himself from Prince. And yeah, in hindsight, I actually like the Hylos more, rather than an Estes. Because imagine it was an Estes, and then Onic just dogpile you. How do you survive that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the options for them is if they can't get like the healer roam, they get a roam that has Revitalize, or an EXP laner that has Revitalize. So they're still playing their own way, even though it's really not their own way, because this is how everyone else plays. But the early to mid-game potential of Twisted Minds is good at the center of the map. But for Onic, with how they usually play, the early to mid-game potential comes from the gold lane if they can get Keller out of lane quickly. So you have to watch out for the rotations. One, will Twisted Minds give the first turtle to better contest the second? Or will they play aggro right away and match Onic's potential aggro? Number two, who gets out of gold lane first?
Cool. Good questions here as we load up for the matchup. First one of the day to end the midpoint of our regular season. Once again, will Twisted Minds give us the first blood in this best of three against Onic Philippines, a team that has found momentum in the last couple matches. We'll find out here once again, and not too much changing. You know, we built up the patch coming through. We have seen some debut picks just the past couple of days. There's an arrow.
Haji barely getting away with 1 HP. I told y'all Fritz was gonna throw them bombs.
It seems like since last week, again, the Monster Mage still super on point with his Selena. Really want to be aggressive early on. A good thing that Haji didn't give the kill there, or that would have been the bad start for Twisted Minds.
Catastrophic.
Yeah, okay, purple buff start there for Twisted Minds, so they actually block an invade from King Kong in terms of trying to steal or mess up with the purple. He will go for the lizard there. While in the bottom of the map, we're not going to see the jungle, but Onic are actually quite contesting the first
bottom lane.
XP crab.
Bottom.
Whoa, huge fight down bottom. Revitalize already spent by Escalera. The Magician keeping him alive, but MP falls. Prince finds one. Brusco trying to keep Escalera at bay. Haji throwing out the Sanguine Claws as Escalera finds retribution. 1 for 1. They're not done. Prince dashing through. Escalera holding their ground. Kirk gets away. Hold up. Oh, the Electrifying Beast finds one more.
Very extended team fight, even utilizing both of the revitalizers for both teams, but it's Onic Philippines that kind of picks that fight apart and then gets the advantage with the usage of the ultimates.
Yeah, slight miscount there for Twisted Minds. They were playing around the idea of, don't worry, MP the King, we have our Revitalize, but Brusco has his Revitalize too, and that's how Onic was able to stretch things out eventually.
Oh no, Brusco gets sandwiched here by MP and James. James knocking him up. Infernal Pursuit. Brusco barely alive. Gets taken down by the Ultimate Fighter. That's a knockout. Now James might find one coming his way. The flicker through that wall. In comes James one more time. The faint King Kong dashing through. Once more, James just keeping them at bay. Kirk falls. So does Eternal. Big win for Twisted.
James, again, this is why I wanted to see Twisted Minds pick up the Phobius. He was impressive with it last week, and he continues this week.
Yeah, that Phobius is always a problem in the early game. You know, whether he has a Vengeance, whether he has a Flicker, it just seems impossible to kill him half the time. And then you throw in that team or Revitalize if it's there.
Oh no. Escalera trying to get away with this. Glorious Pathway set in. 3 members of Onic he walks away from.
Yeah, he galloped his way on that Glorious Pathway just fine. He did have to burn the Revitalize, but again, doesn't go down. We take a look here. The gold difference is building, especially in the XP lane, starting to get that lead again. When we saw this earlier, Kirk was actually bullied out of lane at the beginning of the game. Yeah. So now he's kind of catching up, you know, and it's really showcasing in those early skirmishes.
Yeah, we talked about bullying the bully if you're Twisted Minds. Well, there's another bully on the side of Onic Philippines. It's Kirk. And if you can do what a lot of players actually have a struggle doing against Kirk, which is dominating him in lane to minimize what he can do in team fights close to him. Then that's one step to whittling down Onic Philippines. I like that Twisted Minds are willing to play into the aggression that Onic PH is known for. They're not just passively rotating so that they can open up for MP the King. They're opening up aggressive options for the other members of Twisted as well.
Oh, in comes Kirk and King Kong. MP finds Kirk. Down goes the Lucas. Didn't even get to make use of his transformation all this while.
Yeah, it didn't even burn the flicker. I don't know if that was just a, yeah, I'm dead, or not enough reaction through that. Yeah, because, and that's the thing, Kirk is just going to fall further behind at this point. James already rotating up. This should just be an easy turtle now for Twisted Minds, unless Onic Philippines actually wants to try to contest it, but they've got to revitalize a beefy Escalera on this Hylos to deal with, and they're just going to be zoned out right now.
Turtle number 2 getting blitzed here by Twisted Minds. MP secures despite Brusco jump in. First Pathway sent in as well as they're revitalized. Oh, look at that, they're all cupped up. Oh, play gets thrown by King Kong. Double for the base. Down goes MP, triple for Cyric, and they're not done. Kirk gets stopped once more by the Ultimate Fighter. Now Escalera almost throws down. Kelra gets another. 4 for
James.
2 plus the turtle. And now it's James versus 2. Can Kelra and Prince do this? Oh, the Ultimate Fighter not gonna let him get him away!
Big James!
James looking for one more. Can he get it? Jump on him! James with another! This man is unstoppable!
I doubted the Ultimate Fighter name, but he showed why he got that. Twisted Minds, toe-to-toe with Onic Philippines, but we cannot deny the fact that Onic Philippines look like they got out of that with a bigger win. They got more kills. They opened up the map just a little bit more. But I think the kill onto Keller, actually, I'll have to revert quickly with what I just said. It allowed them to get a little bit more tempo around the gold lane for outplayed, even though he died there.
Oh, Brusco.
Keller now has to defend this, and they force out an AOG from Brusco.
There's just no answer for James right now. It was, yes, a team fight, that turtle for Onic Philippines, although they didn't get the turtle, but you saw the team fighting, and even Kirk, as delayed as he was, he actually provided a ton of value once he jumped into that fight. So that is something that Twisted Minds has to be careful of. The team fighting power of this composition could be something they have to deal with later on.
There is no answer for James right now, and in the near future even, I don't think there is an answer for James. None of them deal that much of a physical damage. James has already built his Radiant armor. He can keep taking fights all day.
And he doesn't need to go back to base much to do it. Of course, with the natural HP region that comes with the Radiant armor. And Twisted Minds also need to watch out for when they're finally engaging fights. Super Prince will look to toss an Abyssal Arrow somewhere from where Hajiji and Upblade would want to come from. The reason why Hajiji fell down quickly in that fight is because the arrow landed onto him from the Selena. So let's see if Twisted Minds will read that, but it lands on Escalera, bringing him quite low.
Final turtle coming up, less than half health. Once more, the same position. James jumping on dudes. King Kong secures it. The glorious pathway by Escalera might have been used defensively. Zaman forced by Kelra. Pushed back by James. Kirk down to a tenth of his health. Backing up. Brusco's in trouble, revitalized, but might be in vain as Outplayed gets a kill. A turtle for your roamer. I don't know if Onic is happy with that trade.
Okay,
MP the King finds him. What is a monster to a king?
And now they're definitely not happy. Kelra's in trouble too.
Simon Force right in the middle, underneath tier 1, pushing back MP, pushing back James. All to save that turret.
The aggression of Twisted Minds. I think Onic Philippines are somewhat surprised with how heavily Twisted Minds are fighting into these sequences. That when Onic Philippines decide to leave fights a little bit early so that they can get a bit more macro control when they're thinking, okay, we're already happy with this. Wait, 1v1, 1v1.
King Kong spots MP the King, finishes the job. MP could not answer. There can only be one king in the jungle.
It is a problem here. Yes, Twisted Minds is winning on the majority of the front, but if they don't stop King Kong, he's 5-0 and run right now on this Joy.
No deaths, untouched. Bulletproof if he was a gold laner, but I guess that counts too. Onic Philippines. See where else they can get wins. They're getting lots of wins for King Kong, but Twisted Minds are, it seems like they're winning battles, but little by little they're winning more of the war happening in the entire map. The pushes that they're getting up top, they have a 1-tower lead. Onic Philippines trying to balance it out at the bottom. It might come out to the next big team fight to see who will win that. And whoever wins that might take control of this mid to late game.
Yeah, and so we get to this point in the game where the Lord is almost up. And it's nearly even though it feels like economy-wise, you know, it should be Twisted Minds that is further ahead. It's not too much of a difference, but like you mentioned, that tier 2 up top is almost down, so they have been doing work across the map macro-wise. But now are they prepped and ready to go ahead and secure themselves this Lord? King Kong will be zoned out already by James.
That's all just James, man, working King Kong down to a fourth of his health.
Okay, he's gonna go ahead and just
AOG by Brusco, finding one. The jump man secures it on to KDA Machine. Now Escalera to finalize it. Brusco as well goes pathway, counters Diamond Force. Wailing away at Escalera, keeping up that revitalize, plus the heals. Now King Kong dancing around. James as well, looking for an engagement. Forcing back on it.
I don't think they want to commit to this Lord, though. They're very hesitant because of the fact of just how much of a threat James and Escalera are up on the front line.
Yeah, still some big ultimates available for Twisted Minds here. But Onic!
They collapse onto the ultimate fighter. He gets knocked out. Prince finally finds one. King Kong almost slayed. The beast is on the run. Can it be the King finish? To the rescue. Backing the rest off. Twisted Minds thinking about the engagement.
Sacrifice for the king. That's what Kirk wanted to do.
He showed up with a flicker. Not my king! And he was able to save King Kong just in time. Look at the items of the EXP Leaders. A Thunder Belt for the Lucas. Already up to a Dominance Ice for James. This Phobius will still continue to be a menace with his sustainability and the damage he can dish out. But in terms of damage, the two junglers already sealed in with 2 core items, both.
Okay. Again, a very great team fight we just got to see. And it's up to Onic Philippines to really play around the arrows of Super Prince. But right now, it's Twisted Minds still playing up front with their 2 tankier heroes they have the options to. So they'll try to get the area around the Lord in their favor. They do pull it out. Now King Kong is going to make his way, and arrow's going to land.
Thrown out, plus an AOG! And the King does surge through. The big knockup coming from the Lord, revitalized coming from both tanks. And now James looking to get in, taking down Kirk. King Kong holding this brush. Another arrow thrown out. Lord going to get secured here by Twisted Minds. Hajizi secures. Oh, another Zaman Force sent in by Kelra. James dancing around, sacrificing himself. Secured a kill for King Kong.
Onic Philippines were playing for safety, but if they heavily contested that, if they were there closer to it, King Kong actually could have stolen it because a lot of members of Twisted Minds was knocked up. But you can't fault them for not wanting to fight. That moment for Onic looked too shaky to heavily contest. So now Twisted Minds will march into their side of the river with the Lord, full members for Onic, but Twisted. They need to make sure that Hajizi and Outplayed are well protected. And they have to be careful for Super Princess and King Kong's entry. They need to protect their backline now.
Let's take a look at this replay. Again, this is probably the longest I've seen the Lord held at this amount of health. There was arrows being thrown out from the side. King Kong was waiting, but just a little bit too late. And so they aren't able to actually go in for that fight. So a turret in the mid lane will go down. It looks like Lord's going to be cleared out here up top by Onic Philippines. And they'll hold on. It's limited damage from that first Lord take, but still, you know, Twisted Minds gets that minor advantage across the map.
You know what? I'm wondering, signs of hesitation, or did Onic agree on King Kong hiding to go for the turn instead of the steal?
Yeah, I think it's that. They knew that they couldn't get wiped out, and purple buff actually stolen away by MP the King, so no purple for this Joy at this moment. And I think King Kong is also looking at one other factor is James. How low is James's health? When he's below 40%, that's when he decides to go in with the electrifying beats as a way to finish off the Phobius and see if they can take it down fast enough so that they continue more beats into the back line.
Oh, look at the flank. King Kong's holding. Oh, Twisted Mind sniffed him out.
Spotted out. Arrow's going to land, but they won't follow up. This is probably the most difficult thing for Onic Philippines is actually trying to play against the range that is provided by Twisted Minds. Not only the range, but just that front line, which is James and Escalera. So that's why we see them taking the off angles in a lot of these fights or a lot of these skirmishes that they could break out. But right now, Twisted Minds is just doing a really good job at reading that and then adjusting on the fly.
Yeah, they're not even, again, this isn't them going for the Twisted meta. This is just playing it how everyone else plays it, and they are dancing toe-to-toe with Onic Philippines, who we thought would continue their ride of momentum and coast through maybe Twisted Minds in this game #1, but James has been the ultimate fighter for Twisted. He's been doing so much. Every Dark Wave that he uses punishes Kirk, punishes Prince and Brusco.
Homie is like Ip Man going 1v10.
Yeah.
At that point, that's why Phoveus is always, whenever he pops up in the draft, you know exactly what kind of game plan they're playing around. You throw in a Hylos with it with Revitalize, and you can actually extend those fights quite a bit. Now, some of these later items that are being picked up now on Onic Philippines will actually solve some of the issue with that Phoveus and that Hylos combo.
It should. It has to. Because the beefy front line of Twisted Minds is one of the reasons why King Kong and Keller are delaying their entry and response, and why Kirk is getting punished quickly. Arrow will not land. Keller gets blasted by a few hits. This might be shaky for Onic.
Okay, I'm not sure if they're going to commit to it yet. They do force Twisted Minds off a little bit, but again, playing around the arrows, there's the pathway.
Pathway set in, Escalera putting up the wall, AOG coming through, Kirk with the steal! The Kirk attack finds the blueprints and secures a big one for the Super Fam. Now Kelra going 1v1 against James.
Oh,
Who's
wow!
going to rescue, James gonna knock him out, down goes the gold standard, securing the kill, MP the King, another one, 4 outplayed, Bruce go down, this Lord might be in vain.
Onic Philippines with the, oh, James found Prince!
James looking for the Monster Mage. King comes to the rescue, electrifying beats. Can only walk away.
Wow.
Down he goes, outplayed. Gets the kill.
Oh, Twisted might be able to end it here.
Flourish pathway into the base, and that's all she wrote. Twisted Minds takes game 1.
And in a quick, decisive fight for the Lord, even though it goes in the hands of Onic Philippines, Twisted will take game 1.
What is a super fam to an ultimate fighter? We said it heading into that. James makes the most out of the Dark Wave, the pressure he can apply with it. First, Onic Philippines got that Lord. It was concealed play. Brusco, Kelra, and King Kong together from behind the Lord pit. They were able to take it, though Kirk was able to get the last hit on that Lord. But yeah, it was just all in vain. That their formation crumbled quickly. James found Kelra with a Dark Wave, and then later on led the kill onto Super Prince by flickering into the shrub out of nowhere, using the Dark Wave again. And oh my goodness, the Phoveus on James is too good.
MVP's gotta be James.
It's gotta be.
It's
He -3'd Onic. He forced answers from Super Prince. He compromised Kelra, and he made King Kong think twice about his entry. Thrice, 4 times. Ladies and gentlemen, your MVP, James Phoveus Gloria.
Oh.
It's gotta be James.
That's-
4,
it's
2,
gotta be James.
and 8.
That's his middle name.
Yeah, that's it. That's the full name. It's so blatant, just how impactful he was in this game. Again, we mentioned about Bully and the Bully, and James was the bully. He was the enforcer for Twisted Minds. And you appreciate Phoveus like these. There's one other Phoveus player that comes to mind, seeing how James played this. It's like Edward and his undefeated Phoveus, the way he plays it. No fear, just frontlining, being aggressive, and I reckon that's one of the biggest reasons why, in the long run, actually, Twisted Minds were able to win this trade out.
Yeah, not only that, but again, he started by winning the lane against Kirk. And that early portion of the game, then these early fights are really what snowballed his factor of just being that frontline guy. And they also alleviated some of the pressure from Escalera, because then Escalera could also, you know, choose to use the Glorious Pathway a little bit different. If he had to pop the Revitalize, he did, you know, and just the team fighting that they had because of this lineup ended up playing its part. And Onic Philippines found some moments where it's like, oh, they're actually winning some of these team fights. But again, it was just James, just such a nuisance to deal with. I mean, even in this instance, and that happens multiple times throughout this game, where it's just James up front.
So good. Again, it feels like I've said Dark Wave so many times in this game, but come on, he used that as such an effective set tool and as a means to tell the members of Onic, hey, you want to get away from the skirmish you started? Nope, I'm going to pull you right back in. Just that slight little knock-up to show you that you're not going to be able to get away.
Do we think this is a problem of, was a Selena the weak link here? Because you're just playing with the arrows?
It's an overall issue, a weakness that Onic accepted to take as they drafted an all-magic lineup.
Yeah, just not much physical.
They should, I don't know, could they have gone faster? Could they have snowballed to a position where James wouldn't have been doing this? I don't think so. I don't know. It's just look at that lineup, man. All you're looking at is, hey, Kirk, do something. Because the Radiant armor got built. Kirk, do something. Kirk could not do anything.
Yeah, it's a lot of focus for a Lucas in this kind of lineup, especially when you're up against two strong poking heroes. It shuts down the Lucas, and if the other members of Onic aren't able to take down the other members of Twisted fast enough, their front line are going to crumble. What you usually want to see is that Onic, once Kirk starts things out, or once he gets caught out inevitably, because he's the front liner, he's like sort of like the main roamer beside Brusco, you're going to have to respond right away to make Twisted Minds go, all right, maybe it's not worth it to commit this onto Kirk, let's back off a bit. But we rarely saw that. And at the same time, give credit where it's due, Twisted Minds have gotten so much better with team fighting. It's, forgive me for being blunt, they aren't playing scared anymore. They're going into this like, you know what, let's just fight it.
Yeah.
And the most important thing, they're being clean and calculated about it.
Definitely more chemistry.
Yeah.
Took a month, but boy, oh boy, do you see the progress.
Yeah.
No longer does a Hylos randomly run through,
Yeah.
drop the Glorious Pathway. No, every single Glorious Pathway, like 99% of those dropped this game, had clear purpose. Had Jeezy, I mean, he died maybe once or twice, but it was so clean. Everyone else got their job done for them because of the front line, because of the sandbag, because of the best wingman.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think
Draft-wise, I think really there was very little Onic was doing to change that.
they were. You know, I know we're still going to have our BPI rich guy here, the old mascot, it's King Kong in the BPI colors, but that's the thing. He was just able to farm on the Joy, and he kind of was forced in a situation where that's all he could do. You know, for a lot of the times, it's like even if you wanted to join the fight, then they played around the arrow. Yeah, he might be able to have the electrifying beats, but still, he was forced to just go farm around. So again, he does go and grab the BPI rich guy here, gets a ton of gold, but in the essence of the game, it wasn't enough to solve all the problems thrown at them from Twisted Minds. Yeah. And I think even at that case, you look at it, and yeah, synergy is clear that it's been built over the past few weeks.
Are you saying that this is a problem money could not have solved?
Yeah,
not at all.
Money doesn't solve everything.
I don't know. I wish I had way more money. I have a lot of problems right now that money would definitely solve. But no, yeah, in that one, money can only do so much because, again, Keldra and King Kong are just waiting for James to fall.
And I'm also waiting for this one because BPI, we got to give them a big shout out to them bringing you a better tomorrow. BPI empowers Pinoy gamers with next level banking solutions to help you level up in life. You can get digital deposit accounts, insurance, investments, loans, and much more.
Start saving for an epic future. Open up a #SaveUp account today via the BPI app.
Hi, I'm an official agent for VPI. My name is John. All you need is one ID. 5 minutes. The red and white would look good on, looks good on me, would look great on you, and you already have an account. So open an epic future with VPI. Again, one ID, 5 minutes. That's all you'll need.
Thanks, John.
Welcome, Joseph.
Where's your name tag?
Yeah. Where's the name tag?
I'm still an intern.
Well, also we have something special for you guys right now. If you haven't grabbed it yet, you want to go ahead and grab the new skin. It's for Edith. It's the Prismatic Sentinel. It's now available in-game with 30% off. You can also get it from a chest. So join Edith and experience MLBB Esports Charm. There's a whole, how many MPL skins are there now?
Half a dozen.
Is it half a dozen? Yeah, it's like every season, right?
Yeah.
There's a bit that
I've got the Jawhead.
Matilda,
a Jawhead, Matilda, 1-1, and an Edith.
Now there's an Edith.
6.
Oh, there's only 6, huh?
Did you count the Franco one?
Oh, there's a Franco one.
Yeah, I knew we have a Franco.
So maybe there's 7. Grab them all. Well, I don't know if they ever re-release. Do they actually re-release?
No, I've never seen one re-released.
Okay, so you guys got to grab it while you can. Make sure you get the Edith because Edith is meta, technically. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing it maybe in the next game. Who knows? But I will say that obviously for Onic Philippines, they've got some adjustments, so they need some more time to get settled for there. We're going to get a little more time with our All Access segment. Let's throw it over to the hosts.
Week 4, Day 3, Twisted Minds versus Onic Philippines. Magingay tayo lahat para sa paparating na laban. Sa aking kaliwa, mula pa sa Super Family, para sa inyo, magingay para kay Erica. At sa aking kanan, mula pa sa The Minds, para sa inyo, magingay tayo lahat para kay Jomar. Okay. Nag-toss coin na kami kanina. Mainit ang mga fans ng kabila. Alam nyo na to, 2 banat, 5 segundo. Mauuna ang Twisted. Jo Marie, palag.
Okay. Yo! Eto, ayan. Nandito kami ngayon. Dala namin respeto. Siyempre, Onic PH, dating kampyonato. Pero isa lang ang sigurado. Twisted Minds ngayon ay ganado. Kaya hindi pa tayo tapos. Kaya sisiguraduhin namin na makukuha namin yung dagdag na panalo. Oh!
Dagdag na panalo. +1. Erika, oras mo na. Okay? Palaga mo.
Tsaka mo na kami palaga kapag nakakuha na kayo ng World Championship title.
Nabilang sa kamay eh.
Binilang.
Nabilang sa kamay eh. Asan yung kamay? Asan yung World Championship? Kunwari meron kasing sing. Nasaan? Yan.
Lahat yan.
Lahat yan. Men, ikaw nang bahala.
Siyempre, usabang title sa bagong team, di pa iniisip yan. Mind lang yung ginagamit muna. Pero eto na nga, balita ko champion kayo last season, pero bakit ngayong season parang medyo kapos, nasa top 4 kayo? Pero wait lang! Pero okay lang yan. Kalmado lang, men. Kami nga top 8, nakangiti pa rin. Wait na! Kami nga top 8, nakingiti pa rin. Kasi sa Twisted Minds, alam namin yung gagawin. Kapag sinabi kong, Twist what?
Men, may ganun. May audience participation, Erika. Final 1. Ano naman ang rebat mo?
Kami, this season, hindi kami papayag na matatalo nyo lang kami. Hindi ko na alam sa
Take two.
Okay,
take two. Erika, kaya mo to. Ikaw na to ha. Inhale. Exhale. Yan. Erika, rebat mo. Part 2. Let's go.
Basta, this series kami yung mananalo. Yun lang yun.
Hatulan na natin to. Para sa palag, magingay tayo lahat kung sa tingin nyo panalo. Si Erika.
N-I-C, Onic, N-I-C. Onic, N-I-C.
Okay. Magingay naman kayo kung sa tingin nyo ang panalo ay si Jo Marie at ang Twisted Minds.
Twist what? Isa pa. Twist what?
What time is it?
Tapusin na natin to, casters! Pasok!
Twist what?
Twist what?
Twist what? I don't know.
I
Who won?
suggestion for them. No, for me, it's the guy on the Twisted Mind side.
Jo Marie.
Jo Marie looked a little bit more ready.
He's always ready.
Twist what? Hey, you guys can also now join the Superfan Rap Battle. Check out the official MPL page for more info. And
It's a rap rumble.
Yeah, Rap Rumble. What do we call that? How do we explain that to our international viewers?
All right, so hip-hop culture is very strong in the Philippines. So that's just them, like, spitting bars at each other.
Spitting bars.
Cipher.
Yeah, it's a cipher.
And technically, in that sense, Twisted Minds won. Twist what?
Twist what?
Now, I have a suggestion for them. Instead of going for Twist what, Twisted Mind, just go Twist what, Twisted.
No, it's Twist the Game. They were saying Twist what, Twist the Game.
Oh, Twist the Game. Why don't they just say Twist what? Game. The game. The game.
They need to workshop it.
They need to workshop
Joseph, they've been a team for 2 months.
That's true.
Yeah, the team is just starting to figure out,
Themselves.
their place for themselves. The fans, they just go alongside the team. Exactly.
Hey, they'll catch up, and we got Hajizi here. He's now ranked 5th in all-time MPL PH assists at 2,365, surpassing Hayes.
Homie just dunked on the dude across the stage, drafting.
Yes, he did. Man, that's how long Hajizi has been here.
Yeah, his former teammate Hayes.
Oh yeah, when they were in Smart Omega.
Yeah.
His mid laner when he was a jungler.
Yep.
Well, here's a side selection update for you guys. Blue side for Onic Philippines. They do have that 66.67% win rate. We'll see how they approach, I guess, first pick priority, because that's been changing. Like, I mean, that's changed already this week.
That's why I was screaming earlier, man. Pick the Granger when they were on red. Because what's left was the Joy.
And they went Harith.
I mean, I get it. You wanted to keep the Harith away from outplayed, but in hindsight, you know.
The old magic lineup. It doesn't always work.
It was too Harry Potter.
It was too Harry Potter for them. They, okay, well, this win rate's a little bit different. 80% for the blue side over here, but Coach, why not?
The immortal one
The bands come through. First pick, Suyo. This is still the blue yo.
Yep.
He's still the man to go with.
Didn't get touched at all. Might have gotten an indirect nerf with the killing spree rework. So
it's kind of buffed.
Allow me to lead
the answer is going to be the Hilda. Oh, is this maybe this is going to be a little flex again?
Yeah.
With what they've done in the past?
Although they went for side lane priority, I'm 100% is going to be going to the side of into the hands of James.
Yeah.
With the Phoveus taken away from him, he needed the next best EXP laner in terms of doing what the Phoveus can do, and that's the Hilda early on.
Just keep throwing bodies.
Yep.
Compromise the opponent's formation. Let's see if it's as good as the Phoveus, because again, his Phoveus is stellar. It would suck to have this be kind of mid.
Yeah. And now with the Harith picked up on the other side, Granger 100% needs to be picked up now by Onic Philippines, so that Twisted Minds just goes ahead and does it and bans it. And then I want to see them pick up a Flex Roam EXP option so that they can go into the next phase with options for that. So they can go choke Granger here.
Let's hear from the crowd.
Or not.
Make some noise for yours
Go with the CC and the Sicilian.
I think Onic are just as sure that that's a side lane Hilda. So they're like, yeah, just grab the CC.
Grab it.
We don't want to see no Luca situation as game one. And now look at this. It's Twisted who are hedging on the all magic cores. Oh wait, hold up. What if they throw the Hilda in mid?
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. It's still, for them, like, the only team to do it, they could put the Hilda in mid.
Mr. number 5 in all-time assists.
Okay. So they're showing that I think we might see both an Angela and Florin band then. Just so Onic Philippines says Twisted Minds, you are not going to be able to flex that into the mid lane. We're going to mess up the strategy that you want to do.
Oh, who's this? Oh, sorry, I don't know all the ninjutsus, man.
Is that a character from the new release? No, it's not. No, it's from Boruto's dad.
Isn't this always the same guy?
Is that Jiraiya? Oh, is that Jiraiya? No, or Choji? No, I'm pretty sure that's Ichigo Kurosaki.
Well, I wish I watched Naruto.
No, I'm hungry.
I wish I finished watching, I should say. Well, going back to the draft, last couple bans, the Angelo was taken out. Yep, another roamer.
I reckon.
Probably cover those bases.
Experience
They take out the Granger.
Suffering.
Hold up. Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, Onic. But then again,
Let's make the whole world green.
So yeah, Angelo Florin. Are Onic just gonna put the Irithel or the Moskov onto Keldra?
I was thinking Irithel.
Yeah.
Onic may have gotten so tilted by the fact that they had no good damage spread from game one that they picked the Sicilian first.
Yeah.
So they're like, we got physical here, and then we got magic over here.
There's way too many dashes and backline entry that the Beatrix for Keldra might actually be risky. Because your main options now are, if you want damage, go Beatrix. I mean, you do have the Sicilian with you.
You got Moskov too?
Moskov, yeah. For the anti-control, it's Moskov, Irithel because she's not the easiest to catch. I don't think they'll consider Brody even though the backswing was increased.
What about a Bruno? Yeah, I've seen that pop up a couple times.
I would not want the Bruno for Twisted Minds.
Especially now with the Hylos cross.
Yeah. Hylos, Joy, Harithel, the Bruno is going to feel so slow.
I'm thinking Irithel here. It just so that you can at least have some more mobility.
Yeah.
Because this is a fast lineup that will be in your face coming out from Twisted Minds. I mean, even the Hilda, right? Like Hilda, Joy, Hylos. It's going to be tough for them to deal with that kind of pressure.
Yeah, what are they going to pick up now for Bruce Guard? They're just going to go Tigreal at this point. Although you don't see the Valentina yet from Twisted Minds, and I think that's what Onic are considering. That is going to be a valid for Twisted, then that means they'll also have access to the ultimate.
I've been waiting for too long.
Oh, very interesting. Okay.
For honor! And then they just go Valentina?
Yeah.
One of these two picks are a win, and that's a carry. The Tigreal, I'm a little worried.
Whoa, Fairness.
But wait, no. Not as worried anymore.
To live is to trick the
You're not as worried because they went to Fairness.
Yes, instead of the Valentina. And I think Onic is a good team fighting team. So they would play through the Fairness. We've seen that a couple of times this season already. But I might just be optimistic here. I might it's still possible that Twisted Minds sweep.
Yeah.
It's a very good lineup they drafted.
I was going to say, after seeing game one, the way that they played that, so if they bring that same synergy that we saw them play in game one into this one, there is a potential for them to go ahead and sweep Onic Philippines, the current world champions, our previous champions here for the MPL Philippines. Taking a look one last time at the lineups here for both teams. Again, it's Twisted Minds. They have so much utility, man. They have so much with the Nether Realm, plus a Revitalize again from Escalera on the Hylos.
But they have very little physical damage.
They do. Let the Hilda do it.
Yeah. Just go ahead and pressure the Hilda on being the main source of that damage. I think Twisted Minds are gonna want to play this very quickly.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Sicilian is all trumps a lot of what opposing teams want to do against it. In the late game, Sicilian and carry together means Keller is just going to be happy if he plays very well around Super Prince's use of the Bats Feast. So Twisted Minds need to play for speed, while Onic can play a little bit more reserved and counterpunch.
Okay, we'll see if that happens here. Again, with this some early pressure going around, but also, again, it's King Kong with that Killing Spree emblem. We'll take a closer look at the emblems here in just a second, too. Whole lot of Purifies, though, for Twisted Minds. So even if they get caught a little bit from this lineup, they're going to go ahead and rely on being able to Purify out of it and play it from that point.
Okay. So it's a tough boost rush for MP the King. A Master Assassin for Keldra in lane. Killing Spree for King Kong Assassin. And, since we need a little bit extra tankiness, I like that there's actually a tenacity on Kirk instead of the usual Festival of Blood that CC's wanted to go for. He decided to go for more sustainability. Ouch.
Little early poke up there. It looks like trying to be mirrored down here. I'm wondering, too, with this, you know, for Calra for the carry, because we've only seen it picked up, I think it was 4 times so far through the season. Do they really just come online when they get the Malefic Gun? Is that the play for a lot of the carries right now, since they have such a short range when it comes to the other marksmen?
Yeah, well, for most compositions, since Twisted Minds is going for a dive-heavy comp, first 2 items for the carry should already be online for him.
2 items, okay. That might be the power spike. This turtle is going to be up, and it's Twisted Minds that starts getting the positioning here. You're going to force it back a little bit.
Deep behind enemy territory, forcing Onic to respond as Twisted Minds, the rest of them score this turtle, and there's nothing for Onic to do. I think that's a victory. James got away with it.
Yeah, as expected, Twisted Minds are going to be playing aggressive around this Hilda, stopping the turtle scaling of Onic Philippines, wanting to get that themselves. And you see that Onic didn't full commit too heavily. They were like, you know what, it's okay, we can let this go. Again, their lineup is playing for the mid to the late game.
Yeah, but once again, real quick, grab your battle emotes while you guys can. The MPL team emotes are now available. Still with a couple to come out. Kirk taking some shots. He should be fine. He can just jump away.
Oh! All right. That's a 15% damage reduction coming into play underneath tier 1. And does not use the Vengeance. Hold up. Is that a steal?
That's a steal.
GTP.
King Kong. Highway robbery.
Taking away that purple. Escalera's going to get spotted out. Okay, actually ended up hitting the Lithuander there, but still be able to get it. Oh. So MP doesn't have his purple. That's fine for now. Right now, very small lead. Calra takes some shots from outplayed, utilizing the Zaman force, but still no kill just yet on the board, but a lot of pressure on both sides of the map.
Yeah, good thing King Kong decided to commit that rotation, stealing the purple buff away from MP the King. That's slowly reduces the speed of Twisted Minds that they want to play with, although King Kong's going to get caught out by Kirk.
The bottom. King Kong down to 1/10 of his health. In comes MP, right first blood.
Gets him back. Oh, that was a flicker burn too. Oh, still even in the mid lane.
They're not done. Super Prince inside the Glorious Pathway, forced to use the flicker alongside the Blood Feast, keeping himself alive defensively. Onic pushed out lane to lane.
Yeah, side lane's winning, mid lane controlled by Twisted Minds. Again, as expected, it's early to mid for Twisted, but with how much James has just been beating Kirk, not only in this game, but in the entire series.
Yeah.
James has been mint.
Very impressive for James. Again, someone that, in a way, kind of falls under the radar when you're thinking about him as a player and then Twisted Minds in general, but he's really been showing up especially the last couple matches that they've had. And it just seems like now he's going against Kirk, you know, a world champion in the XP lane, and he's winning that lane time and time again. And now him and Escalera are really that front line, and even in game 2, where it's just giving so much space for MP the King to do what he needs to do, and that's focus on grabbing these objectives.
It's looking like another free turtle for Twisted Minds. Onic Philippines nowhere near the pit, and they will commit to just hold it out for the late game.
One item only so far for Kelra. King Kong is going for a bit of a chop suey build, not fully committing an item just yet. Good knockback.
Ruska with a Sacred Hammer. Escalera, no fear in his eyes at all. Just still pushing forward.
Yeah, they might want to make a play up top. They're going to rotate. Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down, and Escalera will heal up. Still has a Revitalize too, so completely fine. It's really kind of showing that confidence now from Twisted Minds that even if they, the flicker forward with the explosion.
All right, looking for the engage. Another realm set in. Brusco pays the price. Hajizi coming through looking for a pull. Blast Super Frizz in the face. That's a kill for outplayed.
Yeah, Onic Philippines did not look ready for that call by Brusco.
Big question mark.
Yeah, I think Brusco really just thought, you know what, we gotta make something happen. But then you're playing against the Faramis. The Nether Realm is still there. The other members of Onic Philippines weren't ready to respond right away. You need a snappy response up against a lineup that has a Faramis. So Onic PH need to work those kinks out.
Yeah, oddly enough too, in that engage, you know, burning the flicker from Brusco, like the Revitalize was used up too. So it's just, it didn't seem like they were connected in that sense. Maybe still Onic Philippines looking to build that connection back up. Because right now they're going to lose turrets. They already lost the tier 1 in the top. Now the bottom, it's Twisted Minds gaining this advantage now across the map to plan to. They might just be able to go 3 for 3 in the turtle department, while King Kong is still trying to catch up here against his jungle.
Yeah, level 9. MP the King reached level 11 before 7 minutes. I don't think he'll be able to reach level 15 before 10. But King Kong's rotation here has been slowed down to a crawl.
King Kong gonna get away by the skin of his teeth. Did not get spotted by Outplayed or Escalera there.
I think he was able to. No one in the Twisted Minds decided to check the shrew up there.
So with that, throw some pressure down bot from MP. He'll go ahead and go back to base and now rotate for this last turtle of the game. You can see already Twisted Minds up in position, ready to just force Onic in their side of the jungle. Not sure if really there can be anything, because King Kong is just like, yeah, I'm just gonna go grab what I can. Meanwhile, they'll focus on another turret as a tier 2 will fall. So just Twisted Minds getting so much value right now.
Back to back to back. Twisted Minds wins across the map. Escalera trying to catch King Kong right before he gets away. King Kong just by a millisecond.
Good read there. Good try by Escalera to try and take down King Kong. So look at the items. Around 1.4, 1.3 is the lead of Outplayed against Kelra, who now has the Golden Staff. Should be within team fighting range for him. But for the rest of Onic, not that good yet to team fight.
Yeah, they don't want to team fight just yet. Especially with
oh dear God, Outplayed! Looking to take down Kirk, forcing the vengeance.
Oh, he gets the vengeance out. So again, it's been all these little interactions across the map where Twisted Minds is getting value, and that'll play a part. They're still going to go ahead and plant themselves down there on the bottom side to go ahead and put pressure there on that tier 2 if they can, unless there's a response, and that's going to be Kirk. We're a minute away from the Lord now, and you're looking at almost a 5,000 gold deficit that Onic Philippines has to go ahead and work against. So with time still trying to build up for them, especially with the Sicilian for Super Friends, they might even have to let the first Lord go unless they just try to force a steal or some kind of Hail Mary play against Twisted Minds.
This is how fast and how decisive Onic should have been game 1.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds is getting away with his own magic lineup.
Very well for them. Again, James has been stellar with playing his role. And you know, not just James, the entirety of Twisted Minds have been stellar with what they needed to do. Second the King getting closer and closer to hitting level 15 for the 10th minute mark. Although still quite a distance. First Lord already about to spawn. Onic.
Yeah.
Let's see if they'll try. It's a 5,000 or nearing 5,000 gold lead for Twisted. If they decide to full commit this and they get wiped out, it's not going to be good for Onic. That's going to balloon the lead of Twisted Minds and will force them to make comeback.
Escalera walking into the wide rush, forced to use his Revitalize. Not enough between Brusco and Kelra to take him down.
Even with a carry.
Yeah, way too tanky. Oh, Kirk?
Kirk is in trouble. Here comes Outplayed. Zaman Force at the tip of that hilt, taking down the CC. And all that Onic could do is watch as Twisted get that Lord.
Overwhelmed. That's just what Onic Philippines looks like right now with everything Twisted Minds is throwing. They tried to take down the high loss quickly, but Escalera just popped Revitalized, stood there and said, that tickles.
It's crazy because, I mean, I was sitting there scratching my head like, man, even with that setup, Kelra wasn't able to go through and tear through the health bars of that Hylos. You know, he's got Corrosive Scythe, Golden Staff. He doesn't have the DHS yet. So just really lacking damage in terms of this. And so now we know with the change, even with this first Lord, it is going to be charging into the base. We'll see how much Onic Philippines can hold on to. Twisted Minds might be just going for all the base turrets, even with this first push and this kind of a lead. 6,500 gold up. MP is going to wait patiently, will get spotted out. Good check. But their focus right now is to deal with the Lord. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds goes for these tier 2 turrets.
So, for Onic Philippines, it is now their time to show what this lineup was built to do, which was playing from this exact position. We all expected the Twisted Minds would have the big lead. Not this big.
Ooh, Escalera forced to use their Revitalize. Onic defending with all they've got. Going to be able to protect all their holy shields. All right, for about a minute more, they have an extra layer of defense.
They have to play out of their minds around the Sicilian and somehow, some way, punish Twisted, who have been very clean in this entire game. No deaths given. Onic are an egg right now.
Yeah, and this is where, again, we've got to see if they're ready, if they're equipped. You know, DHS has picked up the Kelra now. We really haven't seen too much from him. And so even if that means on the back foot, you have to just defend. Maybe they make some crazy defense to turn things around, because I really think if they go and try to contest the next Lord, which is a minute away, they're going to get destroyed, honestly, from Twisted Minds' lineup and what is available to them. Because you got to remember, not only do they have to work against a very tanky front line with the Revitalize, but then the 2 Purifies plus the Netherrealm all stacked up.
In my humble opinion, as a man staring at a screen where these athletes are playing for hundreds and millions of people all around the world, I don't think Onic should contest. Onic should just let this happen.
Just let it go.
Yeah, if ever you're going to softly contest it, either just Brusco or Kirk falling, and then make sure everyone else just gets away safely. See if you can get a trade, sure, but you're not going to be winning a team fight. Outplayed already has the concentrated energy. An item pickup for Onic Philippines that might help them as they get to this portion of the game is that the Magic Lantern was already built up for the Sicilian. DHS already locked in for Kelra. 3 core items up to a Malefic Roar for King Kong. And again, to see Onic Philippines winning a fight means that Twisted Minds messed up somewhere, somehow.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Even if it's going to be Twisted Minds to mess up, they have so many fail safes to work with, especially a Netherrealm, for example, the 2 Purifies. There's so much they can do to extend the fight where it gives them enough time to actually adjust on the fly and respond. So Onic Philippines might just have to watch this one taken. It looks like that's going to be the case as the Lord is just blitzed down by Twisted Minds. As that's secured, now an objective. And we'll have to see if once again at 13 minutes into this game, if Onic Philippines can actually defend against this. But I expect the shields to just be worked on and maybe the turrets to go down.
Just to put this into context, speaking of turrets, there's nothing on the board for Onic. Not a single turtle. Nor a kill. In addition to the whole positioning and map presence, the fact that there's almost 10,000 on the lead makes Onic all the more decide we shouldn't contest.
Yeah, and now with MP the King just building up the Blood Wings, it's going to be even tougher for Onic to defend this because Twisted Minds can throw bodies in this next one. Just make sure they don't get wiped out. At least 2 alive. You can lose 3 to make sure that you can get a lot of inhibitors.
Okay, look at these everything lined up and ready to go. They're going to go ahead and approach down in the mid lane with the Lord here as Twisted Minds goes for the base.
Escalera with the glorious pathway, compromising Onyx range. In comes MP the King, finding Super Prince. Super Prince with a blast, putting MP at half health. The Lord has taken down mid lane inhibitor, and Onyx successfully defend.
Good discipline by Twisted Minds. Another wave coming in. Let's see if they're going to try to make a play for either of the top or bottom turret. By the way, Twisted have been playing the map incredibly well. They're not trading. They're straight up dominating.
Yeah, look at this Hanjizi going over, checking things out, but the wave is clearing out quickly too. So they're having a little bit of time to deal with. Onic Philippines, ultimately, after the second Lord, will actually just lose one base turret.
Just between Hajizi and Outplayed's pokes, Prince has put down a third of his health. That's exactly what Onic are dealing with right now. That is what they have to protect Super Prince from, and I don't know if there's enough time to defend. And to get farm is Calera, dropping the glorious pathway here. Prince wailing away. Oh, trying to get caught here by MP the King, collapsing. The rest of Twisted Minds in the nether realm. Down goes MP the King. Calera finds one. Onyx first kill on the board as they try their darndest to defend.
They threw everything at that bottom turret, and Twisted Minds wasn't able to capitalize on it, and they lose MP the King. Although it was a trade, Brusco goes down, but ultimately, Onic Philippines accomplished what they wanted to.
Yeah, just a little bit of breathing room right now for Onic Philippines, but not that much. I thought Hajiji was able to get away with a really clutch save onto MP the King. It's a good thing for Onic Philippines that Keller was able to get an attack off onto MP, that even though he was able to dash away, it followed him and landed. Let's see where they're at. Still on the way to the BOD is King Kong, already up to a Malefic Gun for the carry, building into the Rose Gold Meteor. It's getting closer and closer to, well, Onic time, actually.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds seem to be sharp with their next takes. And I think Onic Philippines might be willing to heavily contest this one. But with how well Twisted Minds have been taking care of the minion waves, it might be tough. They need to watch that mid lane or bottom lane.
Yeah, they don't want to get caught in a bad area around the jungle too. Again, one of the advantages here of having that Hylos is just cutting people off with the ultimate, that glorious pathway. And that's why they go ahead and they post up. They want to go ahead and stand their ground here, it looks like, or at least get some information to see if they can contest it or not, but it's already at half health.
Call me a coward, but I don't think Onyx should contest. Lord down to a fourth, a quarter. Kirk pushing them away, throws out the curtain call. James finds him into the wide rush, wails away, looking for the power of wildness. Escalera collapsing with the rest of Twisted Minds. Down goes the Kirkitek, not a chance for him to vengeance.
Yep, well, now they can't contest this. Kirk a little bit too eager to show himself, used the curtain call super early to try and poke, and now Twisted Minds get the third turtle of the game without a problem. With Super Prince building the Lightning Trojan, Onic has all the tools that they can. Oh no, he's gonna get caught!
King Kong! Full combo! Surging away! Down goes Hajizi, Salmon Force drop in. The trap has been laid out! Onic taking down 3! The gold standard traded out 4, outplayed gets 1! The trade of a lifetime! But that is going to be Onic defending. All this while, MP looking for a kill. King Kong versus MP inside the base. Kirk comes through, pushing out Twisted.
They still have the Lord, but they lost the bodies. What just happened when we thought King Kong was going to get caught? It ends up a Maniac for Kaura.
What a save by Super Prince and Brusco to make sure that King Kong was able to get away scot-free. It's going to be a quick clear of the Lord. King Kong gets spotted out. Brusco implosion just in time. Flicker to catch 3, and Onic Philippines responds. I was just about to say, before that sequence, Onic has all the tools that they need to make a comeback. So Twisted Minds needs to be a little bit more careful. If they only let me finish my sentence, that wouldn't have happened.
Oh, King Kong played possum, and he got away with it. Who was I to deny the beast?
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
Yeah, and at this point, Twisted Minds, I think that might shake them up a little bit. Seeing that,
a little bit of whoa.
Yeah, a little bit of whoa. Twist what?
The rope-a-dope.
Twist what? Like, they got twisted there, so again, they're still in control of the game. They still have so much advantage. You have to remember, Onic Philippines only has 1 turret.
Twist what?
Twist what?
Well, what happened?
Onic Philippines If they do that again, though,
okay,
that's where things fall apart for Twisted Minds.
For reals this time? And this is coming from the guy who said, don't contest.
Don't contest.
Lord after Lord after Lord. Maybe this time.
Maybe this is the one.
Time they can contest. And it looks like they're safe because they pushed their first turret. Top lane. And top lane is the long lane.
Yep.
If they can take care of that one more time, then maybe this Lord in 40 should be as 50-50 as it gets.
Yeah, open up the map a little bit more. And Twisted Minds are reading the tendencies of Onic PH very well by hugging the top. So that if ever Onic decided to, usually it's King Kong +1 to clear that, Twisted Minds could have punished them. But Onic Philippines will try and manage slowly with a slow push down bottom. But they're going to stick together. They're not going to... They're going to try to play this through brute force team fighting.
They're denying the long lane push because that's a prerequisite for a good Lord dance.
Oh, this is tough, though, too. They have to be really careful on how they scout these bushes out, especially on this side of the map, because of what Twisted Minds is doing to set things up. You know, you've got that immortality, at least for Brusco, but really everybody else relying on just being able to escape and get away from Twisted Minds. So this Lord is up now.
It's evolved.
It's evolved. It's a fourth one of the game, and it looks like Onic Philippines wants to go ahead and at least show face around this Lord pit. It's going to be started up. Outplayed will keep it together.
Oh, the minions. That's
the
looking
minions
for Onic.
They're not looking good. It is going to be have to manage both that top and bottom right now. Half health on the Lord. They take it nice and slow. It is going to go for a soft reset as King Kong leads the charge. Super Prince will find the claws.
Whoop. That's the turn call thrown out. How easy it is
Vince?
to that in. James goes the flicker back. Helra gets the kill. An early nether realm coming through. It's going to let us down. Outplayed two. Kirk coming through. Laying down the blueprints for Onyx comeback. And they answer. MP the king down. Hajizi the only one left. What went wrong?
Twist what? Twist what? Because right now, Hajizi, the only one left alive. Brusco's gonna hunt him down, and Onic will go down the mid.
He's not gonna let him defend.
Haji!
No more minion waves.
Here comes the rest of Onic, trying to finish what they started. Run, Haji, run!
He's buying time. That's a fast ghost.
Oh, he bought so much time too. You got 15 minutes on James, 15 seconds on James. But this is a Lord, and it's the evolved one for Onic Philippines.
Deny infinite wisdom of the KDA machine, keeping Twisted Minds in the game.
It's going to be a full man defense for Twisted Minds. But we laid it out at the beginning, at the end of the draft. Twisted will play to control majority of the game, while Onic has the lineup better for the comeback. Now let's see how the lineup built to dominate will be able to play with a big defense, with an evolved Lord marching in.
Ooh, this is a tough one. We haven't seen too many evolved Lords just yet since the patch throughout the weekend. So this is going to be the work cut out for Twisted Minds. And the crazy thing again is, to put in perspective, Onic Philippines was down almost 9,000 gold.
10, Joseph, 10.
10,000 gold just minutes ago. And so with this advantage, with this Lord on their side, will they be able to take it to game 3 already, or will Twisted Minds be able to defend?
It's a fresh of breath air for Onic right now. Their first time to get out of their base.
Oh!
Prince with the flicker out. Outplayed looking to finish the job. Zaman Force and all thrown out. And all this while the Beast was working bot.
Yeah, Super Prince built the Guardian helmet just now so that he doesn't need to go to base. They want to end this, or at least build a big lead out of this.
It might be their only chance, Renmar, as Hajizi gets hit with a call. Down goes James. Floyd's pathway set in. Down goes MP the king. Zaman Force by outplay, trying to survive. Down goes Prince. They're trying to start this. Triple kill. What? The gold standard. And we're going to game 3.
And the Super Fam turns it around at 10,000 gold behind. And they find the victory in game 2.
It was the inevitable with the lineup that they had. Twisted Minds played it to their condition. It was just unfortunate that Onic found their time.
Ooh, hey, shout out.
Is that Ben
That's Ben Things.
It's Kyrie.
It's Kyrie.
Oh, no, Kyrie's blonde now.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, yeah, so that is Ben.
That is
confirmed. And his beloved wife.
Confirmed Ben Things. What a game too, man. Honestly, like let's be real here. It's not often that you see teams come back whatever league you're watching, from 10,000 gold, man. I mean, like that, the amount of, we have to be reality here, in your own games too, the amount of discipline that takes and being able to stay calm and collected, 10,000 gold behind and turn it around is crazy.
Can win as bad as 1088, 11K. That is the peak of Twisted Mind's lead. Whew. That Onic worked their darndest to get back from.
And for our MVP here for Game 2, of course, it's going to be none other than Kelra. I was wondering about the carry, man, and dang did he show up in the last portion of that game, especially when he locked these in. It was the big change was the DHS and then the Malefic Gun, and of course, like the Sea Halberd there at the end too. Yeah. But you got to remember, when he only had the 2 items, he wasn't even able to burst down a Hylos from Escalera. Yeah. So a huge game changer once he finally got the items locked in.
Yeah, and I like how Onic Philippines drafted for this carry. They showed the carry first, but then, or excuse me, the Sicilian came in earlier on, so they had the room to pick this carry because for marksmen or gold laners such as that, the Sicilian does so much for them, and you can see it in the sequences where Onic started to turn the team fight around. Twisted Minds also became the unfortunate targets of late game implosions coming in the big time for Brusco, the Sanguine Claws for Super Friends. Again, things just started to align very well for Twisted, or excuse me, for Onic Philippines, that Twisted were just caught off guard.
Yeah, again, we're looking at this. I mean, this is the Maniac here. It's sometimes when you watch Onic Philippines too, you're wondering, like, you know, is it all part of the plan? For example, was King Kong Khan out there, or was he just planning for them to go ahead and collapse down on him?
You know what? Something tells me the risk is part of the execution.
Yeah.
A lot of times, and you saw in the earlier clips, it seemed like Onic were disjointed. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Those are the times where it didn't work out. But when it does work out, it's exactly what King Kong did. So, again, no rewards, no risk.
No risk, yeah.
So, fortune favors the bold, man.
It does. I mean, you got to remember, too, they had what? They had zeros across the board in terms of turrets and everything else for the majority of that game. And for that to just happen in those last couple minutes, basically, speaks volumes for, again, why Onic Philippines are the defending world champions, current champions of MPL Philippines. But, yes, they have struggled through the season. But then they have these moments from a game where you're like, man, this is one of the teams that just turned down a massive deficit to a win. I mean, they still have to go and win Game 3, but what a game.
Which is, again, the nature of the beast, and I'm not talking about King Kong. Their draft is very late game centric.
Yeah.
Their draft has to put gold and XP on both a Sicilian and a carry. So I was not expecting anything from them past, before the 12, 13 minute mark.
Yeah, I reckon Onic Philippines after the draft, hopefully we can confirm that maybe with media interviews at the end of the day, that Coach Coach Hayes were telling the boys, guys, this could be a long one. We're going to be playing from the back here. And we mentioned it at the end of the draft. Twisted Minds will play fast. They want to play fast because Onic Philippines can afford to be counter-punchy here.
Buckle in.
Yeah, buckle up. They can afford to just wait it out and find the right time, which, again, unfortunate for Twisted Minds that they just could not end the game. That sequence in the bottom where Brusco got 3 with Implosion was when things started falling apart for Twisted.
Yep, and we've got, once again, for our BPI Rich guy, it's going to be Kelra here on that carry. Took him a little bit longer, and there's a reason why carry isn't picked up often. I mean, the gold lane is really kind of narrow right now with the heroes that come up, but you know, when we have seen the carry, it really comes online later towards the game, especially with the Sicilian there. So this is a whole ton of gold, man. He's had so much time to farm up too, just that total nearly the 18,000 mark here. But just look how much he was able to get throughout the game.
This is mainly because he didn't die at all. Save once. He traded out once for outplayed, and then never again. I think that's also another reason why the MVP nod was given to Kelra, is because he knows Twisted Minds was gunning for him. It's a very subtle part of the game, this 23-minute story of Kelra trying to not die.
Yeah. Personally, I'd like to tip my hat. I don't have one. Off to Brusco. Again, those late game implosions coming in big, even Sacred Hammers. He eventually turned things around and said, you know what? I need to conserve everything I have for MP the King's entry to make sure that Kelra and Super Friends are safe. And shout out to Brusco. He did a terrific job.
Genius sequence. Again, most Tigreals would play it brain dead of, for sure, entry with the Sacred Hammer, knock him up implosion.
Yeah.
He went flicker, implosion, Sacred Hammer to finish the job.
Yeah. There was a lot of instances in the early game, too, where it was like, did Brusco mean to do that? That one specific moment when they went for Escalera, you know, but definitely just had some amazing plays towards the end there. So this is once again why you can never count out the Super Fam from Onic Philippines. Now, before we move on to Game 3, we're going to have another all-access segment. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our hosts.
Thanks again to our casters. Buhay ba ang Super Family? You see them, all spirits are up dahil 1-1 na ang serye natin ngayon between Twisted Minds and Onic PH. Kasama natin ngayon, walang iba, kundi ang Hall of Legends inductee na si Raflesia at ang pinakagwapong. Ayun, nagpalit na. Kala na naman namin si Kyrie Bentings. Kamusta? Kamusta? Ano ba mga pinagagawa nyo ngayon lately?
Ayun, okay lang. Recently, we've been sa events sa 4 Golden Month.
Ayun, pumunta kami sa school. Namigay kami ng mga bags, mga notebook.
Nice.
okay.
Mamaya, Hans, makikita natin yung mga pictures from their activities sa Golden Month.
Yeah.
Pero aside from the Golden Month activities at sa pagbibisita sa mga school, alam ko on-ground restreamer din kayo dito sa MPL Arena. So, tapos na yung 2 games, no? Kamusta naman ang pagiging on-ground streamer, Raflesia?
Ayun, sobrang hype kasi nakikita ko yung reaction ng players, naririnig ko yung mga sigawan nila, tsaka yung pagiging focus nila doon sa game.
Tama.
I see.
Kakaiba pag nandito.
Ikaw, Ben, inabutan mo ba yung
Late na. Sayang.
Late na,
Oo.
pero inabutan mo yung Game 2.
Game 2. Swerte ako kasi lamang na yung Twisted Mind eh. Nanalo pa nung dumating ako.
Oo nga, hindi mo nakita. Pero at least, umabot ka para sa Game 3. I'm sure everybody else is looking forward to this. Now let's talk about something that's out of the game. Let's talk about your top roamers. Para ba sa inyo, sino ang top roamer of the season? So far, kahit nakaka-4 na linggo pa lang tayo.
Siguro si Rene J.
Rene J. Okay, kindly explain why?
May utility. Yung huling gamit niya, S-Test. Tapos, ang dami hero pool niya. Nag-aayilos na din siya kahit nakakatamad. Yun, ang dami niyang hero. Tapos, yun.
Okay.
So, Rene J.
Rene J, para
Rene
kay
J.
Bentings.
What about Raflesia? Top roamer mo?
Si Rene J din. Kasi nakita ko na
okay.
yung improvements niya eh. Tsaka magaling din siya sumayaw. So yun.
Yun eh.
Kasama
Yung
na sa
sayaw.
basis yun. Kasama na sa basis.
Yun talaga yung pinatinutukan ko yung pagsayaw.
Okay. Sige.
Pero ito, Hans, gusto ko malaman. Which team are you rooting for?
Oy,
Unahin natin.
Kailangan
Pwede bang
oo.
tanungin yun?
Pwedeng itanong.
Oo.
Kailangan lumabas ni Mang Kepweng. Raflesia, kailangan lumabas si Mang Kepweng. Okay, talikod ka muna. Bigyan mo kami. In 3, 2, 1.
Para sa akin, ang nararamdaman ko ngayong season is sa form ng teams, siguro ang pupusuan ko yung Liquid PH.
Yung series muna na to, Mang Kepweng. Yung series
Sorry.
muna.
Sa series na to, feeling ko Onic na to.
Onic na
Kasi
to.
Parang first
Okay,
game,
Onic na to.
yung first game parang ginawa nila ng check ping eh. Parang nag-warm up sila. So
Okay.
medyo nagising-gising na sila ngayon and tingin ko moment na nila to.
So tuloy-tuloy na to sa Game 3. Tingnan natin. What about you, Bentings?
Bawal ako mag-Twisted Mind. Nasa likod ko yung mga Onic.
Delikado.
Oo, delikado tayo ito. Pero
Papanatan
hindi,
ka
Onic
ba?
din ako. Momentum base eh. Tsaka si King Kong, ang gwapo.
Okay.
Sa sayaw at kagwapuhan pala,
Sige,
Hans.
magtitiwala tayo sa kagwapuhan nyo. Pero speaking of which, di ba napakita nyo yung kagwapuhan nyo dun sa Golden Month? Dun sa mga activities na parang ginawa nyo. Ano ba yung meron tayo as we showcase some of the photos na ipapakita namin sa inyo ngayon? Bentings, talk us through it. Ano ba yung mga ginawa nyo during that time?
Ako yun
Oo, let's look at the pictures on the screen here. Anong nangyayari dyan, Ben? Things.
Ayun, may mga meet and greet kami sa school sa St. Peregrine. Namigay kami ng libro, notebook yun. Tapos mga bag, ayan, tapos picturean. Ayan.
Diamonds, mga ganun, mga freebies.
Nag-5v5 din kami doon, masaya.
Okay.
May games din.
How does it feel like going with students na nakakasama niyo sila? Kasi, di ba, most of the time, hindi natin sila nakakasama dito sa MPL Arena. Anong pakiramdam na tayo naman yung nagpunta doon, representing the MLBB Golden Month?
Ako nakakatuwa. Natutuwa ako para sa kanila. Kasi pangarap ko dati yun yung parang makilala yung esports sa school. Pero ngayon na ano na siya, nadidiscover na. May mga ano na rin tayo, na tournament sa school.
I'm sure the students were so happy then kasi diba the legends were with them. Imagine Ben Things and Raflisha.
Si Kyrie, kasi sabi ni Hate si Kyrie daw eh.
Si
Yung mga
Kyrie,
sumisigaw eh.
narinig ko yun galing sa kampo ng
Diba?
Onic.
Ano naman ang feeling mo? I wanna know your thoughts as well with that Golden Month.
Nakita ko yung excitement ng mga students. Kasi same before sa akin, student ako. Sobrang excited ako pag may mga ganong event. Nakita ko sa nila na sobrang saya nila nung nagkaroon ng mga bisita ng mga former players, gano'n. So, nakita ko na hype talaga yung mga students.
And again, they are so happy na kasama nila kayo doon. And masaya rin kami na nandito kayo. So, for everybody's information, si Raflisha ang match 1 on-ground streamer. Tapos makikita nyo si Bentings mamaya. So, Bentings, upo ka na doon.
Kita-kits tayo mamaya. Falcon Bren.
Oo, Falcon tsaka Aurora. Yan,
Yes.
Falcon tsaka Aurora.
Sabi na eh.
Sabi na eh. Di ba? Nakuha mo na. Nakuha mo na. But at the same time, yung binabanggit nyo kanina na the best roamer ay makikita nyo rin bukas because you can catch Rene J as our MLBB Golden Month live streamer at may chance pa kayo na makakuha ng napakaraming exciting prizes. So, tutok lang kayo doon at huwag nyo i-miss out. Again, Raflisha, Bentings, maraming salamat in behalf of me and Jamie. I'm sure everybody's ready for Game 3. Handa na ba ang lahat para sa Game number 3? All is alive and well. Balik na tayo sa ating mga casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and great to have Jamie there as well. Raflisha and Ben Things, or sorry, Kyrie, but he did change his hair.
You got it right.
Ben Things, yeah. It is Ben Things because he changed his hair.
Yeah.
You know, he'll be restreaming later on as well. So if you guys do follow Ben Things, you can check it out later. I'm sure he'll be live over on his pages. Now, going back to it, Game 3 upon us. I personally predicted a 2-1 here solely because Chantel's over there. Like that's literally it.
I do not count for who's on board. Like Mang Kepwing, I have a clairvoyant side to me, and I said 2-1 Onic in the forecast. I don't know how true that is though.
What did you say, Ronmar?
I don't remember it anymore. I say a lot of things.
Well,
I think it was 2-1 in favor for Onic.
2-1 favor for Onic?
Yeah.
I know mine was 2-1 favor for Onic, so I don't know. We'll see. Blue side is going to be Twisted Minds, so Twisted Minds will go ahead and prioritize the blue side.
Strong
We're going to have Onic Philippines on the red. I'm wondering if bans will change at all how the previous games have gone, but maybe the Phobius is going to be up for grabs unless it's banned out here. Let's see.
My kiss
It doesn't look
grants
like it.
you
It's
immortality
still, okay.
or
So
death.
Phobius is open, but what's the priority here? Is it still Suyo? Blueyo?
Or Bluvius.
Bluvius?
The immortal one chose me
It's
to
Bluyo.
vanquish the shadows that
So do they
plague
take it on the swing?
Please pick a Phobius. Onic, rush
Harith Phobius, because if you don't, they take the Gatakacha.
Is there Onic, is there Gatot Prio on the red side?
Okay, Redmar, Joseph, what
Yes. What if?
What if they fix their damage profile and don't hard commit on magic?
Just no more Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Because it was so easy for James to like shut down everything Onic was doing in game 1, you know? Like, rated armor, I'm done.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but you have to joy here, right? So the only thing they'll... Because this is just looking like it's going to be the draft.
Whoa.
Oh! Okay, they'll go alpha even without a Matilda.
About 8-9 months ago, in this very hall, Coach Why Not debuted the alpha, and to my chagrin, I could not believe that this worked. And I talked to him after that match. I said, Coach, what the hell is behind the alpha? He's like, it's a good matchup against the alpha, against the Phobius.
Yeah.
So,
protect lives.
The alpha EXP lane. is
This
what you're talking
also
about,
fixes the damage profile. That was the issue.
it's true.
Yeah.
It's not physical, it's true.
It's true.
So, I don't know.
Let's hear from the crowd.
Maybe it's
Make
the power of
some noise
the
for yours truly.
new skin that came out too. maybe we'll get to see it in play here.
Y'all think it's gonna go into the hands of Kirk?
No.
Is there a world where that happens?
It shouldn't go into the hands of Kirk, right?
Right.
Right? It shouldn't. Unless Onic are setting up for potentially playing a Hayabusa.
Who got nerfed, by the way.
Yeah.
Didn't we see a Hayabusa win yesterday though? I think we.
Yeah, but
I'm trying to remember. I know it was nerfed, but I think
it's not as bad a nerf.
Not as could still work. Might see that flexed. Last couple bans out here for both sides. Still gonna go focus. Finally taking out the Sicilian.
See, they're answering everything that happened in game 1.
Yeah.
But I don't know if the alpha is the right call, especially in slot 3 here. This early on, like first phase.
I like the successful ban.
Yeah. Those two in red, those two last ones, yeah?
Although I thought
for the
Onic would
ultimate
consider
answer.
putting the Sicilian 4th pick so they can pair it up with the Harith, and that makes things so much easier for the Alpha actually if ever it was going to go into the jungle.
I would say they just go Farsa. I feel like Super Prince, you know, he's been having a series too where he's just like, man, I just want to play one of my signatures that I'm able to do the most damage on, especially early on. So this is already pretty good distribution of damage, especially with these first 4 picks for Onic Philippines. Now, Twisted Minds, what are they going to pick up for that roam and the mid?
What does the Magician play? How does Jomi drive Twisted Minds to a winning position like he did with the high loss in game 1?
I thought they can go dive.
With this?
Roam, what
is
the
this
heck?
a roam?
Yeah, it has to be, right?
The first Guinevere of season 15, wow!
Hey, we know someone's happy out there.
Good friend of ours, Ray Ash, is wilding right now.
He is.
As a snowflake
And this is going to be the Aurora.
as timeless
Okay.
as a glacier's heart.
Last pick is going to be Glue.
Massive swerve by Twisted Minds in the last 2 picks on blue, but Onic PH, I like these last 3 picks. I like the Alpha, and then the Farsa again, just give Super Prince something to do. That'll for sure impact the game.
Yeah.
And then just let Kirk play a hero that does one thing good.
Yeah.
Just take off the pressure from his shoulders, man.
Yeah. Takes off the pressure from King Kong to frontline or show himself. Literally, Brusco and Kirk can just dive and hold the front, and the Alpha can just focus on the objectives here. That's what we might see. I'm liking the draft of Onic here a little bit better. They just need to iron out their timings. Number 1, yeah, you have the glue on your side, but make sure that the Phoveus doesn't run rampant against you in the first 2 turtles of the game.
Yep.
Number 2, just clean up your execution so you don't get punished by a Glacier coming from the Aurora.
We'll see if the adjustments are going to be made either on either side here. Onic Philippines, a little bit of different draft and solving the issues from game 1. And now for Twisted Minds, will this one, even the debut pick for the Guinevere, be enough to win a series against Onic Philippines as we jump into game number 3?
Woo! Look at that Revenant of Roses skin on the Alpha, man.
Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Yep.
I just say, hey, it's a legend.
Yeah, I told Naisu reminded me a lot of another popular video game character.
Well, I'm going to be happy to see it this time around. You know, with this too, I want to see how this Aurora is going to fit into this equation. I feel like even for Escalera, this is a very different game than the previous 2 ones he played.
Yeah.
Because of the Guinevere.
Yeah. Haji still ended up getting the Little Wanderer
He
there.
finessed it.
Yeah. There's a quick use. Let's see. It's going to be the you pull yourself together. So the more assists that Escalera can get, the quicker he'll be able to access his flicker. And whatever item effect that he's going to be going, I believe that was the... Okay, conceal. He can get conceals much quicker.
Yeah, stacks up to 20%.
Yep.
Starts at 12 and then grows up even longer. MP the King here, compromised by Kirk. In comes Escalera. Jump in all of them, and Onic just retreats. Now James Phoveus Gloria stopping Onic's push.
Okay, so still they were deep in the jungle this early on. Nothing will convert of it though, and now
Oh, Kelra! Close.
Super close on that one. We've been seeing a lot of this in the side lanes, you know, XP and Gold, where they just break out in the 1v1s, but they will go ahead and force back. The turtle is up now though, still waiting for some of these level 4s. Little jump on in from Escalera, but right now King Kong should be able to just go ahead and grab this, it looks like.
Yep, look at MP the King going for the flank. Not spotted just yet. Brusco looking for the taunt. Finds the Dauntless, and that is going to be a secure here. James with the steal from out of nowhere, taking down King Kong too. And it looks like there's nothing on the clapback by Onic. Super Prince wings by wings away. And James throwing up that emote available now in the shop. Happy with what they got away with.
This is what we were talking about for Onic Philippines, and the two conditions that we told them they should meet were not met. They didn't watch out for the friggin' Glacier, and they let James just jump all over them for that first turtle. They can't allow that to happen again for the second. If they do, then that means Twisted Minds might snowball.
Yeah, right this. They're going to have to rely, go ahead and help King Kong secure his orange. You can already see MP the King was over at the purple and just took it. So this might be a little bit troublesome, you know, for Onic Philippines to respond to. Carol tops the Zaman Force.
Yep, forcing MP the King back down to a third of his health. Again, all this aggression from Onic not leading to much is going to be problematic.
All right.
Oop. Space escape here. The thump by Escalera. Brusco gets caught by some poke.
Good control around the mid. The Twisted Minds are willing to poke out Brusco every time they see him.
Yeah.
One of the keys to victory that we mentioned earlier, they need to make sure that Brusco and Super Prince are uncomfortable with their rotations, and so far they have been checking that. So I did mention that I'll prefer the lineup of Onic Philippines to go into this one, but so far Twisted Minds have been playing it a little bit better. A little bit more disciplined and sharper compared to the Super Fam.
Yeah, at that point too, it's more so, again, what is the kind of win condition here for Onic Philippines with this lineup that they have? You know, we saw that the previous game, they had to wait till the late game, you know, 15 minutes plus. But this one, it should come online a little bit faster, especially since you have a Farsa on your favor. But it just seems like you mentioned, the aggression isn't playing a part.
Kelra here, struggling the lane against Outplayed. Which is explaining why Outplayed was able to rotate much faster on that first turtle. Now, second turtle up. Twisted Minds wailing away. The jump in. James confirms it. Super Prince with one magic bomb plus a combo by James and another Glacier. Brusco does not get the AOG. 2 kills for the Ultimate Fighter. Double knockout. Now Hajizi has Kirk on him. Might not be able to finish the job. The KDA machine will not get away as the turtle still stands. That's a secure here for Twisted.
Oh, Escalera. Okay, he's not going to be able to get Kelra, but man, the setup there with James and Escalera, that was perfect.
I mean, the Dark Wave does count as a mini knockup, and that helps set up for the Guinevere.
Yeah.
So, new combo unlocked, I guess. Phoebus and Guinevere together, they were so focused on just diving onto Super Prince, and that was the right call.
Man, right now, too. With that, I'm so surprised just how much of an advantage Twisted Minds is able to go ahead and grab this early on. And it's the same thing. James was 3-0 before. I mean, we're going to take a look at the replay here in just a second. We'll see what we're talking about with the Dark Wave. Look at the setup right there with the Spatial Migration and Violent Requiem. And then the Glacier, too.
Yeah, he didn't even need the migration. Since the knockup, he played out of the knock. Wait, Kelra!
Down bottom, Kelra, 3v1! Kelra pushes back the rest of Twisted. And the gold standard survives. I can't say the same for that tier 1 in bot.
Okay, be careful. Outplayed. He's going to look for an angle.
That's Sonata off by about 3.5 inches.
Okay. Close call there. Good news for Onic Philippines that Kelra was able to survive that as long as he did. But yeah, again, Escalera first went in migration, flicker, and it was sidestep. He actually missed that. But he played off of the knockup from the Dark Wave, and since they were knocked up, he just used his ultimate right away with the Violet Requiem, continuing that whole knockup thing that Guinevere has it with her passive.
So the new Wombo combo.
Disgusting. That was what? A net 4.5 seconds in the air?
Yeah. Now people know what to bring into their next ranked games.
It's basically forever in MLBB time, you know?
That's true. That's just about as bad as yesterday's toss-up into an Earth Shatter and then an arrow. So that's a whole lot of not being able to play. Now, still, it's Twisted Minds with a good lead, 2,000 ahead. They've got 2 turtles. They're most likely going to be able to control this one, too, as they get ready to take the 3rd and last turtle of the game. Onic Philippines is actually posting up again, though. James will jump in with the Infernal Pursuit.
That's 3 members of Onic bearing down on the Ultimate Fighter, and Super Prince struggling to hold his ground. AOG spent by Brusco already, and that's another turtle scored. safe with Twisted. And just like that, Onic are scrambling.
James is an absolute menace with this Phobius. Super Prince can't get into position, and it's ruining the team fighting formation of Onic Philippines. They're forced to respond to the Phobius, and they can't contest objectives.
Yeah, almost feels like this one might come in the hands of a late game again, you know, especially for Calra to get online. Super Prince hasn't been able to get the positioning like you mentioned, Renmar, and, well, 1v1.
All right, King Kong versus MP up top. MP looking for the engagement. In comes James, the ultimate fighter. Suddenly it's a 2v1. King Kong saying, hey, that's not fair. I thought we were going mano-a-mano. And the beast gets slain.
He chose that fight.
In mid though, Escalera tries to find Super Prince. Kelra to the rescue. And that is going to be a trade. 1-for-1. Can this turret stand? The Zaman Force fades away. So does the wave. Twisted Minds unable to push just yet.
Yeah, can't push just yet. They do still hold on to that top tier 1 turret, but King Kong's gonna not only lose his life, but lose the orange too.
Grand Theft Orange.
Not able to get the buff. His purple's up, but now it looks like Twisted Minds wants to take this mid tier 1 turret. They'll go elsewhere here. So still maintaining that lead, building up the gold lead as well a little bit more.
Jump. Oh, Brusco finds the tail end of the model on Aurora, and Kelra takes down Hajizi. Clean pickoff for Onic.
Good read and account by Onic Philippines and Brusco. I was thinking that Hajizi still had his flicker, but it was still 26 seconds before it would come back. So that play was started off of Onic Philippines checking the battle spell of that Aurora. Looks like they called it at some point, and Brusco still had the timer in mind and said, you know what, he doesn't have flicker, I'm going to go ahead and jump this.
Yeah, and now in this game 3, it's actually King Kong, you know, 2-3 levels behind MP the King, so it's him trying to catch up, but he's going to go ahead and start up the Lord here. This first Lord game is now up. Brusco doesn't have the Avatar of the Guardian just yet, the ultimate, so he might go ahead. They'll try to delay this to see if they can make a play. He does hold on to the Revitalize.
Oh, man.
Everybody's got everything they need, but it's going to go for the reset.
Yeah. 3-level gap. Oh, Eska!
In comes Escalera, finds one. The response, mid-air strike from Super Prince. King Kong has fallen. Kelra takes that outplayed. And the gold standard, the god in the gold lane, the Filipino savage, might walk away with a triple here. James gets rid down on by Kirk. MP the King will not survive that engagement. Kelra gets 3. Can he find more? Kirk looking to stop him, slow him down. The ultimate fighter and the KDA machine back off, the only survivors.
The guts on Kelra to say, sorry King, you got caught, but let me do something about that. He used the Zaman Force on the backup of Twisted Minds, immediately going for outplayed and Hajizi, breaking Twisted Minds' tempo and formation in that fight. And I doubt that Twisted Minds were ready for Kelra to be that aggressive in that sequence.
Yeah, and again, it's them working through that KK connection. They bring it forward, and what that team fight did is it evened things out. So no more is that 3K gold lead that Twisted Minds was holding on, and now it's an even game. They can go ahead and get in position for this Lord to set it up. But Twisted Minds, you know, after that loss in that mid, which again, they started. It was Escalera that jumped in for that. So they'll have to kind of think twice now, especially now that Kelra's online.
I can hear the 808s, the beats building up. The Lord dances upon us. King Kong and James first to the scene. Watch where Kelra is. Of all the members of Onic, he's the only one who doesn't really need a favorable position. Lord at half health. Look at this push down bottom. James gets caught out. Kirk looking in. Escalera with a jump. Super Prince with a feathered airstrike. Revitalize comes in. Escalera down. Lord still standing. James gets taken down by Kelra. Down goes one more. 2 for another country. Down goes MP. The Lord here all for Onyx taken. 3 for none. Onic wins that one.
Onic just got everything, and even the delay there on securing the Lord. King Kong spots out MP, blatantly alphas him, and then they kill him before they take the Lord.
Onic Philippines had to force a comeback, and they found it yet again. Twisted Minds in the one major sequence that they couldn't get Super Prince and mess up his positioning and timing. That's the one they lose. Even though they responded very well, the combo of Escalera and Hajizi together, They just could not stand the feathered airstrike that Super Friends was hitting down on them from afar. And now with the Lord marching up top, this could actually be a win for the fam.
Feathered airstrike by Super Friends. Kirk gets squished here. That's a kill for Twisted. A man down for Onic. That's going to slow down the siege.
Slowing down the siege. It's one turret down. And Onic Philippines will go ahead and call off the base siege. They'll take the rest of the jungle if they can. And now they got themselves a good lead, 5K up. But it looks like that's all they're gonna get. They're gonna go ahead and get back in position for this. So Twisted Minds, taking a look at the items here. How are things coming into place at almost 13 minutes in?
This is the gold laner's Caldera already almost full built, still waiting for the 4th core item for Outplayed's Granger, while for the mid lane a significant lead actually for Super Friends. 3 core items up to a Truncheon and only up to a Bloodwing, so the 2nd item there for Hajizi after going for the glowing wand first. So yeah, Onic Philippines have the lead in damage.
They definitely do, and you're seeing it because the beginning of the game, Super Friends couldn't play, man. You know, he was dealing with just James everywhere. But look at this, taking control of the purple. They'll go ahead and take it now. MP the King does not have that, so the pendulum has basically shifted now completely for Onic Philippines at this point in the game, and it's Twisted Minds working from the back foot. They'll get what they can, but this is ultimately going to lead into the next Lord here in about a minute.
Yeah, with Kirk building up finally an Athena shield, he should be able to sustain team fights longer, while James opted to go for the Winter Crown, actually. Interesting choice, but I think he's going to be playing off of the capability to buy time a little bit so that he could reset his enhanced basic attack and even force out dodges, waiting for those dashes from Onic.
That and Onic is very ult reliant.
Yeah.
As soon as the Zaman Force fades, as soon as the salvos from the feathered airstrike drops, maybe then, you know, James Phobius can come through. That's why the Winter Truncheon crown was built here this early. What is that? Item 3, item 4?
Item 3 for James.
High prio. So again, it's clear, ladies and gentlemen, in Twisted Minds Rise, James is a significant role player. Like, they rely on James so much.
He has been the whole series. You know, he's been fantastic up to this point.
He is them.
He is them. Because even at the beginning of this game, that's why Twisted Minds were in control, because of this Phobius. And so we'll have to see the utilization of the Winner's Crown in the fight. So Lord is going to be started up. I expect Onic Philippines to take this a little bit slow too, so they can get that position advantage because they are so ultimate based. Escalera picks up an Athena's shield before this fight breaks out. That might be able to help them withstand some of that just onslaught with the magic burst from Super Friends. So we're at half health on the Lord now. Hajizi goes back mid, he's got to clear that top wave. They're going to get information here.
They force it.
They might force this.
The beat's building up. It looks like Onic has decided to blast the Lord, and they're looking for an engagement. Escalera with a concealed. Kirk has a beat on him. James can't jump in. That's it. 2nd Lord for Onic.
Textbook. Onic were playing our AOG forces the flicker out. Yeah, Onic Philippines were looking at their minion waves up top and in the mid. The moment it was crashing into the base of Twisted Minds, they said it's go time. Good zone out by Kirk, Prince, and Brusco to make sure that Onic will get that Lord without a problem. And this is going to be a difficult defense for Twisted Minds. But maybe that Winter Crown will come in big for James to set something up for the Minds.
Hey, if Onic Philippines did in the previous game, game 2, you can't count out Twisted Minds. Even with a lineup like this, they're built to be able to pull up a great setup with that wombo combo we've been talking about. So Lord will slowly make its way now on the top side. That turret's gone. Conceal's going to be used here on the bottom side. Base work done. Turret's going to go down. Bottom, mid as well. Here they go.
Preemptive ult by Super Friends. Mid gets pushed in. Bottom lane as well. And the collapse by Onic. Down goes Escalera. Kelra dashing around. Salmon Force gets dropped. AOG into the backline by Brusco. And game 3 in the series go to the Super Fam.
The Super Fam will come through to win the series 2-1 against Twisted Minds.
They had to crawl through a lot, but eventually they make it out alive. Twisted Minds look damn good in this series, but Onic Philippines still got the better of them.
Looks like they're, again, they've been slowly building up here. And, I mean, you can even see with Onic Philippines, it feels like sometimes they're trying to make that adjustment on the fly, even amongst themselves, you know. Of course, they're going to go ahead and give the high fives here to Twisted Minds. It was a hard-fought series, though.
Prior, nigh unbeatable. Prior, immortal. I could swear I heard Onic go, phew, we got away with it.
Yeah. A huge sigh of relief. But Twisted Minds, even though they didn't get the win here, I feel like this game from them was like a warning shot to the rest of the league. Like, look out for us. It isn't all just about cheese strats. It isn't all just about healers. We can play the game like how you guys have been playing with it.
This is like play standard.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of what it seemed like. And they played a hell of a series, man. And you got to remember, too, yes, Onic Philippines has struggled throughout the regular season, but they are still the team that won Worlds. They're still the team that won the last season's MPL Philippines. And this is just showcasing how, again, how highly competitive this season is right now with all the teams here. So, again, great job there. We're going to throw it over on stage with the host and Onic Philippines.
On their third match winning streak, your winners, Onic Philippines! Gentlemen, congratulations. Pangatlong sunod na to. And you still won it even though it's 3 games, right?
You know, Hans, we started off this day saying, nakikita talaga natin na nagsisimula na ang streak ng Onic Philippines muli. King Kong, give us an insight naman. You're ending the 4th week with a win, with a streak. So, ano yung pinag-uusapan nyo sa bootcamp nyo para lalong gumanda ang laro nyo this week and in the coming weeks?
Ang sinasabi lagi sa amin ni Coach Tony na everyday, laging pwede kaming may matutunan ganon or everyday dapat may mag-improve sa amin.
Galing. Everyday, laging may natututunan.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, yung pagbawi nyo for this one, right? This moment, nagawa nyo siya kasi nagkaroon kayo ng win streak na dire-diretso. Paano ba nangyari yun? What was the mindset moving forward? Kasi nagkaroon kayo ng losing streak and then afterwards, may win streak. Ano ba yung naging importanteng improvement na kailangan nyong gawin aside dun sa mga learnings na nakuha nyo na?
Mga importanteng na-improve namin, siguro yung connection namin, mas na-improve namin lalo. Tapos sa pagkatalo namin siguro, realization sa mga pagkukulang namin sa team, yun.
You know, you're talking this time about some of those losses. So tatanungin ko naman si Kelra. Kelra, you hear them, right? Nandito pa rin sila at sumusuporta pa rin sa'yo. I wanna know, honestly, ngayon na tapos na yung first half ng Onic Philippines, sinong team ang gusto mong makaharap for the second time at gusto mong bawian?
Sa amin, para sa akin, lahat gusto namin bawian, lahat.
Lahat?
Kahit lahat talaga.
Wow.
Okay. What do you think is missing? Yun na lang. Kung gusto nyo na bawian lahat, ano sa tingin mo yung dapat i-expect ng fans na hindi nyo nagawa nung first round pero makikita natin the second round?
Siguro yung... Ano ba?
Ano bang pabaon nyo, Kelra?
Oo nga, Coach. Ano bang pabaon?
That we can expect from you guys. Coach, assist naman dyan.
Yung pagiging family.
Pagiging family. We
Pagiging
keep it that short. You know what, Coach? You can... sige, do you want to say something else?
Pagmamahalan.
Pagmamahalan at pagiging family. Okay, I like that. Coach, why not? You can keep that mic because I'm gonna ask you the question this time. All right? From the scale of 1 to 10, kasi nagkaroon tayo ng recent patch, right? How comfortable is this squad already with the patch that we've had?
Siguro pagpalagay natin mga 7. Kasi kumaga, yun nga every week, every day pwedeng mag-iba pwede mag-change So, it's up to us para mabasa yon on a daily basis kasi dahil mo nakakalaro dahil mo nakaka-scream. So, it's still a work in progress. So, let's see this week.
Let's see this week. And next week, no? So 7 out of 10, Coach. Talagang nagbabago every day, Coach? Kung kay Kiara lahat gusto niyang bawian, Coach, what about you? Aling team yung gusto mong makaharap in the coming weeks?
Same kami lahat
Lahat talaga?
Oo. Kumbaga, nagbabaga yung gigil So lahat gusto namin
Well, we're gonna be expecting more of that para sa darating na second half. But as of this moment, here are your winners, Onic Philippines! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. The Super Fam with their third straight win. You may now take your bow. Onic Philippines, it was a pretty intense game number 2 na dala ni Kelra, and then afterwards, it was them taking over the series.
You know what, Hans? I have to admit, I really didn't know who would win that match. Both of them really showed their best during that matchup. And tell you what, Twisted Minds put up a really good fight.
For sure, but it is Onic Philippines that have lasted and outlasted the Minds, and as of this moment, have a win streak of their own. Ano masasabi ng ating mga casters? Balik sa inyo.
I'll tell you what we have to say. TWIS what?
No. We say
What?
family.
Oh, so you guys are now family.
No, yeah. Because they won.
Well, they did win. Family. Well, again, great to hear from Onic Philippines there on their victory against Twisted Minds. And it's crazy. Once again, Twisted Minds, they have vastly improved, I would say. It took them a month, like we mentioned over here on the desk, but they got it done now for Onic Philippines. Still building on the momentum. This is our MVP, Kelra, for Game 3, 7-0-4. Did not die on this Harith pick. And it was a performance that you would expect, obviously, from Kelra, but it was really built around the team and the composition that they had here in Game 3.
Yeah, it was a big turnaround moment. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see that in the highlights, where Escalera was able to catch off King Kong very well with a flicker spatial migration. Yet Kelra decided to commit the Zaman Force straight into the response team of Twisted Minds then, which was outplayed and had Jeezy. But let's look back at what Twisted Minds were doing right in this game. They were pressuring the right points. This was also one of the beginnings of the turnaround for Onic Philippines, with Keller being able to hold. But Twisted Minds were playing around the high pick-off style of the Guinevere very well. MP the King was rotating on. Of course, James doing James things as the Phobius. But when this happened, this is where things started to fall apart for Twisted Minds, and Onic Philippines got to ready themselves a little bit better. Again, Twisted Minds were stopping Super Friends from being able to position well and laying down the feathered airstrike, a big component of the team fighting of Onic Philippines. So, when Super Friends found this perfect angle to bring down his feathered airstrike at the Twisted Minds engagement, that is when things really started to get terrible for Twisted, as Onic Philippines would just continue their momentum, continue playing aggressive, and they did not let go.
Yeah, even with this little bit quicker game here this time around too, but you know, from up to that point where it was where things started falling apart for Twisted Minds, it was just showcasing that Onic Philippines, they got things together. I mean, even watching them, it's kind of weird when you are, let's say some of our viewers, our international viewers out there, used to watching them maybe back in M6 and how things look so clean. Yes, they got the victory here in the series, but I feel like it's not the clean gaming that we're seeing from Onic Philippines in the past. There's obviously some struggles there going on.
From where I'm standing, it just looks like the Super Fam can rebuild and be better and more super than ever.
Like King Kong said, you know, just keep every match, every day, we have something to learn.
And how perfect it came from him, because you know what? I am an advocate of the beast, all right? Maybe number 1, but I know for sure that he himself has a lot to work on in Season 15.
Yeah, maybe it was also just the shift in meta, you know, and maybe also just the fact that it just feels like all these teams are ready to just take on. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if you were a world champ. Doesn't matter if you were, you know, runners up or anything like that. It's like everybody is just playing their hearts out every single game.
Yeah, the rest of the world, after seeing what Team Liquid and Onic Philippines got to do on the global stage, what Onic Indonesia even got to show up and do in SBS, or Onic Esports rather, it's everyone has improved their macro, has greatly improved their micro team fighting, their decision making, that the things that Onic Philippines did best, trading across the map, trading kills, sacrifice so you can get an even bigger win, does not come easy for them anymore. And because of the tendencies that Onic PH showed very well in their span of success ever since September, October of last year up until before MPL Philippines started, teams just said, you know what, we're never going to let you position. We're going to do our best to throw you off guard. We see Kirk or Busco, we blow them up. We know Super Prince is so important to your lineup, we make it hard for him to position.
which makes this victory by Onic all the more glorious. Because Kelra still played like the gold standard in the Filipino Savage that we know him as. Super Friends, despite James jumping on him for what, 80% of the early game, still found a way to, what was he doing in the 10-minute mark? Like, oh, look at me, wings by wingsing in front of Twisted Minds with a Purify on deck. So they still found a way to get into that position where they were 6 months ago.
Yeah, and that's why I don't know, I'm excited to see the second half of the regular season. I feel like, you know, this whole past 4 weeks has really been a showcase. We'll want more for the second half. Real quick, though, we are going to go ahead and take a listen to the mic check from Onic Philippines on their victory.
Hindi, may ano ko. Wala skill suyo, wala long short suyo, long short suyo. Tamalo na sa akin, tamalo na green. Tom ko. Ayun, pa ka boy. Ira.
So we got a little peek there to hear how Onic Philippines sounds when they're given the shot calls, of course. And, you know, part of it is the comms are clean, you know, especially if you can understand Filipino, but even there in the last one, you were able to go ahead and see how they delayed that lore take to wait to be able to find and scout out MP the King while dealing with the team fight. So again, we got to give a big shout out to our community out there. This is no curfew. This is MPLPH. No team is safe. He's right. Family. Family. That's what they got to keep building up. No family is safe.
No, say it right.
Family.
Me and him look like we have the same hairline. In a way, right? Like when my hair was a little bit longer. I swear that's not me.
You just leaving comments in the community or what?
Sure.
That's family right there.
Switch account, no curfew.
No curfew. What a name. I remember back when there was a curfew, man. It feels so long ago.
It was long ago, dude. It was 4 or 5 years ago.
That's quite long.
Quite some time.
That is our next matchup. This one is not far away, though, because this one's, he's excited. Team Falcons versus RORA.
So are you a Falcons guy or RORA guy?
I'm a Falcons guy.
Are you a Falcons guy? So where does this put you?
I'm a Falcons guy.
So this puts me, what, as a RORA guy?
Are you?
Like, do I have to pick RORA?
Wait, what did I predict? I gotta look back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course. It makes sense. It's the northern white for the northern lights.
Oh.
I get 1 per season.
I wish we could zoom.
I'm pretty sure you got more than 1.
I wish we still had the zoom in on Des so we could zoom in his face. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back after a break for the second matchup. Sit tight. We'll be back after the break.
Florida's in the south, though, right?
Defeat. GG bro! Don't worry. Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now.
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
Ready na, G. Huwag nyo kalimutan yung game plan natin, ha. Ito, parang... Sino nga malakas mag-prangko, pre? Ito, parang Eson mag-prangko, pre, oh. Okay na to. Kailangan ko na ilabas yung bomba ko.
Kalaban ko ngayon si Escalera. Tapos nanood ako ng episode 13 ng Mutya ng Section E. Escalera versus Super Friends. Di ako magre-retry kasi si Escalera yung isa. Aagawin yung back ko. Katapat ni Kirk si Sir James. Side comment kay Escalera. Best tank ko, best tank.
GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! cut us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, reunite with winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing way reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Stars, ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
And welcome back after the very short break here for the MPL Philippines Season 15. It's the last match of the last day for Week 4 here. What is up, guys? It's us, the Wee Bear Bros. It's me, Naisu, Leo, and Renmar, and we are ready for this action-packed match between Team Falcons and RORA.
I'm not, Joseph. I'm not.
Why?
It feels like this is a second star match.
It does. I feel like we've had tons of star matches.
I like this. I'm ready.
He's a Falcons guy, right?
Falcons
so
guy.
He's ready. If you guys missed our last match, which was just amazing as well, it went 3 games. Match 1, the Beast Unleashed secures Onyx reverse sweep versus Twisted Minds. That was a great game. Actually, the whole series was honestly awesome to go ahead and see. And Twisted Minds is rising above the ranks still, I would say, very much improving from week to week. We'll see how they take those adjustments and go to the second half of the regular season next week. But Onic Philippines continues to build momentum, and it seems like they've worked on that quite a bit. Hopefully they can continue it on. Now moving on to this, there's another streak that is happening here, and that's RORA right now, man. By the way, if you guys missed it, just yesterday, they gave TLPH, who was currently still at the top of the standings, right?
Yeah, but
technically.
Suffered their first loss.
Suffered the first loss.
It's because of this team over here.
these guys here, and then you got Team Falcons. So, of course, before we talk about the matchup, we got to go ahead and give a shout out to Time Zone. They have an exclusive promo just for you guys at home. You can get 400 pesos power load for only 200 pesos.
All you got to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, that's TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
It's my favorite line of the whole day, every single time, and I love it when Renmar...
It's 5 words.
He's memorized it at this point. I am so impressed.
Thank you.
I'm so impressed that I'm also going to give you guys a 2,000 peso discount, not me, but you, on your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL 2000 over at ttracing.ph.
First off, thank you, Naisu. And
welcome.
also, you don't want to miss out on exciting TT Racing Gaming Share giveaways during MPL Philippines. Stay tuned for more info.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal. And just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back.
It's not even on the thing.
At this point, it's just
his thing.
It's just his thing.
Yeah, hey, if all else fails, don't miss out on this amazing deal.
If he had his own soundboard, that's probably number one.
Yeah.
That's what we'll do. But we have to take a look at the standings here too. Like we were mentioning, the Infinix standings right now, currently, as we mentioned, still at number 1, even though facing their first loss in the series. TLPH is there up top. RORA will inch up to that point if they win here against Team Falcons, because very close, right? 6-6, 5-4-3, 1-1-1. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Twisted is at 1 point. They're number 8, but they just went toe-to-toe with Onic Philippines.
Yeah, APBR and Omega, even TNC, the lower portion of the standings, need to watch out for Twisted Minds. I saw a lot of good things about their performance. Well, again, to remind everyone, our hierarchy for the standings is match point first, then net game win, after which you look at match head-to-head. That's why we currently see Team Liquid Philippines, RORA, and Falcons, where they are on the standings right now. So, if ever Falcons beats RORA today, not only will they snap the win streak, but they'll be able to climb up over them in the standings.
And it'll even be better if they can sweep Aurora.
Yeah.
Because again, that's what game win counts for.
Yep.
If you go for 3-game series, which I think Aurora has done a lot of in Season 15, you would end up in a weirder position.
Yeah, and this is how can the Team Falcons, can they maintain the power balance between everything in the standing that's happening right now? And that's the fact, can they break the streak that RORA has been on? Because RORA just broke TLPH's streak last night. So will we see that happen here with Team Falcons?
You know what? For the sake of MPLPH being the most must-watch league in the world, I'll say yes. There has to be no undefeated teams.
I thought you were going to say family. No.
We're over that.
Yeah. I don't know, that gets me, man. The moment I heard that, my brain just went, what again?
Your mind got twisted.
Yeah. By the way,
John Marie.
Even though Aurora, yes, undefeated streak so far, people have questioned their inconsistency, but they've been consistently winning. The Falcons have been winning as well. After getting swept by Team Liquid Philippines in their opening match for Season 15, they've gone through 5 other teams so far, and now they meet their 6th. So Falcons have been in a 5-series win streak, something that's been quite overlooked actually.
And here, the community says, "Oh, Falcons are done for. They should re-roster. It's over. They're getting old." And what was that? 5 teams they ran through.
Yeah,
5 teams.
Arguably with much younger players.
Yeah, and that's soaring past, basically, is what they've been doing. Will they be able to soar past the Northern Lights? You guys can let us know what you think, of course, in the comment section. But that's the thing, man. I got to say, both teams have just looked really good at times. I will say right now, though, personally, as much as I love Team Falcons, I know you guys are both Falcons guys, but I will say that RORA has looked the cleanest so far. They have given us the most exciting matches, I feel like, up to this point of the season so far.
They brought back Estes, dude.
They did. They did. Oh, there.
Oh,
on cue.
There we go.
On cue, the glorious pose.
Wow,
Chrome flap.
They've gotten older.
They have, man.
Oh,
Flap
wow.
versus Edward. Yeah, that's glow up.
Those are babies.
And they're world champions.
Two-time world champions.
Home
Flap.
legends.
Yeah.
They have
Home
so
legends.
much accolades across them.
They want Edward to do it, by the way. Everybody wants Edward
to have his own pose.
to do a flex
do
pose.
it. Come on. Just trying to outflex Flap, but I love how Flap's been very consistent with this. Again, both of them Hall of Legends. They both have finals MVPs. 2-time world champion for Flap TZ.
He's flexing his nose, too.
1 world championship for Edward.
Oh, that's the Flap right there, actually.
Yeah. Oh, that's where the flap comes from. The nose. They're both iconic Paquitos. Benedetta, 58 games in the Benedetta. Damn, man.
And a 64% win rate.
Yeah, they're both pretty monsters on the Phobius. Just for a little bit of throwback, that's Phobius old skin. And then, of course, Cho as well, flexed by these two.
Wow.
Flap TZ a little more Uranus man.
Yeah, 80% win rate on the Eura. That's actually pretty crazy.
Did he suffer a majority of those losses in SPS?
I feel like he did.
I feel like
I feel like a lot of people were screaming, not the Uranus pick. And
Stop!
Stop it! Stop it! But again, very decorated players.
Oh,
you know, obviously huge cornerstones and anchors to their lineups and their teams, and they're going to be playing a big part. Because I would say XP lane's pretty fun right now. There's a lot of things that can go on there, a lot of heroes that fit right now. But we got to ask our community out there, will RORA finish the first half of the regular season undefeated? Do you guys think so? Will they seize the win? Is it A or is it B? The Falcons are here.
Let me share a quick stat to just contextualize things. Flap TZ is the AXP laner with the least deaths. That's 27, while Edward is right after that, but at 42.
That's quite a gap.
Yeah, although Flap TZ and Team Falcons have played 3 games less compared to RORA. Yeah.
I'd still say those are significant numbers.
Yeah.
3 games, you're still skewing by that much?
Yeah. Edward, however, actually leads EXP laners in terms of assists. So if you want to use that in your vote there that we showed earlier, up to you.
Are we taking into consideration Edward's run as a mid laner in the early seasons of his
No,
career?
I'm talking about the stats here now.
Oh, just now?
Yeah,
Oh,
for this
just for
season.
this season?
Yeah, just for this season.
Season 15.
Season
Yeah.
15. Season 15 has been pretty crazy, I would say. You know, like if you think about the last 4 weeks, I would have said by last season, at least the midway point, we were all like, all right, we can kind of start to see where the teams are going to fall into place, the ones that aren't, maybe won't make it to playoffs. But now I don't know, man.
For the first time in maybe 2 or 3 years.
It's been a minute.
It's been exciting. It's been hot. Unpredictable, some would say.
Yeah.
Yet here I am trying to predict week in, week out.
Yeah, and like...
God's work.
Has it been pretty bad?
I'm fine. I'm doing it.
All right.
Yeah, predicting match results has gotten harder, even though the meta is so focused.
Drafting too!
Drafting for some reason can be quite difficult to predict as well. There was a time we were wondering, why is everyone rush picking Joy in the first 2 picks? And this time last season, we didn't have as much 3-game series, like total to the maximum. Like, this is the most one of the most exciting and competitive in 3 games that we've had.
That's why exactly me and Renmar have chose to do different content after the weeks.
Yeah.
We both. Props to you, man. You're still doing your predictions.
I'm doing great, by the way.
My predictions would have been far out of the water at this point because so far with this whole season, I think that has been the trend. It's been highly competitive. There obviously is some teams that are like locked in really hard on their rosters and they're able to pull it off, and then there's other teams that took some time to figure it out, but they all have done that now. So speaking of the teams, let's go ahead and welcome out our marshals and teams to the stage.
Us through this match, our marshals, Duvin, JJ, Patrick, and David. The soaring Falcons with the heart of veteran champions. Will they be the ones to break the streak? It's Team Falcons. In the EXP, the Filipino cannon, Flap TZ. In the jungle, the young phenom, Kyle TZ. In mid, idol ng mga kids, in Rome, the master, Ugwin. And in gold, the bulletproof, Super Marco. The light that shines the brightest in the MPL arena. Can they end the regular season with an unbeatable record? Here's Aurora! Mr. Consistent Edward. In the jungle, the smiling demon, Demon Kai. In mid, say it with me, in Rome, the Hitman, our roamer of the week, Renegade. And in gold, the next standard player of the week, Domenkai. And their coaches, Coach Treb and Coach Master of the Basics. How far will the Falcons soar and how long can Aurora's light shine? This is the battle that will end the first half of the regular season.
And here we go. Let's go ahead and take a look at the lineup for Team Falcons. Let's introduce them, Renmar.
After getting swept by Team Liquid Philippines, Team Falcons, people were saying they're washed, they're old, few. Just go have kids, man. You were the idol of many, just go have your own.
Make one.
But no, they showed up and told the world we are still some of the rawest, pure athletes in the game today. What they've done against all their opponents in their 5-series win streak, though they were tested yesterday against APBR, they did not allow the kids to make them their kids. They are still that damn good. Sharp as they were in their peak, maybe not, but they are still a force to be reckoned with.
You know what? I don't think Team Falcons will put money on this squad if they
Yeah.
didn't see anything in them.
Yeah, that's true. You know, and across from them this time is going to be Aurora Gaming. They have been on that streak up to this point. Leo, what do you have to say about them?
Anything that I have to say has already been said, all right? Look at that damn leaderboard and look which team has no losses. I know. I predicted they would lose tonight against Falcon in a 3-game slobber knocker, but as I saw them walk in, I saw it in their eyes, man. They're locked and they're focused. They're roll per roll, man. Sure, they may be lacking accolades compared to Falcons, right?
Yeah.
But the numbers don't lie.
The numbers don't lie. Here they are on the screen. But also, I think yesterday is going to have an effect here today. They're riding on a momentum on beating TLPH.
Yeah.
We saw how intense the after game of that was, too.
Oh, yeah.
And the pregame.
Yeah, and it's good to see that we got to see multiple shades of Aurora in that one. We saw the Aurora that can take control and take the lead right away. We saw an Aurora that's willing to play dirty, brawly style. We saw an Aurora that is willing to be like, oh no, we're losing. Suddenly, bam, with one sequence, turn the game around and even win through one fight. So Falcons need to be as sharp as their former peak if they want to go up against this Aurora, because inconsistent as they may be for some reason for the eyes of many, I feel like the Aurora we're getting now are sort of like master of, they're like a jack of trades, but
Yeah.
they're also masterful in quite a good amount of things.
They're like a hybrid class.
Yeah.
Now. Like they seem to just be really, really good right now at everything. And it seems to be working with them. I don't even know if we can still say that. Like the people around the world can still say like they're inconsistent, because right now they're on the streak. They beat the team that was at the top of the standing, or currently still is. And maybe if they end up winning here tonight, what does that have to say about the first half of our regular season already and our teams here? Now, for Team Falcons, I think that can be the same thing. A lot of people would look at their match yesterday about APBR and have a lot to say about it. But nonetheless, these are the players that have just done so much for the MPL Philippines in general, you know, across the world. So I can't wait to see them battle it out. But first, we're going to have to see how they handled the ping test before the match.
Kunin ko nga itong Alpha. Dut, 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 dut. Max Verstappen. Dut, 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 dut. Max Verstappen. Oo, so. Alpis Katis. Uy, lumilipad, pre, oh. Boom! May iba pa yan sa retry, man. Di mo ko mariretry pag ganito gamit ko. Okay na to? Tama na to? Okay na to. Tanggalin ko na to.
Tak-tak dugo, tagak-tak bungo. Pero di ito tokhang na nagmamaang-maangan. Paano man lalaban ang walang kalaban-laban? Okay lang kahit wala ako sa top 5 ng mga top 5 nyo. Kasi nasa top 100 ako ng top 100 nyo. Oh!
Even he's laughing
He's laughing
himself.
at himself. What was he saying? What were some of the stuff he was saying there for our international viewers?
A lot of things. It's hard for me to translate.
Oh, no. His first verse was pretty profound. Just the second one was, what?
What? Well, take us through the Infinix keys to victory here, Redmar.
Flap TZ, be the Filipino cannonball. If you can, play around Flap TZ's aggression. Edward, if he gets his hand on his Phobius, that might not be easy to do, but make sure Flap TZ, similar to the last series that we saw, gets an EXP laner that allows him to, well, increase his chance to beating Edward in lane. Be consistent in taking up space. Edward, dude, just keep it up. You have been so sharp in terms of like controlling where you need to control and giving Falcons a lot of difficulty, so do not let that go. Meanwhile, just carry on the winning strat for both of you. If you get momentum, don't slip. Hold on to it, continue being aggressive.
Yep, we'll see that, and if they're able to pull through. We got blue side being picked up for Team Falcons here, where they've got pretty good win rate too, you know, at that point, and we've already seen some of the trends throughout this week, how that might have changed at blue side especially. I think with these teams here though, maybe we see a little bit different bans. I'm wondering too, we talked about this yesterday, the Hitman Renegade, so many different names. Hitman, Heelman, Horseman, everything. He's the man.
Jumpman.
Jumpman. What kind of man is he going to be here against
Sir,
Team Falcons?
what's your command?
They might consider that in some of the bans. We got the Matilda, Granger being banned out here, Jushin, and the Fanny.
The immortal one
there goes the
chose me to
Suyo.
vanquish the shadows
So
that
what are we
plague
thinking
this
here? Are they
world.
going to pry out the Joy if it's open?
Coach Trevor, what are you up to?
Either gonna, they're eyeing on already getting the Joy. They should acknowledge that Alpha is still on the board for both of these two, and that's something Aurora might consider. But maybe, just maybe, Falcons might be softly considering a Hayabusa pickup later on, because he has been a huge problem for teams going up against Aurora lane. He's been playing Sicilian straight up. He has evolved into just being Sicilian. He's not UA anymore. He is Sicilian.
I was joking about it yesterday.
When he looks in the mirror, he sees Sicilian.
He sees the wings come out.
Oh, wait, no, he sees nothing because vampires have no reflection.
Oh, my goodness, you're so right.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
I'm good at math.
That's right. There is a Harith priority.
What? Dude, Doming respect on this draft. They banned Granger, they rushed Harith. Now that Doming will just end up with something along the lines of an Irithel maybe, or really just a different gold leader. I think Aurora does have a... I wonder if they have a Bruno strat on them.
Egan Moskov.
Yeah, they can Egan Moskov too.
We've seen him rock as far and as old as a Claude.
Yeah, they can totally go Bruno or Carry paired up with the Sicilian later on if they want to.
I am not the only one.
Edward gets his undefeated Phobius though.
Oh, man.
All right, we don't have to look too far. Yeah. They pick up the purple duo in the Moskov and Cove. Falcons, though? Do you Joy here? Because this whole core combo happens so often now.
Yeah. I think with the presence of the Moskov, they'll still consider it, but I'd want to see them actually really try out for the Hayabusa. If they want to play control around the mid, they can go aggressive like Jawhead Haya.
Yeah.
Just so that it shows to Aurora, all right, we're going to play for aggressiveness and trying to get Yua down early, see what we can do. But then that means Renegade can easily pick up a high loss at some point.
They can cover it up too because Kyle has an amazing hero pool.
Yeah.
He has a Nola too.
Secondly towards the Joy. Oh, but they take the high loss away from Renegade. So what we're seeing from Falcon is actually respect across the board in terms of the picks. They're stealing some of Aurora's best, although they did let the Phobius through, and that's what is quite iffy to me because they didn't rush pick the Hilda, meaning that Aurora can just try to ban the Hilda, but the CC will still be available. I think Lucas actually kind of struggles against the Phobius, so CC or Hilda might just be the next best options for Flap.
Hey, are those the best matchup? Like, what's the best winning matchup against the Phobius in lane right now? Would it be the just go with the CC or?
Oh, they go Hayabusa. Usually teams would prefer the CC. Lucas is here and there. I think most of the time he can go quite 50-50. Hilda, excuse me, is actually the best one. Sorry,
Madara!
I got kind of shocked there.
Is that you? We were informed that this was a character named Madara from the award-winning, long-running anime.
What is he doing?
One Piece. Oh, Naruto, yes.
One Piece?
Was it? I misheard.
No, it's Naruto.
Okay,
Is it Naruto? Yep. Don't we have some like Naruto cool things happening like that?
I hope so.
Whoa. All right.
Is that? No, it's not. Right.
Is that how we? Never mind.
I thought it was one half of the Royal Duo. Just looked like one.
Huh. You know what's interesting? The picks that Aurora ended up with, I thought these were the picks that maybe Falcons would end up with at some point.
Like the Hayabusa.
And the Phobius as a steal.
Hey, that's. Oh, I saw the old logo.
So this just leaves a Lucas, honestly, for Flap TZ. Unless he's really just gonna go, I will be Horseman and I will wait here, and then we're gonna be seeing something different. By the way, Chip still on the board, and we've seen teams prioritize Chip a lot this week.
Yep.
Wasn't he just not banned out at all today?
The first series, yes.
Yeah.
But that's because those two roamers, the Brusco and
Escalera.
Brusco and Escalera, they have their preferences, you know. But the buff on Chip, yes, they changed the why walk. It's instrumental.
Oh, it's is that the Mamba?
Is that Jackman?
That was I'm pretty sure that was the Mamba. That was Jackman.
Falcons banning out these roamers. What is Renegade to play?
He still has his pick-off. I mean, they can still go for a pick-off style combo in the center of the map.
Cho's open.
Yeah, Cho's open. You have the focus to hold down the front line. It's very tiggable. But then if you pick up the Tig, that's a Valentina easy for
Power of Pegasus!
No, it's a Batang. Whoa. We got Punch Man.
Yep.
The Punch Man. One.
Multiple Hitman.
Yeah. Multiple Punch Man. Gets locked in here. So the last two picks still need that mid lane. Still need the XP lane here for Team Falcons.
That
mid lane Farza?
Yeah.
Just go Farza?
With the Hayabusa though, it's tough. I think few should consider Aurora, honestly, because you need control. You don't need damage at this point.
Yeah.
You need more control, and you just go Aurora Lucas.
You need physical.
And physical, which then puts the Lucas at the awkward point of he's the only physical dude.
Very demanding. We've seen it happen, literally just tonight.
Filipino can you can pick up. Yep, that sounded like a that was Rizla. This is an old pick of his, so this is a debut. This is a signature pick of Flap, even way before internationally too.
That's right, season 12, he was the Grand Finals MVP with this very hero.
Yep. They even he even had a very prolific run on it back in their competitions through ISF. He loved this Terizla pick, and then they get the Angela.
This is a World Tour pick right here.
It's a World Tour pick, yeah.
That's pretty cool. Okay, they needed physical. It's not physical damage, but it's good physical hold. It's good sustainability. I wonder who Few will prioritize his Heart Guard on, though. Could either be Flap or Kyle TZ early on before it eventually becomes like a thing for Super Marco, maybe.
What a thing, what nice one baby would be brought back by Falcons, man.
And the last pick, Fermis.
Oh, that's good.
To live.
They just leaned in on the thought of, you know what, yeah, let's fight, man, let's brawl it out.
That's been the case for all these teams for this season, I feel like.
Yeah.
Just, you know, it developed from where it was all utility, slow Lord dances before, and then now we got into a little bit more of a team fight centric meta.
You know whose fault this is?
Whose fault?
Onic PH.
Yeah.
This
And
is their
full-on
legacy.
brawl.
This is their legacy.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, it's cool. Usually Legacy is a garden that you don't get to see yourself, but this time they're feeling it themselves. And, you know, it's coming back to bite them.
I'd rather just be a legacy. Oh!
And what was that you said earlier? They made their kids them kids or something like that with Team Falcons and AP Brando yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, that was actually in Chantel's line yesterday.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, she said.
In Filipino.
Yeah, she said they didn't allow the kids to make them their kids.
Right.
It's a Filipino idiom.
It
sounds better in Filipino.
Well,
English, it just sounds kind of.
That's the way many things are from Filipino to English. Well,
don't make me a kid, please.
Here's one that's not. Let's jump into the Land of Dawn. That's our last matchup for the day, for week 4, the mid-season point of our regular season here. Is it going to be Team Falcons or will it be Aurora as they go and finish off the day? Now, starting off in game number 1, we got Flap. Getting a good look at this amazing skin that you don't see too often. I mean, Terizla being the debut pick here, it's going to be interesting to see how he plays this. Also, take note the focusing mark on Few for this Angela.
I wonder how it's going to go in the first big fight that we're going to be seeing, honestly. I mean, I think I like the Turisla because it just clears waves really quick.
Wow.
Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch.
You here asking Ogwen, give me the revitalize.
Yeah.
Please.
Kite bursted.
Heal me.
That's not the best look though. That early on, you take that much damage.
Yeah.
I'd be kind of worried.
100% that's the risk that you're playing with as an Angela in the mid lane up against a Hayabusa. Well, actually, the risk for any mid laner playing up against a Hayabusa.
There's plenty where that came from.
Yeah.
Because look, Renegade and you are just pushing it forward. And here comes Demon Kite.
Yikes. You know, we saw this though when Team Falcons picked up the Hayabusa for Kyle Teasy before. Oh, mid lane.
Oh, Kyle Teasy looking to finish the job. Fight, retribution, just as quickly. Kyle, the young phenom, scores 2.
All right, they got it.
All right, big trade there for Falcons. By the way, Flapteasy actually has a rupture on him. So that should help out with the damage a little bit, especially up against that focus early on. Super Marco having a hard time in lane against Dom and Kite, who's winning the laning phase so far.
Yeah, eventually, I don't know. I would love to see a shift where we don't see so much Aerith, but that seems to just be the go-to pick right now. Still working through it. This turtle is up now. RORA will get in position. They're still waiting for Yue to have that level 4, so they got that Nether Realm. Demon Kite working on his buff will grab the orange, and Kyle Teasy is in position, so neither team really wanting to just push it in yet.
Yeah, Yue level 4 already. This might be tough. Ah, okay. Good thing that Demon Cat actually went to his purple buff first because Falcons were playing for an invade angle. Now they have to respond to Kyle.
Forcing out a retribution. Who got it?
We'll see. It could be...
I think Kite got it.
Yeah, Kite still got his purple buff.
Okay, but that means no retribution for both of the junglers. That's a double delay.
And much better for Aurora. They can just go ahead and take this turtle as the pathing of Kyle Teasy calls for him to be in the orange buff. Flapteasy should just back on out of here, or he's going to get punished down by Edward. And we're not going to be able to kill him though, but Flapteasy does take a considerable amount of hits.
Oh! Ogwen here, surviving, but only for a second longer. Here comes the Heart Guard by Few. It's coming through. Can Kyle Teasy come in right at the moment? Dashing through, retribution, slowing down Yue. Just not enough space for Falcons to finish the job.
Is that why it's called the nice one, baby?
Oh, yeah.
Was that the epitome of it right there?
Knowing Flapteasy, that's probably what he said. Phew, phew, phew. Well, Ogwen, knowing Ogwen, that's what he said. Nice one, baby.
I'm surprised, man. I thought he was going to go down surely there. Renegade, too, you know, as he builds up on this Badang. Yeah. What's the best? What do they usually go for now for the Roam Badang
to belt.
hero?
It's always to belt.
It's always the Thunder Belt.
Yep. Then after that, Oracle most likely, really just maximizing the cooldown reduction. Then you go for the other items. But there are some who go for like...
Kyle Teasy gets caught up. Fist break there. Yue pulled him in the same position. Aurora, I reckon the reason why Renegade went for the cooldown boots first is because they really want to snowball.
Yeah. See that rush right there, too, the blast. Now picked up 4, Few. First item already locked in.
The healing tool. Demon Cat already has his first item, Hunter Strike, fully built. And I like how Yue and Renegade have been playing in the center of the map. Like the Shadow Stampede of the Pharaohs has been setting up for Renegade's fist breaks.
Which is perfect because not a single Purify for Team Falcons.
Yep.
So it's easy to punish them.
They get control, they play under it.
I think that's why they just want to go ahead and play around how much sustainability this lineup's going to give them. You know, we saw a preview of the Angela, but it was paired with the Alice, you know, last week in the hands of Twisted Minds, and it ended up working out pretty well, especially later towards the game. But Ogwen's going to take a couple shots.
All right, behind that wrist break, he's trying to lay down the glorious pathway, slowing down Demon Kite. Another Hearth Guard coming through. Kyle Teasy this time, going to receive it. Shadow kill by Demon Kite. Down goes Ogwen. Nothing so far for Falcons. Down goes Flapteasy. 2 for none the trade. The Northern Lights shining brighter than ever. Summoned forth by Super Marco. Not enough damage. Trying to take down Edward. He's going to dunk on Few. Few flickers out to survive. But Edward gets a flicker of his own.
He thought he was safe, but Edward committing the flicker to secure the kill. Falcons will lose their center of the map, and Aurora will be taking a commanding lead after 5 minutes. A good angle for Aurora to snowball on out of here. As that fight was started, it was a 5-man already for Aurora. Super Marco was still managing lane. And Falcons fought that 5v4 and they bit the dust for it.
Can I just say, as simple as that sequence was between Few and Edward, folks, the mechanical foresight it takes to wait for the Angela to do their flicker, and then for you to come in and just horse kick your target after your own flicker. Like, that takes a lot of foresight. It takes a lot of game IQ.
When is it a horse kick?
Oh no, it was a front kick. It was
I was gonna say, is he just horse kicking around? You know okay, never mind. It wasn't the Mamba. I was.
They got that done at LC Signs.
Yes. The lead in, but
shout out to Tony.
Shout out to Tony. You know what's crazy about it though too? That last team fight that we saw break out, you could see just how good the NetherRealm was. The NetherRealm kept everybody alive the way they need to. I'm even surprised that Renegade survived that whole thing. And then once the electrifying beats and all that was used by Team Falcons, they had no more fighting power. I mean, even with the Zaman Force being dropped down by Super Marco, he doesn't have enough oomph yet to actually deal with Edward. And was it Edward that's 100% on the Phobius right now?
Yep, 5-0 going into this.
Damn.
So that's a scary Phobius. But there was a time where it really looked like Falcons would be able to take the cake there. I think a good Spear of Misery as well from Doming Kite stopped a little bit of the team fighting flow that Team Falcons was on. And of course the fact that they were fighting that 5v4 and the Moskov, even though it doesn't have core items locked in yet, it's just a Corrosion Scythe. It's still damage at the end of the day.
And mind you, we haven't really seen anything from Flapteasy.
Yeah.
Not a single penalty zone just yet. You know, it's been a while since we've seen this. I almost forgot his old name. But
there was a time when we saw him a lot though.
Oh yeah.
At this point, he's like a sponge. He's just there to hold and deal what damage he can with the second skill.
Remember the old Body of Smith?
It's not. Well, yes, it's safe to say it's old because it recently got reworked.
Yeah.
In a patch, what, two or three patches ago, when he was not in the meta, they changed how Body of Smith works.
How does it work now?
It's no longer
just like a reduction.
No. It scales. It scales.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's no flat. It's not flat.
It's not flat 35 now. You have to level up, but per level, it provides better base damage reduction.
Yeah, it's not flat teasy.
That's a good way to put it.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You know?
Very clever.
And
you bring me joy.
Thank you. Whoa!
What did she get?
Was that our version?
What happened?
Okay, so what happened was the camera was panning close to her earlier and she was hiding. And so the cameraman went around and then immediately zoomed in on her to catch her off guard.
It's a mini game it is to watch in the MPL arena.
I love that all our fan bases have these now.
Yeah,
like
we have so many signs,
flags.
flags.
Like there was a time when they just showed up, you know. But now it's like
they just show up.
The community just showed up and they're like, yeah, cheering on. You know, maybe some of them had merch, some of them didn't. But now it seems like everybody's got something, a sign to hold up.
Shout out to Tapiru family,
Mama Lynn,
Papa Randy, and Asher.
Oh, yo, Asher? Yo,
that's Asher, dude.
I don't know. Asher was they were related.
To the Tapira family.
Yeah.
Born to soar, built to win.
Look at that cake.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Go Aurora.
Go Aurora.
2-0. She thinks it's going to be sweet.
All right, that's her prediction.
Respect.
Hey. Respect. A familiar person in the crowd.
Yeah, that's my lady right there.
That's your lady. Too bad you couldn't bring the boys.
The boys just got groomed yesterday.
Oh, did they?
They're clean. Can't wait to cuddle.
Oh.
You got a picture with the Filipino cannon earlier today. Look at that.
Today.
Oh, no, that's not yesterday. That was a week ago. What is going on?
I'm just trying to catch anything funny or weird. Yesterday when yesterday when it was APBR versus Falcons, since they're essentially one fan base, not gonna lie, they were trading a lot of friendly picture banters.
Yeah.
FPBs.
Yeah. It was really funny. Not that great a ninja since we caught you on camera.
Ninjutsu us back to the game. Man, he's got the contacts and everything.
Yeah.
Are those blue? Oh, no, never mind. They're like...
I remember they were
what are those
purple.
called? There's a certain name to those eyes.
Sharingan.
Yeah.
Is that the Sharingan?
Something like that. I mean, here's us.
We bear bros.
Bobbing back and forth.
Yeah, waved. That's me.
That timer got extended too.
Yes, it did. I mean, we're just trying to make sure our athletes get the best experience. We don't want to, you know, let anything happen that they were not in control of.
Oh, someone's gonna get kicked out of the friend group chat.
Out of pocket.
Oh, brother. We've been seeing a lot more of like friends doing their friends dirty.
Yeah. That's good to see though. I mean, you know, keeping it light, keeping it friendly.
That's a baby friend.
Oh, sausage dog.
I think they're called dachshunds.
I was gonna say.
Yo, that's cool. The man going for a layup.
Shout out. Jade, Jacob, and Francis. Maryland. That's America.
How far is that from Florida?
That's pretty far.
Really?
I used to live in Maryland though for a little bit. There was a time when I was living there.
Go say hi to them.
Yeah. Shout out some fans.
That sounded very nice of you.
Yeah, I know. He's in the U.S. Isn't he in the U.S.?
Yeah. Oh,
I think he's home.
Is he home?
I think he's home for a bit.
It's a good picture of Edward.
Why are you wanting game 3? Your team is winning.
Oh, if there is.
Oh, if Chantel is around.
Oh, that's why.
There's a game
3. I love you.
Be
wise.
wise.
I'm sure they love you too. Oh, hey,
Oh, man.
What?
What a
Stop
transition.
doing this to your friends.
What a transition.
I mean, and how often do you get to do this?
Finally, I graduated
from
ROTC. Sleep well, not in.
Oh,
Get to
congratulations,
sleep well.
Brent.
Congratulations.
Thank you for your service.
He's got the flex too.
Yeah, yesterday he was leading the charge for the AP Bren Bees, the Hive. Now, of course, he's joined Falcons. Again, the close relationship of the communities of Team Falcons Philippines and AP Bren. Essentially the same family.
Is that a fellow world collector?
World collector?
Ah.
I guess that's what I would probably flex as a world collector if I had one.
Or pull.
I'm not
Or
quite
that.
there
You
yet.
could pull from the Revenant Roses, you know?
Yeah. Could do that.
Which, by the way, that skin is
we like-
excessive. That skin is excessive.
I'm not a fan of it.
Do we
Not
like
for
it?
me.
Chat, you guys can let us know. Do you like the Legend Alpha skin?
I'll tell y'all, worth every single one of my 54,000 diamonds.
Man, it
Why does
increases
it
every time.
Yeah, it keeps getting higher.
I thought it was
Scared me.
13,000.
No, I didn't say nothing. I didn't say 13.
Dude, we need to keep it like reasonable so
Yeah.
that the people watching out there, they're not going to be debated in spending their diamonds. Like,
Why would
I've got 13,000.
Why would I lie about spending 86,500 diamonds, man?
Well, get a little preview here of the player head-to-head. Super Marco and the boy Domen Kite, one of the two Kite brothers.
Super Marco's KDA is good.
Is he still bulletproof?
In this game, I can't.
No, just in general. Do we?
Well,
yeah, bulletproof
he
Marco
is.
still him?
It's still a really damn good KDA, 10.67.
Yep.
And 6.37 for Dominic. Of course, Aurora has dropped a good amount of games as well, not series. But yeah, I think what I like about Dominic now this season is that if last season he was like a little bit more passive, this one, like, you could definitely see him take the reins a little bit more of like, all right, it's a good time for me to go in, I'm going to go ahead and go in. Does that always mean he'll come out of it unscathed? No.
Yeah.
But at least it opens something up for Aurora to do. He deals just enough damage that Demon Kai can come in, Edward can come in, anyone else from Aurora can join in and help finish the job he started.
That, and if ever he decides he's not ready yet, he's always doing something on the map.
Yeah.
Stealing away little creeps, taking down turrets. I think, if I'm not mistaken, if the stats are up to date, him and Marco are 1 and 2 turret damage per minute and taking down turrets in the league.
Yeah. There, turret damage per minute for Super Marco, 1,114. Just around 100 less or so. Even less, like around 50 or
50,
so.
60, yeah.
Not a big lead. And of course, GPM, they're also neck and neck.
Yeah.
So these two dudes know how to get money.
Looks like they're just about ready, I would say. Was it Team Falcons that was
requested for it?
Yeah.
I'd reckon. This is after Few suffered that front kick.
Right, that's right.
From Edward, after that flicker battle.
Oh, something senses, my paw senses are tingling.
The paw senses, yeah, that's a phone down.
Yeah.
So they must be having to need a little bit longer to go ahead and sort out what's going on here. So yeah, you know, we have to kind of wait to get back to that game. It looks like it might be a minute or two. Oh, that's fine. See, this is what always throws me off. Put down the phone, pick up the phone.
Yeah. Are we allowed to talk? Are we not allowed to talk?
Are we allowed to go into another topic, or are we going to be jumping back in?
He picked that up really quickly, too.
Yeah, he did. It was very...
Oh, here we go. Here
as
we go.
soon as we see him. Boom. All right, let's jump back in. And as we catch up, we're 6 minutes into the game, 2-4 right now. Aurora leads with a hefty lead and almost 4,000 gold.
Yeah, early on, not what Team Falcons wants to see, considering they're playing around Joy and Harith. Looks like, as you can see from the player cams right now, of course, are Marshals very quick to hop on the situation right away. It's this time on the side of Kyle Teasy.
Yeah, okay.
You see him getting assisted there by our Marshals again.
Just as Zen says it's go time.
Well, again, this is a pretty important match to round out the first half of the regular season, so just want to make sure everything is smoothed out, ironed out. Now, while we have some time here, are we thinking, when does Kalea's available? Not next week, it's a week after, right?
No, it's next week.
Oh, it will be week 5?
Yeah.
I'm wondering how much of a curveball that's going to be. Did he just get denied, by the way?
Wait, do it. Oh! If I'm not mistaken, this is Flapteasy's elder sister.
Yeah. That's Flapteasy's elder sister?
Yep.
Why didn't she give him the other?
Give
this
us
is
3 games.
This is way too many Filipino words to try and translate at once.
Into English?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do we want the 3 games here?
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. The only real winner of a 3-game series are the fans.
That's true.
Because teams, if they're at match point at game 1, they're going to want to have Chantel off the desk.
Yeah. Imagine it gets to the point where they start requesting a caster roster change.
Yeah.
To get Chantel
When it becomes that much of a significant effect.
What do we see?
Can't read it, sir.
How come every single time?
Somebody pulled. Somebody pulled.
Yeah, can someone at least pull some skins here, please?
Someone spend diamonds.
They need diamonds.
Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces here, and I know they have diamonds.
Oh,
that's a throwback. Oh, that was season 13.
Yes, with the unique stage.
Yeah.
Where were we in season 13?
That was in SM South Mall.
Ah, that's
the
right.
Hall of Champions. Is that what it's called?
No, it was the Champions Arena.
Oh,
Champions Arena.
Yes, the Champions Arena. We'll have Hall of Champions in season 17, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Why don't they ever, you guys ever know, I know on the English stream, you guys know those people that come in and try to make you say something?
Yep.
Good thing that's not here in the audience.
Not happening.
Not happening here.
I'm not reading chat. I'm pretty sure that's where they would try to do that. Just
Shout out to Jajako. Oh, no, I'm not going to read that.
No. Not that one. Don't read this one with the knee. Don't read that one with the read.
That's literally what they always ask me to say, man.
Yeah.
Don't read that one.
The tongue twister. Oh, by the way, all-time hero stats for the Moscow of Domingkite, 11-11. So this is his record for the entirety of MPL Philippines. 22 games played, 3.97 KDA. And if a lot of us remember correctly, of course, the M6 World Championship, even a little bit of SPS, it was this Moskov pick has had a turbulent history.
Hey,
for
read
Aurora.
your chat, Ben Thinks.
Ben Thinks.
Read your chat. So, how are you gotta look at your chat, buddy.
Yeah, I got a chat with him actually earlier. It felt very nice that he actually you look very excited to see me. So I was like, oh, that's pleasant. And he said he's currently going through his content creator era.
Is he?
Yeah, that's what he's focused on right now.
Oh, here we go.
Right.
We're going through the era, back into the game.
We'll talk about Ben Thinks later.
I don't want to jinx it yet. Let's just wait and see.
Let's wait and see.
It's real.
Once we get past, all right, I think we're at 6:30.
We
should be good. We're locked in.
Yeah, we're locked in. All right. Let's
So
go.
there was a little bit of time elapsed since then because Fio's already respawned.
Yeah. When we got back in earlier, it was a 6, and now Flap's in trouble.
Oh no, that's 3 members of Aurora looking to sandwich him. Gets pushed back into the wall, forced to use the penalty zone into the fist break. That's all she wrote for the Filipino cannon.
Oh, Flap Teasy. Actually, I think he was supposed to be a recipient of a hard guard, but the Demon Kite in the middle lane actually forced the hard guard to get transferred onto Super Marco, who was getting blasted by Demon Kite.
Oh, this off cam.
Yeah, all of this happened off cam, so that's why Flap Teasy immediately lost the arrow on top of his head and he was taken down.
Huh, interesting. So right now it's Team Falcons just trying to struggle and find some flight room. Oh no, Few.
Gonna get the hard guard. Where is it? Did not go down. Oh, all right. Went home. Flickered away. He's safe.
Yeah, he flickered away. But it's not looking good right now. You know, it's RORA really getting everything they want. They're winning a lot of these fights. They're pushing off Team Falcons from these objectives. The last turtle of the game. Oh, that hurts.
The jump in. The answer. Penalty zone plus Glorious Pathway. In comes Calcisi from the back. The nether realm. Down goes Flap. Dominic Kai just wailing away. Into the Zappa Force they go. Over and go.
Oh.
Demon Kai gets popped by Kyle Teasy. But they're not done. Marco goes down. And so does Kyle Teasy. And all that's left was Few. Falcons spent so much for so little.
Yue was a star in that fight. He was very clutch with the Nether Realm, at the same time committing the flicker plus the Shadow Stampede to ensure that he would get the pullback and securing the kill onto Kyle Teasy. Just built up the Holy Crystal here, but this is going to be a very, very tough climb back for Falcons. You see, Kyle Teasy had the hard guard on him. That Nether Realm bought so much time for Aurora. Super Marco trying to fight under all of that, but Edward is able to lock in on him, taking him down, securing the triple kill. And Aurora just showing yet again why Edward is undefeated with his Phobius 5-0 walking into the arena today.
Yeah, he's undefeated, picked it up multiple times, and the Nether Realm is clutch, like you mentioned. It's literally that. That is enough to go ahead and survive a lot of that front-loaded damage that comes out from electrifying beats. And as soon as it's gone, they lose so much of their firepower right now. So if you're looking at Team Falcons and how these team fights are going, they need a lot of time to be able to actually get the itemization they need to get through that Nether Realm, to get through a lot of that just potential that RORA has right now.
And when you have time to go through, literally walls of meat, all the more Edward becomes more painful. He's doing something that not a lot of Fovi are doing. He's building War Axe early. He's dealing a lot of damage.
The multiple versions of Fovi.
Yep. I think he decided to go for the War Axe because he knows he has the Nether Realm to work with anyway. That's where he's going to get his sustainability. And of course later on when there's a natural sustainability to just being able to spell vamp anyway.
Yeah.
So hurt them so that he stays alive. That's what he's working with. And Aurora just are going to be playing with this Moskov around the map. It's going to be Angela managing the far wave push, while Falcons will just see and hope that they can win a team fight, because that's their main condition, win a team fight.
Now they're just going to give the go on the Lord now. Dark Wave's going to be pushed in. Edward.
Forcing an answer. Look at this. Oakland drops the Glorious Pathway. Kyle Teasy with a hard guard on him. They're going to take down Edward. They won't make it, and they do. The shutdown by Kyle Teasy. Demon Guy takes down Flap Teasy. Lord still standing. Renegade backing off.
Oh, the spear.
No one home for the spear. Kyle Teasy going through. Down goes Yue. Look at the back line. Demon Guy taking down Kyle. 2 for 1. The current trade. Way too much. The Hitman with the punches. Compromising Falcons once more. And that's a 4 for 1.
Oh, the punch man comes through. Renegade able to find the right placement, and that'll give them the green light to go ahead and secure the Lord now.
That was violent. That was aggravated assault, man. The flicker, fist break, fist crack, everything to lead to this. First Lord goes to RORA.
Great team fight there, and it looked good too for Team Falcons. I was rather surprised, you know, they were able to get rid of Edward rather quickly, but then the rest of the team fight broke out, and RORA played really well around being able to go ahead and push and pull. We're going to take a look at the replay here to see exactly what happened. Buff secured though there, so this is what we're talking about. They already took out Edward here. The spear is used.
That was big.
Yeah, and they just go in and for this, and they disengage, but then they come back because they see Dominkite could be in trouble too, and there it is, the perfect combo from Renegade.
He held onto that the entire sequence.
Yeah.
He saved that up. And again, the SOD for Dominkite landing and him deciding to go in actually messed up the team fight of Falcons there a little bit. Although I feel like Aurora still would have won that even if it didn't hit.
Okay, Lord go down here. It looks like they're going to keep their turret. So even though the shield went down earlier, this now on the top side will go down. Oh, they still hold together. Another wave's going to be pushing in, so this should be one base turret going down.
Nice bad play by Ogwin, helping defend. The conceal by Renegade. Zaman Force dropped in by Super Marco. Heartguard coming up. Netherrealm the answer. Penalty zone by Flap into the back line, forcing them to reconsider the engage. Down goes Flap. Down goes Ogwin. And Dominkite inside the base, taking down bodies. The turret's still standing.
It was not the right angle for Kyle TZ to go in, even though he had the hard guard on him. Decided not to commit the electrifying beast as the fight had gone way too in favor for Aurora quickly for Kyle TZ to enter. Flap TZ finally able to land a big penalty zone. Just unfortunate. The Super Marco was also brought low, and Domikat had the right angle to send him back.
So maybe there's these little signs of brilliance where this composition is going to work for Team Falcons, but man, they're behind. It's a 10,000 gold deficit for them, and RORA clearly riding on this momentum will be able to go ahead and push into the rest of the base if they want to. They can take the discipline route, wait for this next Lord. So there's a lot of catching up that needs to happen here. I mean, even especially for Flap, when he's able to get that multiple penalty zone off, it's got to have the follow through. It's going to have that follow up. This is a big item pickup though, at least for Super Marco. Gets the Holy Crystal now, but they still need plenty of time to catch up here.
The Oracle might help, considering that Ogun is playing around the Revitalize. He needs to be able to just soak up a little, significantly, not a little, significantly more damage, honestly. Blade Armor picked up actually by Flap TZ, so should help against the Moskov somewhat. But there are...
Man, look at the damage dealt.
There's already a Malefic Roar for Demon Kite. So if Demon Kite decides to use the Shadow Kill onto him, it's actually going to hurt significantly more. And yeah, the Kite Brothers on top of the damage leaderboards. Winning a team fight at this point for Team Falcons is going to be so difficult.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this earlier, you know, where Onic Philippines came back with a 10K gold deficit, or almost 11,000. So we'll see if Team Falcons can do it this time. But this is just going to be a Lord started up by Aurora. Demon Kite will hold it together. Edward does pick up a Winter Crown, so he can play around having that ability to go ahead and buy a little more time now on the Phobius.
Demon Kite playing with range, pushing back, Flap TZ. Lord gets fully reset.
Surprised they reset it there too. Let's just go ahead and scout out what they can. They're still finding Ogwin here. And Edward do the job. Here comes Kyle TZ though.
Coming in with the hard guard into the back line. Ogwin with the glorious pathway. It's a big knockup. Netherrealm set in. So does a solid force. And look at this. That's a lot of damage into the back line. Down goes Edward. Kyle TZ gets a kill. Down goes Yue. The rest of Aurora backing off Lord. They hold on.
Hey. Flap TZ, man. He landed a big penalty zone.
And the Lord gets secured by the Hitman Renegade.
What?
Aurora with a steal of a lifetime.
The Hitman indeed turns into the Lord Secured Man right now.
Kyle TZ did not have his retribution. He used it during the team fight, but Falcons continue to march forward to see if they can reduce the damage of the upcoming push somewhat. I believe that was just the first skill used by Renegade to secure that.
The most perfect punch.
That's a fist wind?
In the smallest
the fist wind.
of windows. The fist window.
The fist window.
Fist window, and grabs it with that. That's almost in the sense of, I'm just going to throw this out there and see what happens.
Just maybe.
Saw the opportunity and threw the fist.
Okay, Lord's going to be worked on really quickly though, but they can make a play here. Spear!
SOD, Dominkite does click it. Ogwin here gets pulled back. Does stay the course. Defending, keeping that tier 3 up top. Bottom does crumble. And Falcons only have one turret left.
They got that one turret left. This might go though, because it looks like they're going to crowd up here. Renegade conceals. Has an immortality too. Is going to be making a play under the turret.
Good pathway by Ogwin, slowing the push of Aurora. They do have one siege minion, so that is going to be the final turret taken down. Falcons have to deal with a bare base.
Aurora will just have to play around the minion waves. Manage it well enough, allow Falcons to exit so they can have a chance to pick off and punish, as they will continue riding this lead. Full item locked in for Demon Kite, still waiting on the very last one there for Kyle TZ. For the gold laners, one more item as well on the wings for Super Marco, who already does have a Divine Glaive. So item isn't actually that big of an issue for Super Marco. But smartly enough, Dominic had actually built the Athena Shield as his last item. He will allow him to survive the onslaught of damage coming from Kyle and Super Marco.
Oh, we gotta watch out too. Earlier in that Lord fight, it was a really good penalty zone again from Flap.
Yeah.
And it was enough to actually just cut off the rest of Aurora from following through, and that's why Edward went down. So if he's capable of doing that again by the next Lord fight, that's something that Aurora wants to be careful of. Because remember, even that last time, they had a massive lead. It was 10,000 up to that point. It obviously went down. Now they've built it back up. So yeah, itemization is getting to a point where some of the items are being fully locked in, but still, it's Team Falcons trying to catch up. There's a Divine Glaive now for Kyle TZ. So this could also be pretty troublesome for Aurora, especially the way that Hard Guard was used last time. So that's why they're taking their time. Every time that Lord is up, even when you have a lead like this, Aurora is very careful on how they approach it.
And Aurora are protecting this massive lead they have again. Prior it was 10K, now at 8. Again, that's what proves that what Renegade did, the fist man, was barely a half step forward for Falcons. So luckily, Falcons have the tools to deal with this, right? They have the Angela, so they can play with the long lane, they can play with the short lane. But here's the thing, the damage profile doesn't spell well for Falcons. It's all magic.
Yeah, and then with this, you can see Domenkite waiting over on that side
sneaky
of the map. We've seen this time and time again whenever the Moscovs are picked up. Rest of Aurora will go ahead and start the Lord. Domenkite still waiting patiently. He knows that Fuse can handle those waves, and he can just show up with the ultimate, that spear. So he does show himself. They know he's there, and they're going to give the go on this Lord. It's at the corner of the health already, but he goes for a reset. Domenkite still in the base, putting enough pressure there. Still holding the Lord at half health. Edward taking a couple shots here.
Edward at half health, down to a third, force the flicker. In comes Kyle TZ popping.
Look at the base.
That electronic beats, and that is Few struggling, holding his ground. Super Marco gets hit with the SOD, down goes Flap TZ. Goes pathway, looking to repair the situation. The Salmon Force plus the Heart Guard. Edward pops the winner crown. The punch is coming through. Down goes Edward. Ogwin barely standing. Domenkite gets hit. The flicker forward by Super Marco, taking down Domenkite.
He's still alive!
No way! He's gonna go down. Oh, it's Renegade.
What?
Super Marco gets taken down by DK. A hard-fought battle. Aurora not letting his Lord go.
A back and forth in a bloodbath, and you almost thought Super Marco was going to be able to do it. But Domenkite stops it from happening, and now they'll get the Lord off of it. But Kyle's still around the corner.
Unless Kyle, he's thinking.
He's feeling it. It's way too risky.
Got the Hard Guard.
Renegade.
Kyle TZ coming through, gets hit. Not gonna get stunned.
Oh, Renegade.
Gonna take a Renegade, another realm, the answer. The shadow kill coming through. Kyle TZ goes down. The last Vader has the last laugh, and the Lord secured.
What a long sequence, and Aurora stands on top. Domenkite has been tremendous this game. 8, 1, and 9, popping up at the right time. Only has 1 death, but all those 8 kills, all those 9 assists has been massive for Aurora.
Mind you, this Hayabusa has been nerfed, but the way that Domenkite is playing it, I'd say he's pretty damn consistent so far.
The nerfs to Hayabusa were but in the early to mid game. Scaling-wise, he's the same assassin that has always been at the cusp of tier S meta. Ogwin gets hit with the SOD. Aurora coming in with the 6-man, the Lord. The Glorious Pathway coming through, Super Marco. Got the Heart Guard on him. Summon Force underneath that. Gets taken down by Domenkite. And that's all she wrote. Ladies and gentlemen, Aurora at match point.
And the lights will shine in game 1, outshining the Falcons' flight as they take game 1 in this best of 3.
Great discipline and execution by Aurora. A lot of the times where Falcons wanted to all in, Aurora would slowly back off. Wait for Falcons to utilize their resources, and then they will re-engage. It was a great game for Domenkite. But you can also say the same for you and Renegade. Again, the center of the map, those core 3 players showed up big time here for Aurora.
Love to see the, I've been pretty vocal about it. I've always been a fan of Domenkite, even before he entered the Pro League, and to see him play Assassins has always been fun to see, and this was a very, I would say, a game that allowed him to shine mechanically. You know, the way that he was able to weave in and out with the shadow kill or whether with the quad shadows. And a lot of the times, again, it was playing around this man right here, Renegade. They worked so well together in this Badang, not only from, you know, the multiple setups that he was able to do, not only was it just stealing the Lord with the fist wind at one point, Renegade has now added another man to the list because we haven't seen him play with Badang too much.
He's the fist man.
He's fist man now.
There's nothing that Renegade can't do, man.
He's the man,
The man, all around. Whatever you ask for him, like, he's willing to do. The last game we saw him play yesterday, he was an Estes.
So yeah, he was the heel man.
He was the heel man. Now he's a Badang, and he showed up big time here. His improvement with his chemistry and communications with Demon Kite and Yue are it's so blatantly just fair. Like, just how well they time things together. You see them counting abilities when they play. You see them really wait to see what resources are used before they use it. The fact that Renegade would wait for the perfect time to use Fist Break. Wow.
And Edward's still 100%.
Yeah, that's 6-0 now on this Phoveus.
He's 6-0 on the Phoveus, man.
I hate to rain on Aurora's parade, but is this not the same symptoms of what happened to Onic Game 1?
Yeah.
It's all in, very one-dimensional, magic damage against a lineup that has a Phoveus that can obviously compromise everything.
The crazy thing about this, as we look at the highlights too, is there was multiple times that Team Falcons were down thousands and thousands of gold, but they somehow still had pretty good team fights.
They were putting up quite the resistance, yes. And that is a testament to their wisdom, their experience in this beloved sport. But just the same, Aurora are on a whole nother level. Off of the tangent that Renmar was mentioning, it seemed like Aurora's connection, their chemistry, their synergy was superhuman. It's as if they had mentally melded.
Yeah.
It's as if they just have to wait for Renegade to come in and trust in what the Hitman was planning.
Yeah.
Oh, there it was. Oh god.
That was the one.
Yeah.
That was the fist win.
Yeah, it was a retribution by Demon Kite, which had 68 life remaining on the Lord, but then the fist win came in.
They're fighting this. They're down 7,000 gold. And like, there was a moment here where I was like, man, is this a turnaround?
Then bang.
Yeah, here comes Demon Kite. You know.
That's the fist break that Renegade also dealt onto Supermarket was big.
Yeah. It really, and that's why the Badang was popping up so much. It's so good at stopping that rhythm, you know, in a team fight, and you're just able to go ahead and stop that from happening. So, great game one.
Which makes Renegade's use of it all the more amazing. A lot of teams, even in the early days of Badang's rise, just used Badang as a one-time, big-time kind of, I'll just catch him with an ult, burst him, we go. Renegade, it made him seem like he had 3 ults.
Yeah. You see that he's really trying to maximize the fist wind as well. I mean, the power of Badang is that he gets a lot of cooldown reduction. Even though he didn't build any cooldown reductions here, he was playing on raw defense, and the cooldown reduction he would get, I believe, was just the Inspire and even the base CDR from the support emblem set already. So he utilized the fist wind as another setup tool. He didn't rely just on the fist break, fist crack combo. It's tremendous how Renegade played this.
I'd reckon he's at 25 or 30 CDR.
Yeah,
he has the boots, he has the Thunderbelt, but he's not capping at 40, 45.
Yeah, he's not max, but
20. No, it's 10 CDR from the support emblem, so that's at least 30 that he's getting.
But that's
and
like
with
enough.
Inspire 35, yeah.
It feels like it's just enough, though. You know, he's able to go ahead and do everything that he needed to, and of course, the Kite brothers are both on here. Yue, too, it was nice to see him play, not the Sicilian, and really have a huge impact here with that last pick, the Faramis that came through.
Oh, I hate to sound cheesy, but he's the glue that made that lineup work.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the NetherRealm was probably the highest of value thing that they had throughout this entire match.
Shadow Stampede compromised Falcons' approach. It made him think twice, like, oh, dude, we don't have any Purifies. Our Flicker's gonna get overloaded by this pull.
Yeah. And the BPI rich guy at 4 came on then Demon Kite, almost a 17,000 total gold, 811 GPM. He was everywhere. on this Hayabusa and very proactive on it. So again, impressive from Demon Kite to be able to do this and also just rely on the team to go ahead and help him succeed like that on a pick like that has, you know, seen his highs and lows, I would say, just as a hero in general. So, but really what's made RORA so impressive is just how everyone seems to kind of rely and click together, and the synergy that we talked about up to this point, because we all know what was all said about them before the season started, and I would say if you look at them now, man, they're damn near consistent, you know, in every single game they play.
Yeah, I don't want to call them inconsistent anymore, honestly.
Yeah.
They're consistently winning. Yeah, that's what matters. And yeah, with what you mentioned about Haya, you see the lowest, but we definitely got a Hayabusa in that one.
Get it?
I like it.
I'll show myself out.
Well,
You have to stay till the series.
We're going
though.
3 games, buddy.
Yep, okay. If that's the case,
I'm telling you.
I'm pretty sure we're going to throw it in an interview after this. I need to go to little boy's room.
Well, you'll get your chance here, Redmar. Let's go ahead and throw it over on stage with our host.
Nandito tayo pa rin sa MPL Arena. Roras, buhay na buhay ba tayo dyan? The Roras are very happy after that intense Game 1 win. Pero bago tayo mag-umpisa with that Game number 2, here with us today is Abo Limos from All-Star Magazine. Abo, how's it going? Ano ba yung hawak mo?
Maraming salamat, Hans. Ako nga pala si Abo Limos, Senior Editor ng All-Star Magazine. Itong hawak ko ang aming maiden print issue. So nilabas namin just last month, and yun. Yeah.
So, Sir Abo, can you please tell us more about what this magazine is all about?
Can I borrow it?
Sure. Okay, so All-Star is all about, our tagline is sports beyond the scoreboard. So we tell the stories that you cannot, easily see or hear from the broadcast or the social media. So we find the most interesting stories and we tell them.
So, the stories that not a lot of people cover.
Yes.
And speaking of stories that not a lot of people cover, if we take a look at the centerfold piece or article, it's very interesting. It's about MPL Philippines.
Of course, nasa
so
centerfold
tell us about
po.
that. Why did you choose that story to showcase for the centerfold piece?
Okay, so when I was interviewing Onic Philippines and writing this story, ang nangibabaw na kwento ay ang pagiging halimaw ng MPL Philippines. So kinukwento ng Onic Philippines sa akin noon na napakahirap mag-back-to-back champion dito sa MPL Philippines dahil ibang-iba ang MPL Philippines kumpara sa ibang mga regions na napakahirap manalo dito, napakahirap mag-champion dito, lalo na mag-back-to-back pa. So yun yung parang nag-forge sa kanila as champions and world champions.
Sobrang galing talaga nila. And you really wanted to showcase that, Sir Abo. Now, talk about what resonates with you when you cover stories about MLBB and MPL Philippines. Ano yung nakakaantig ng puso mo, Sir Abo?
You know, Jamie, that's a really good question. Pero napakaraming nagpaantig ng puso ko sa mga nakausap ko. Pero recently lang merong isa, si Coach RC ng Team Liquid Philippines. So kinuwento sa akin ni RC na dati siyang street food vendor. So na-publish natin yan sa All-Star. Tapos pagkatapos siya maging street food vendor, may isang hotelier na lumapit sa kanya at tumikim ng kanyang mga binibenta. Pagkatikim ng binibenta niya, niyaya siyang mag-apply para maging chef.
Wow.
Tapos siya yung naging head chef ng isang 5-star hotel. Yun yung kwento ni Coach RC.
You know, and those are
Inspiring.
stories, right? Those are stories na siguro hindi alam ng sobrang daming tao. Maybe talk to us about this one, this time. Kasi ito yung MVP
mo,
ng
Hans.
Game 1 eh. Ayan o, kita nyo naman. Rene J, right? Having his very own page for the All-Star Magazine. I'm sure Rene J sees it as well. Talk to us about this bit.
When I was talking to Rene J for this story, nagulat ako, Hans, dahil sinabi sa akin ni Rene J, minsan nangliliit ang tingin ko sa sarili ko dahil parang feeling niya hindi pa niya nakukuha yung respeto ng mga kasama niya dito sa MPL. Kaya gusto niyang manalo. Yun yung nagda-drive sa kanya para manalo ng championship.
You know what? One of the things that I wanna ask you is that Game 1. Sa tingin mo ba with Week 4, talk to us about the respect or yung kanyang reputasyon? Because a lot of people are already saying that he's the best roamer. In your opinion ba, ano sa tingin mo yung ganap dito?
Batay sa pinakita ng Aurora, masasabi kong karespe-respeto si Rene J. Hindi lang dahil matagal ko na siyang kaibigan, pero dahil napakalakas niya mag-estes, magaling din siya mag-Angela. Yung mga heroes na ginagamit ko sa MLBB, kaya niyang gamitin ng talagang
Kayang-kaya. He
Kayang-kaya.
deserves the respect. No? So, Abo, I think it just goes to show that you're really passionate about these stories that are inspiring from MPL and MLBB. So, what do you want to convey to all the readers out there? Ano yung makukuha nila from All-Star Magazine and your stories about MPL Philippines?
Okay, basahin niyo po ang mga kwento na isinasa, na pinapublish namin sa All-Star. Kung gusto niyo ng mga stories beyond the scoreboard, basahin niyo po kami.
Stories beyond the scoreboard. I love that. Where can they read it?
Yeah, where can
Abo?
we read it actually?
Mababasa niyo po kami, nasa Facebook po kami, All-Star Magazine, nasa IG din po kami, at nasa TikTok and YouTube. Maraming salamat po.
Abo, thank you so much for giving us a bit more of the information based on how things were going. Suportahan natin ang All-Star Magazine with their latest issue kasi malay nyo, yung mga susunod na mga pro players na inyong paborito na ang ating makikita. But for now, we resume all of the festivities, all of the matches for today. Kaya babalik na natin to sa ating mga casters.
Thanks so much. That's Sir Abo from All-Star Magazine, and of course Hans and Jamie there. Great to see. Again, there's a lot of stories that happen beyond the scoreboard.
It's CJ Cancino on the front page, you were wondering.
That's who it was? You looked it up?
He's down and dirty. No, I just read the front page.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was there up front.
But
It's
like,
all blowed up.
I was like, why is he there though? Like,
Probably a celebrity.
Who Renegade there?
Oh yeah, if that's the line of thinking, I agree with you.
If Renegade was on it, I would buy like 10 copies.
Yeah.
And for the international viewers there, a lot of the articles from All-Star Magazine are actually in English.
That's right.
So go ahead, just search up All-Star Magazine, and you can see some of the great articles that they put up online available for all of us.
And right now, we're going to see who's going to get the power pose from one of our audiences out there. Go ahead and put your game face on and make the smart power pose. You guys have a chance. Okay. Madara wants to win this one, man.
Yeah.
I don't know who's going to beat him.
Is he okay?
Yeah, dude, you fine? You can
Who's
relax
going
a
to
bit.
face him? No one.
Who is a worthy challenger?
He's not putting up claws.
Guys, look at the pose.
Claus is Sanford.
Oh my God! No one's beating Madara,
Yo,
dude.
brother, you okay?
His chi is off the charts.
Just give it to him already. I'm worried for him.
It's over 9,000.
I think he's about to burst.
We have paramedics on scene.
Well, we do. Hopefully he doesn't combust.
Best in the
Oh,
business.
no, no
Oh,
way.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Oh, if he gets it over Madara, I'll feel so bad for him.
Stand up, Madara's on his feet.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude, he hasn't moved.
Is he breathing? Oh, he's blinking.
Yeah.
He's widening his eyes.
And I think we're seeing, hopefully, those
Oh,
are the
yeah,
eyes
no,
of his
no.
last moments.
All right.
They're definitely giving it.
Oh, no.
Brit, no, I'm joking. Madara was there.
He's still holding it. No,
He's
not.
still holding
He sat
it.
down.
He sat down.
Congratulations. Was it because he was in a the not cosplay, like did he have the jacket that matched Renegade or something?
I'm so mad for him.
Yeah, that's all right. Madara, he still looks cool.
He got off his butt, right? He stood up and he said,
did.
I want to win this.
He did.
And he held it for a solid minute and a half.
He did.
Madara?
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we're going to have an update here, too, from our friends over in MPL ID. We got some breaking news here. Oh, Kadera gives Geek momentum in Game 2. Comeback.
It's Chadera from the streets.
Kadera.
Chadera from the hood.
Kadera.
That's
Geek,
cool.
It's 1-1.
Yeah. Up against RQ Hoshi. That's an interesting series. I like how it's not just even here in MPL Philippines. Even the results in MPL Indonesia are quite interesting. Some of the best teams, favorite teams in MPL LATAM have been dropping series as well.
Who's the top of the standings right now for MPL ID?
RRQ and EVOS.
RQ and
It's
EVOS?
the Classico up top, and then Geek is kind of a mid-team right now.
Yeah.
So this going all the way is interesting. I'm not going to say it's must-watch. It's a must-watch because this is must-watch.
Yeah.
Finish this first, and then maybe you can check in on them.
Or
We have a
if
full hour ahead, too, by the way.
if you have multiple devices, put us both there.
You got 2 Infinix phones.
If you're using a computer, you can split the screen. And even if you have one screen, you can split the screen.
Pretty sure you could do that like for 20 years or something.
Can you? Sorry, I'm just catching up here. Must be my age. Anyway, we're jumping into the draft. It's Game 2.
Oh, it'll be 25.
Oh, man. What do we have here? Blue side,
Hold
Aurora.
up. Yep, Aurora chose blue. Okay.
Yep.
Good thing Blue Yo here, unless Coach Trevor takes it out.
I think the Falcons are weighing, pick their poison. Because if it's sort of like Aurora forcing Falcons into a Suyo ban, considering that they banned out the Joy themselves.
And then they go Harith.
Yeah.
Oh, Trev up against a corner here.
Yeah, great drafting pattern by Aurora, by the way. And again, the toughest part about being on the red side, you always have to commit a ban onto Fanny and Juicin.
Yeah. That's just the way it is. Oh, they do take out
that I like.
This leaves open Matilda.
Yeah.
This leaves open Suyo. This leaves open Harith and Granger.
This leaves open the wingman this time.
Lots and lots of power picks. And even if Falcons doesn't go for like the traditional Alpha Matilda, if the Matilda can fall in their hands, they can go weird and pick up a Barrett, you know? They've already showed up a Barrett in the jungle before paired up with a Matilda. They just need to have something really mobile in the EXP that can be quite aggro. Suyo picked up. Let's see if Falcons will... I want to see them save their jungle pick for later. So yeah, pick up your carries. Go for something quick scaling. They go for the Matilda.
Okay.
So will Aurora then consider a quick jawhead for Renegade? Even though that might not be what they want to lead to in terms of their playstyle. They like the hard utility and the crowd control brought out by a Badang. They like the high loss on him, and the Cho is actually still open for Renegade.
Yeah, I'd like to see either of those, either the Jawhead or the Cho this time around for Renegade. Again, we're going to have to see what they want to pair up with him. There it is. They're actually going to go with the Moskov and the Sicilian. So UA is him. He's going back to it.
That's it. All the cores for Aurora have been locked in. They just need all the frontliners now to answer for.
You know, I think that's literally because of the fact of who Renegade is and how much of a hero pool he has.
Yep. And what he's willing to do.
What he's willing to do, because you've seen, I mean, if you've been watching Renegade as a player for so long.
I have.
I know you have. His hero pool has immensely grown over the past couple of seasons, I'd say.
Yeah.
I mean, he's always been very good at picking up these, you know, heroes sometimes you wouldn't even expect, but that's the thing. Even if you go these next two bans towards the roam from Team Falcons, it's like, it's not enough.
Great singer too.
The recipe of success also for Aurora has always really just been to make sure that the Renegade pick comes in last. 4-5 is usually the hotspot there for his hero pick, because that allows him to see what it's up against and pick the best possible one.
And now Falcons, it's up to them. Do they do that exactly? Do they choke out Renegade's choices? They know that that's going to pay off. Indeed they do. Take out the Horseman. But here's my hot take. I don't think they're going to ban the Badang.
You don't think they will?
These first two picks are unbadangable.
Badangable.
Yeah, Harith is one of those heroes, like, as soon as you pick him blue side, you can't badang.
Do you think he goes, are we going to possibly see the heel man again?
I don't know.
Is there a possibility for an Estes to come through?
I would play it safe. I don't want to call it out just yet.
The Estes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe the Hylos gone. They can still Cho, they can still go for pick off.
Cho or Jawhead?
Yeah.
But they don't have a front line. That's what I'm so worried about whenever you Estes.
Payback time.
Estes is the front line.
That's true.
Just with the heels.
Ooh. Nah, they're not going to go Angela Rome. They can't.
Again, it's worse, right? That's the worst. I'd say S is the front line, sure. But Angela, no!
No. You saw how squishy the Angela was in the previous game.
Correct. Got front kicked.
Horse kicked.
Huh.
Today I learned that the Phobius horse kicks.
Hey, if you look at it from a different angle, yeah, it looks like he's kicking you from the back.
Where's that dark wave coming from, you know?
You don't want to know.
And Hylos, the actual horseman, cannot kick.
He technically bonks people.
Yeah, he bonks. He pokes.
Yeah.
Stabs him.
Yeah, he stabs him straight up.
This definitely should have been an animation to
wow.
horse kicks.
Respect bans onto Renegade.
Well, that's what I was saying. Those last two bans I was expecting to go towards Renegade, but even then, it's like you just have to choose your poisons.
It's not enough.
Last one for the mid, still taking out the Fairness.
I think Aurora can go Khalid for Renegade.
And it would be a half-decent pick.
Yeah, they can go Khalid Edith.
Your divine retribution.
Oh, and that Valentina sort of turns it off.
Yes. Free Primal Wrath, anyone?
Yeah. And Khalid doesn't have a good history against the Valentina and the Matilda at the center of the map. So maybe they might even consider the Cho at this point. If they're willing to risk giving a implosion, the Atlas would be okay. Excuse me. Take real. Where did Atlas come from? Wow.
Wishful thinking.
You've been thinking about Kalea for a while.
Freudian slip.
I really want Kalea, man. Like, she's a great hero. So yeah, options on the board.
Fishman.
Fishman.
I'm excited.
Next week.
Oh, they could go CC. I think CC would be okay here. Oh, they go Franco.
Oh my goodness.
Hookman!
Hookman.
The Hookman.
First time this season.
I bet Ben Things is happy over in the restream corner.
Oh, and they're the ones who go Barracks.
That is an XP lane Barrett's.
Wow.
Shades of Season 8 Edward.
So what is the jungle pick here for Team Falcons?
Please
Red.
don't make it a Lucas. Oh my God.
A Lucas jungle.
Kyle's done it before.
And we might actually be seeing it considering that there's a Matilda paired up with it.
Yeah.
Lucas Jungle might be somewhat okay in their eyes.
Somewhat okay is not enough.
Yeah.
Especially when your back's against the wall like this.
Is that how you want to lead your life? With someone that's
somewhat okay.
I think it is Lucas Jungle because it's Flap Teasy's pick they're considering.
Oh no.
They're looking at the matchup for the EXP lane for the Barretts.
This is the question. Flap, what do you want to do? You want to play? Do you want to play the Lucas or are we going to swap?
What is he going to play?
Reporting for duty.
Oh man, it's the export.
Oh, the Jungle Lucas.
Oh no.
Yeah, not historically, not great for a Jungle Lucas this season.
Oh man.
And even in SPS beforehand, it only had like 1 or 2 wins against many losses.
I would say Jungle Lucas is almost as bad as Uranus.
Yeah, I was going to say. I remember when it did pop up, was that week 2?
They're
maybe?
cousins.
Week 2.
They're cousins.
Super like, please no.
I try to never remember King Kong on it. Oh God, now I remembered. Why?
The beast on the beast. Not very
Keep him on a
beastly.
leash, yo.
Yep.
Made him a little chihuahua.
Well, here's the last look at the lineups. 3.9 for Aurora, though, with this one.
Yeah. Although, their lineup is quite interesting.
It's gimmicky a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little
both
gimmicky.
of them, yo. Both
yeah.
of them.
Yeah.
Both of them have quite gimmicky lineups, but it looks very solid. However, with the Lucas, Exborg, Harith, Matilda, if Falcons get their rotation right, this is a very quickly snowballing lineup. I want to see how Aurora will play the first rotation so that by the time the first turtle comes up, you'd want Renegade to already have the Bloody Hunt so he can instantly get a lockdown onto one, because you'll need that.
Yeah, I want to see how Renegade's actually going to land these hooks with this kind of lineup across from him. And like, either he's going to miss a whole lot or he's going to land that one hook that changes the game. Oh, already getting one off Ogwin.
Asking you should receive. Ogwin down to about 1/10 of his health. Early regen.
All right. Interesting, too. He went with the Concussive Blast here, so no focusing mark for him. A lot of action already here. Mid lane.
He also wants to maximize the damage he can dish out. Again, Franco does have a good amount of damage especially when he can get his Wasteland stacks up. Okay, so 2 feet for Renegade. Wilderness and Agility. Quick rotation. As expected from Franco, almost landing onto Ogwin too.
I'm wondering, did he miss like a basic attack or two there? Could have definitely drawn first blood.
Yeah. I thought that the Demon Kite would be able to take it.
Yeah.
But center of the map, already a win for Aurora with the pokes and the crowd control that they have around the Sicilian-Franco combination this time around.
Can you explain why this time around Demon Kite's running with not the killing spree that we've seen so much on the Suyo? He's really, I think right now he's the only one that's really changed it when the Suyos come through, right?
You know what? As the player who's played the most Suyo on the desk right now, I'll reckon it's because he wants the extra damage. Oh, and the hook on Kyle TZ! Drawing first blood, RORA. Clear win here, especially with the turtle spawning in just a few.
This is not the start that Falcons wanted around the Jungle Lucas. And yeah, if things get out of hand by the second turtle, it's good to call it game at that point. Let's see how Falcons will start to balance things out so that Calteezy gets a little bit more farm and he doesn't fall back way too behind. Oh, good check on the purple buff there with the Spear of Destruction actually by Dominic Kite.
They're over there.
Look where Renegade is too. Like with the rapid boots that he's got plus the double speed emblems, he's fast. He can move where he needs to. He's gonna get spotted out though. So this is the thing he's going to be doing, just roaming around, looking for those picks with these iron hooks. And it really puts you in a defensive position.
Oh, what? Still caught and forces the Purify from Super Marco. Gets the iron hook into the bloody hunt. How'd that happen?
It looked like at the very end of the animation, Super Marco might have re-dashed back into the hook. Because it looked like he already dashed out of the hook trajectory.
That's what I thought.
So that means Renegade read into the dash.
No, he already threw it. It was avoided by Marco, but there was still a little bit of animation left. Marco dashed into it, and it still caught him.
So was that a read or a delayed animation? Who's right here? The flicker! The Denders welcome into the wall! Owen falls!
Man, what a move. And very, decisive to go down to that bottom lane, and we're going to have to take a little bit of a break here when they figure things out, but they spent so much time down there, and then they finally get rewarded by picking off Ogwin.
Yeah, that was a quick rotation, by the way. I don't think, well, he was probably showing up in the map, but Edward showing up in the bottom lane, that's a great aggressive rotation by Aurora.
That's coast to coast.
Yeah, it left FlapTZ just managing the minion waves. But, dang, instantly going for 5-man this early on. Aurora showing that they really want to dominate early and make sure that the Harith doesn't get good, comfortable farm.
Look, I see the whole map. We see the whole map. But even I didn't see Edward going that far and that quick.
Yeah. And
oh my goodness. So, okay, I had to double check the hook. So that's exactly what happened. So Renegade threw the hook. Super Marco dashed out of the way. But when he re-dashed back into it, there was still a little bit of animation left on the hook before the pullback. And that's why he was pulled back.
So it's a Suyo situation.
Yeah.
He threw out the animation for the skill, but the backswing allowed for the hook to still get the unit.
Exactly. It was the backswing that got Super Marco.
And I'm pretty sure Marco did not expect that. So all of a sudden he had to take a little extra damage before the Purify.
Yeah.
And then that's why he still got into Bloody Hunt range.
Yeah.
And that made it all the more worse for Falcons. Like, they spent so much to still get pummeled.
It's like one of those things that it's probably not going to happen often, but when it does happen, it's kind of, it's like, whoa, how did that happen,
Pretty sure that's not what Gushin looks like.
I was going to say. 17-5.
Oh, it's him.
Oh, that's him showing off his Gushin skills. Good for him.
Baby friends.
There we go.
Hello, animals.
That's what we want to see. There it is.
Is that a cat?
Yes! Oh my god.
Shout out to all the fur parents out there.
Fur parents.
Sorry, JR. Wish you were here.
Graduation photos.
Congratulations, sir.
Good for him.
Stay in school.
Stay in school, study hard.
Yue, put up a picture now.
Yue, may she take a picture with you?
Oh, there, Yue's right there.
No, that's just a head.
I think that's okay.
Here we go. Let's get back into this one.
It's slightly okay. It's slightly okay. Oh, look at that big chubby wave left in by Falcons. Huh? Oh, no, by Aurora. Oh, Falcons to get to defend.
Okay, catching up here. We're 4 minutes in. Nearly there. 2-0 right now for Aurora. They've already got a nice little lead to work with. We got Turtle in 15 seconds.
This is all Aurora still.
This is all Aurora still. They've been all over the map. Fuse holding on to his own Bats Feast. And they might go ahead and get in position. It looks like Kyle Teasy, again, on this Lucas jungle, statistically hasn't done really well. Let's see if they can change that this time. But man, Ogwin just taking a ton of shots. Already he's going to go ahead and heal back up. But Flap will be the one to start this Turtle. And look at this. So the cutting up top that Domenkai's handling. Oh, they're going to go for it.
FlapTZ going to get his Pyraga armor popped after last Saturday forced out by Aurora. And all that space used by Falcons to steal away a Turtle at the price of Ogwin's life.
Okay, now they lose their roamer, but they do get the Turtle. Whoa, good sidestep there by FlapTZ. Good aggressive play by Falcons to somehow try to balance things out as things have just not gone their way. Got one of the Turtles. Let's see if they'll be in a healthier position to really heavily contest and fight for the third one.
Yeah, much better if they can. A lot of times, you're always going to be holding your breath to see where Renegade goes with the hook. But right now, too, some of the first items being locked in on both sides. Ogwin, whoa.
Hold up.
Lane?
DK gets pushed in by 4.
That's going to be fine, but there's a whole lot of attention now here towards this top side. A lot of protecting for Dome and Kite too. Let's take a look at the items, how they're falling into place.
All right, the Harith 1.5 or 1,005 gold behind somewhat. Against the Moskov, no full build just yet, still going into the Starlium while there's already a Corrosion Scythe for the Moskov. UA just full built the Glowing Wand as well.
Whoop.
Same for few.
Sanguine Claws compromising Flap here with the Dennis Welcome catching him. Aurora will not force the issue.
Yeah, good thing Xborg has that mechanic where when his armor breaks, he's untargetable during a roll. And that was able to help him escape alongside the Ogwen being there as well, who just built up a Flask of the Oasis. So despite the bad start for Falcons, relatively healthy position, so the next turtle might actually be contestable for them.
Yeah.
But the map is not looking good in their side, that they need to manage waves before they fight.
Whoop. That is the Missile Expert pushing Falcons into a fight that they're not ready for. Unleash the beat by Kaldizi, plus a Shockwave Blast and the most unfortunate pause in the season yet.
Man, that's tough to see because that fight breaking out, you know, down in the mid lane too. And it looked like, I don't know.
It looked quite good for Falcons.
I was going to say.
Both of them actually.
It looked like a better fight for Falcons, and so I'm wondering which side is this one on?
Who asked for this? I don't know.
Was it Falcons?
On the contrary, gentlemen, I think this is a better fight for Aurora. Because Kyle Teasy has already spent his ult.
Oh, this is on Rora's side.
And Kyle Teasy is like, what, a 1/10 of his health.
Yeah.
So that's a man down. Technically, it's a technical knockout in my books. So that's a 4v5 that Aurora might go into. It's in their favor.
Well, we'll have to see when we get back into that game too. Whoa!
Is that young man showing us a Tyranno beat Beyblade?
It's a Tyranno what?
I'm just kidding. It's a friend of mine. It's Riley.
You know him?
We play every week, yeah. We went to the same high school.
Oh, you did? Beyblade.
That's the old song. That's from the first generation.
What's the new song?
I don't know. Several songs. Oh, it's a song sang by One OK Rock.
I wish I knew
Glennis. Glennis is number one.
Renegade the Hookman, question mark. The last time Renegade played Franco in MPLPH was in Season 9? Was it that long? NXPE versus Omega.
This was in 2022.
2022. Yeah.
Before the official before we officially recognized Franco Day. At MSC 2022, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody was playing Franco.
Yep, I remember that. And it's funny because I feel like there was talk leading into this, I don't know, can't recall if it was the season or the patch, when people were like, Franco is bound to pop up.
Watch out for Franco.
Yeah, there was something about him that made people think, yeah, he would pop up here, but
I think in Season 15 already, Franco got banned once or twice.
Yeah. I think once or twice, yeah.
This is not his debut, like, technically.
Yeah, the debut that we saw from Franco was the ban. That's why when he showed up, we didn't get the whole debut pick graphic because he had one contention, which was one ban in the second phase, blue side.
I wish Madara was still standing up doing the power pose. Is that early?
That's so much. Is that Ruby?
Ruby!
Aww.
Is it Ruby cosplayer?
Oh, they didn't let her sickle in.
That is a great costume, ma'am.
It counts as a weapon, so she had to check it at the door.
Yeah. Ah, that's why.
So no, I'm offended happening here today, nor any of her attacks or skills.
I can't imagine that girl being offended.
Hold up! Oh. Is that?
That's Miggy.
Is that
That's
Miggy?
Where's Miggy though?
That's a good friend, Hermogenes Arayata IV. Where is he actually?
I was gonna say, where is Miggy? Oh, is he over there?
Is he in the cast?
Is he restreaming?
Oh no, that's not him.
Still bad things, man. I don't know. He's in the.
Did Miggy just literally come to watch?
He's in the premises. Yeah, he's in the premises.
He just came to hang out.
Yeah. He's a big fan.
Yeah.
He's one of the young casters here in the Philippines.
Top 8 of the 2024 Moonton Talent Search.
Talent Search. Who's here?
So far, scores looking great for Aurora.
There he is. We've been talking about him.
All right. Behind him is his co-top 8.
Co-top 8.
Talent Search is Ajax. Artignan.
These guys have been casting, right?
They have some pretty fire names. Hermogenes and Artagnan?
Yeah.
Wait, it's what?
Artagnan.
Artagnan.
I think that's one of the.
Why do we have such boring names compared to them, guys?
Brother, you are Joseph Charles Omega.
Yeah.
That is not a boring name. Daniel Ray Christopher is not a boring name. My name is boring.
Renmar.
It's 2 syllables.
Renmar.
No space.
Hey, short and sweet.
Short and sweet.
Just exactly what I am.
No, we were talking about your name, but
Daddy Short Legs.
Hey, don't tell the world my IGN, bro.
if you get dunked by a player named Daddy Shortleg with an MPL logo, like that's confirmed. That's correct.
Yeah, that's me. Shout out to my short kings out there. Y'all are great.
Everyone gets so shy with the camera.
Embrace your recognition. You are part of the MPL universe.
Yeah.
Hello, baby dog.
Hopefully we get more cosplayers coming in, because that Ruby cosplay was really good.
Anakanjin. What?
Did she just that's the thing, did she just show up as Ruby? I want to cosplay as him.
I
Boom, we're
didn't
going
see
back to
her-
the game.
I didn't see her come in.
I didn't either.
All
right, back to the game. 6.5 minutes in, it's 3-0 right now. Aurora, 2,500 gold up. Taking us a bit to get through this game, but this is now the last turtle, and just looks like Team Falcons might be able to take it. Renegade gives information.
How is Falcons able to do this? They're down by a significant amount. They've been losing fights, but they're still first to the turtle.
Demon Kite's gonna be here.
Yeah, Demon Kite's there. They find Flaps. He's got enough armor, though. They set up that front line for this. They're gonna have to go for it, and it looks like, it's gonna go to Kyle Teasy. So last turtle of the game goes to Team Falcons.
Whoa.
But look at Demon Kite, though.
It looks like RORA is tactically backing off. All this while to give space to Dominic. You're right, Joseph. He was working down bot, and no one home for SOD.
Okay,
they do pick the fight, though. Look at this. Renegade gets pummeled, dogpiled by Falcons. Then as welcome throw in. Kyle Teasy into a wall.
Here's
a rover
Dominic.
for a jungler. Great trade for Aurora.
And because Aurora has the Barrett, they can continue being aggressive here. So they have a very tanky frontliner who can hold the line here. While, as expected, the Lucas jungle is suffering in this matchup.
Yeah, it definitely is. But it makes me wonder, like you mentioned, the way they played that last turtle too, Team Falcons, it doesn't matter if they're down multiple thousands gold. They'll go ahead, and if they want to be a little decisive with it, they'll go for it. But wow.
That's Aurora forcing Flapteasy back.
Is that another turret that's going to go down too?
Yeah, it will.
Looks like he can't defend that, not by himself. The rest of Falcons are elsewhere.
Aurora just looks so sharp, so good right now. They're continuing the aggression. Yeah, they popped the holy defense. And Domigite has just had a great time farming.
Whoa, Ogwin goes and changes the angle of that Circling Eagle, hitting Domigite, forcing Aurora back.
Okay, they got that shield down too. So already it's Aurora getting a lot of value on just letting Domigite sit in the side, one of the side lanes, do his thing, push it. If he wants to join the fight with a spear, then he can, but right now it feels like Team Falcons is almost in a way forced to just kind of stay together. They can't really take the risk of pushing out too far.
The supporters of both teams quite tense in the arena right now. Despite Aurora having a really good lead in the gold, in the map, 4 turrets broken to Falcons, none. Even they feel like there's a chance that Falcons can come back in this with one team fight gone wrong for them.
Yeah. You gotta remember too, if the game drags on late game, UA on that pick right now, that signature pick, the Sicilian, one of the few players right now currently in the league that loves to play it and has performed really well on it too. The DHS is now picked up for Dominic. He's got the Trinity items locked in for the Mozkov. Ooh. So with that, Team Falcons will be facing up. Oh,
Purify by Ogwin here. Close call.
Close call already. Lord is up. Flap's going to hold up the front side. Fuse holding on to the Barrett's ultimate. The Daytona's welcome himself.
Dominic pushing.
Dominic is pushing again. He might even just push into that base turret. Team Falcons is going to have to do something.
Big knockup. Zaman Force rode in by Super Marco. The collapse. Down goes Ogwin.
Oh.
Right up for Renegade. SOD finally finds the target. Kyle Teasy down, but not out. Flapteasy coming in. Double kill for you. Few holding on as Dominic was pushing. Check the base. Few falls. And that's it. Aurora clean as it can get. Taking the series with a sweep.
Dominic did it all game, and they end up winning the series in a sweep with that maneuver.
We said Falcons needed to be sharp, close to their peak, if they want to beat Aurora today. That way,
They lost that one. Shows they are definitely far from that. While Aurora will end the first half of the regular season lording over everyone undefeated.
That's 7-0, folks. 7-0. The Northern Lights shining brighter than they ever have in their history in our league.
Renegade trying to get past those cannons right there. But
excuse me.
It's fantastic, man. Again, smiles here between both the teams. And it was great because the communication to keep Dome and Kite there and not follow through with the spear was great.
They've been setting it up all game long. However long this game was, Falcons would know it. If they were looking at their mini-map, they should have seen this coming.
Yeah. Falcons were banking on the idea that Dom and Kite would rejoin.
Yeah.
It seems like they completely let go of the thought that, hey, he can just push and end this.
You gotta remember, I know Moskov doesn't pop up often, like, anymore, but when he does, you can't forget the side pressure that this hero can give to a team, that advantage. And also, it's just it's playing around it too. Like, are you going to be joining the fight or not? So, again, great usage there. Dome and Kite, the communication that they had all.
Moskov is unique in that he is the only hero who can do that.
Yeah, he is. Pretty much. And they made it use of it. So let's throw it over to the stage to hear from our winning interview.
Undefeated for the first half of the regular season, it's Aurora Gaming! I want to hear it from the fans. Lights within? A beautiful victory na nanggaling sa Aurora. Uumpisahan natin kay Doming. Doming, kahit paano ba nangyari yung split push? Ang bilis eh. Hindi pa kami ready. What was the communication like? Paano yung pag-uusap nyo dun sa split na ginawa mo?
Siguro po nakita ko po yung advantage na Moscow ako, tapos kaya ko po siyang i-split, tapos nakita ko sakto 5 po sila. Tapos sinabi ko po sa kampi ko na go nila, wag nila pauwiin, tapos tapusin ko.
So it was your call. It was your call. Doming Kite with a 1,000 IQ play right there.
Communication was clear in game, hands, and they did it. What a fast game. Now, Demon Kite naman, pwede pakipasa yung katabi na kita eh. So, matanong ko lang, unbeatable kayo, grabe yung win streak nyo. Kaya nyo bang talunin or tapatan yung record ng Onic last season?
Hopefully, mabit namin yung record. Pero para sa akin talaga, siguro last time 100%, ngayon 200% confident ako na kaya namin talunin lahat.
Wow! Sige nga, paulit, lights within? So kung last season 100% yung confidence level mo, ngayon 200%. Bakit nga ba? Ano yung iba sa last season and this season? What changed?
Siguro yung approach namin nung ngayong season 15, marami kaming binago din. Nag-stick lang kami kung ano yung strength namin, tapos pinapalakas lang namin individually yung mechanics namin lahat.
Strength nila, hands. Okay, so top kayo sa rankings. Again, unbeatable team this season so far. So sabi mo 200% yung confidence level mo ngayon sa season na ito. So, masasabi mo bang expected na #1 kayo sa season na to so far?
In-expect nyo ba to?
Oo.
Ako hindi ko in-expect eh. Ang expectations ko lang parang kaya namin talunin lahat, tapos mapakita lang namin palagi yung best namin sa game.
Love it.
Alam mo, I'd like to take bits of that. Kaya niya lahat. And that player, I think, is Renegade. Game 1, MVP. Jay, mag-usap nga tayo. Badang, Franco, na hindi mo ginamit. Season 9 pa nung huli mo siyang ginamit. Tapos kahapon, nag-estes ka. Napapractice mo ba to sa scrim? Paano mo nakukuha yung hero pool na ganun karami?
Hindi po eh. Sundot-sundot lang talaga. Talagang sundot-sundot lang talaga ng practice eh. Pero siguro dala na rin po yun ng simula nung nag-start ako mag-ML kasi lahat po talaga ng role pinractice ko. Tapos nung season 6, 7, 8, nakita nyo naman po, nag-gold ako tsaka XP. Tapos lumipat po sa roam. Tapos siguro yun na rin po yung factor, yung malaking factor kaya medyo kaya ko gamitin yung mga iba't ibang hero po.
Would you say that this is your most comfortable role out of all the 3?
Tingin ko ito yung pinaka nag-fit sa akin kasi maingay ako eh. Tapos tingin ko pagka tank ka, maganda talaga ikaw yung nagli-lead sa team mo. So tingin ko mas gusto ko siya kaysa sa mga nakaraang kong roles.
You know, Jamie, I just have one more question. Kasi nakita namin kanina nung in-interview namin si Abo that one article was mentioning na kahit nasabihin natin na ikaw yung isa sa mga pinakasikat na players sa MPL, you still feel like you still have something to prove. Saan man nanggagaling yun?
Siguro po sa sarili ko na lang din. Kasi yun nga, sa tagal-tagal ko na rin sa pro scene, hindi pa ako nag-champion. So, yun po talaga yung pinaka-goal ko this season. Siyempre, mag-champion.
And you are in a really good pace to be able to do that. You guys have just swept the entirety of everything else, right? Right? And you, parang may request ka. Kasi eto na yun Alam na nila to, tumatawa na sila. So may sasabihin ka ba sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta?
Ako may request ako ngayon.
May request ka ngayon? Ikaw na nag-request?
Oo, ngayon. Kasi nakasegue kayo si Domen, so feeling ko deserve niya mag-promote.
Deserve ni Domeng mag-promote
si Domeng,
kasi nag-flex siya. Meng, kailangan mong gawin to, Domeng.
Okay, Domeng, your turn.
Huwag mo mapaluin. Okay, hindi mo na kailangan yung mic. I-flex mo muna yung jacket. Flex
Sige
muna.
nga, okay.
Yan! Okay?
Okay, ikot ka naman dyan.
Ikot.
Ayan!
Ngayon na ang oras mo para magsalita. Ano ang dapat na i-promote? Kaya yan.
Bili na kayo yung jersey, available na sa sa online. Wait lang. Tsaka
He's getting there. Okay.
Tsaka sa kapag naubusan kayo ng ticket, may kami, watch party sa KMC. Tapos available na rin yung battle emote ng Aurora.
Yon.
There we finally have it, sweeping the regular season. Once again, your winners, Aurora Gaming! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that first half sweep, you may now take your bow. Aurora, showing us a lot of things unexpected. Kahit sila hindi nila in-expect, but this is where they are right now.
One word comes to mind, Hans, unstoppable.
I am sure that this is a run that they're gonna be looking forward to for the second half of the season. Pero, hinihintay ko rin kung ano ba masasabi ng ating mga casters. Kaya naman, casters, balik sa inyo.
Well, I'll tell you what we have to say. That was an amazing matchup. I'm surprised it didn't go 3 games, and Aurora is looking damn good because, man, I don't know what to say. They just finished the first half of the season the best way possible.
6-0.
6-0.
7-0. 7-0 now.
Yep.
But back to the matchup, I hate to say it, but as soon as the Lucas jungle got locked in,
you knew. We knew.
It's just tough. It's just really tough for Lucas Jungle to shine. And Dominic, this was probably the easiest game of his entire career. The man was just split pushing.
1-0-1.
And literally no one stopped him. I think the only defense that they had in the split push was holy defense.
That's it.
That was it.
And he worked through that. And Falcons watched as Dominic popped that holy defense. Like,
you know,
are we going to go back? Nope.
I feel like I used to say gold lane experience before, you know, when you just start farming in your later lane. This is the epitome of gold lane experience.
Yeah.
Nothing's happening except you're just like in your own lane pushing to the win.
This is what every Zilong, Sun,
Gold lane Alucard?
Gold lane Alucard, this is their dream game. Every Layla, Hanabi out there. And I think the reason why he was able to push, so he goes in with a minion wave.
He had such a free go at this.
The defense pops. And I know the defense has like a knockback,
That's
right?
by the way, that's the MVP highlights
Oh, no,
right
no,
there.
no. It already popped. It's gone.
Yeah.
They didn't have the holy defense at that time.
He's been working.
He worked on them like multiple times.
The siege minion is healthy, so that means it didn't get hit by a holy defense. That was...
And you know what hurts? Is there was a good 30, 45 seconds where Falcons could have gone home.
Yeah.
And
they chose not to.
And then I'm pretty sure if we could hear the mic and we could, transcribe what was going on, I bet Dominic was going, Aren't they gonna come back?
Yeah.
They should be coming back, right?
Yeah, I mean, 10:05, by the way.
He did say in the interview that it was his call to decide to end the game already there.
Right.
He was telling, in the interview, he said he told his teammates, guys, just don't let them come home. I'm going to end it now. And you saw Renegade in the corner. He was just nodding. Yep. That's completely accurate, and that's what happened.
Go for it.
What it felt like what we saw here is, despite Falcon brute forcing their way into keeping this game close, their lineup is built around fighting around objectives, not really taking care of the map. And so Aurora said, okay, the most advantageous spot for a Moskov is not in the fights. It's opening up the map for everyone. That with the Barretts actually holding the as being the main anchor against this Falcons lineup, playing around the Sicilian and the Suyo as well, it was inevitable that this would happen. It was just unfortunate that we saw it happen in such fashion, because I think we saw a Falcons that were just not in their A game today, especially in this game number 2.
Yeah,
They were good yesterday. I mean, they won against APBR, but
you saw some struggle yesterday too.
there was, yeah, definitely. Again, they had to reverse sweep the hell out of that series. But here today, more so today, it seemed like they didn't know what to do post-patch.
Yeah,
it's weird when you think about it, because some of the strong teams that you have coming in the season, that's the struggle they've had so far up to this point.
Yeah. So is this Falcons' new hump? Is this another checkpoint for them to go like, maybe we have to, you know, do a little better at reinventing ourselves for this new patch? And folks, just to explain exactly why the all-time stats for the Big Four were very low, because it's a 10-minute game.
Yeah, I was going to say it's 10:05.
Yeah. It was a very, very quick one. I think one of the fastest games we've had so far this season.
The fastest or not yet? No, we had a sub-10.
Yeah, we had a sub 10.
Yeah, it was very close though, because, and again, even as we were watching it, we didn't necessarily think that would have been the end game there.
Yeah.
Almost expecting Domenkai to join that fight, but nonetheless, we're gonna hear exactly how it sounded on their end for this mic check.
Hello lang. Buhay ka, Jay? Ito, Lucas, pre. Lukas. Andito po, nandito yung ano. Patay ka. Patay ka. Namatay. Sabog. Namatay, pre. Tara, isa pa. Basta kami nga. Hindi ako Nice, bang.
Yeah, as you saw, very clean. Yeah, very calm. Just the communication that RORA has shown, usually when we get to see their mic checks, because we've seen so many now since they're 7-0, it is that. It's that calm, it's that collective kind of synergy that we've seen from them. And that's why I said, yeah, I completely agree with Renmar earlier on. I don't want to call them inconsistent anymore. There's no way you can, because look where they're at currently in the standings here. So again, congratulations to RORA there. Now also, we want to give a heads up to everybody that the Athena Cup, it's happening right now. This is the exclusive league for the female pro players out there, and the official qualifier for the MLBB Women's Invitational.
The tournament has already begun, and it runs up until May 27th. Let's all support the growing league that empowers more women to be esports pros.
I can't wait to go back to like MWI season, you know?
Yeah.
And can't wait to go back and revisit some of the VODs for Athena League. I've missed out a lot. I've seen a lot of the posts from the multiple teams in the Philippines highlighting their new rising stars. Liquid Aqua's making some noise, along with a bunch of other female teams as well.
The Empresses.
The Empresses. Yeah, there's a whole lot going over there. Also, we have more going on out there. This is the Collegiate Cup, and you can actually test your skills and show what you've got to what does it take, because the MSL Collegiate Cup Season 2 is nearing. It's the premier collegiate league for the aspiring MLBB pros, featuring student athletes from all over the Philippines, from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And you can join now by heading over to Moonton, slph.org/MCC for more information. So that, in a way, is a path for the aspiring pro players.
Where was this when I was in school?
Yeah.
We were too late to this, man.
If we had this, I would have tried.
If only this came out about 2 years ago, then we would have, you know.
Man, I wish. I remember the college days just a couple of years ago. So when one of our community members here too, Jahaziel Adair. Hopefully I'm saying that right.
Yep.
Aurora Ata champion Nayon season. Do we agree with this? Is Aurora going to be champion this season?
I will pull the curtain aside a bit, and I will say what I said to this gentleman after this, during the interview. I said, folks, boys, what did I say?
Men, bears.
Bears. I said bears.
Bears.
That's it.
Yeah. I think we may be seeing the champions of the season right now.
We got to deal with it.
Yes.
So it's RORA in 5.
Yeah, what happened at TSC in 5?
What happened
Yo,
at
let's wait.
Falcons?
It's only the first half. Let's see, but I mean, you can't deny that it's been an impressive first half for the regular season for
Yes.
Aurora. They look damn good.
I think in general, it's been amazing. And even with the meta changing, you know, we've got the question here, is this the nice one baby meta? Is it coming back? Now, for some of our international viewers who might not know what that means, how do we explain this to them? What's
All
the
right.
nice one baby?
Here's the thing. Trip down memory lane. Nice one, baby, is a phrase that comes out when you play with your significant other. And usually,
nice one, baby,
the significant others are the ladies, right?
Yeah.
Because it's us dudes who
Yeah.
pull
We're the carries.
the partners, the girlfriends, the wives into MLBB, right?
Yeah.
And then they usually play healers.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Estes, Angela, Rafaela,
Yeah.
stuff like that. And then when you get kills or when you snowball and run through people with that couple of a carry and a healer, you go nice one, baby.
Yeah. In Kalea, she's going to be playable.
She's a healer, y'all.
Next week. So she's kind of a healer.
And a CC machine.
And she's a CC machine, and she's just kind of, I don't know. I'm interested to see where the pros start to play her, because I know that I heard, or at least we played with this earlier, that she could also be played in the jungle.
Yeah. I think people have really been trying it out. You just maximize cooldown reduction with her. You make sure you get the Molten Essence. You go into Thunderbelt. You get your CDR, and then you go into a full build Cursed Helmet, and then that's when you build the rest of your items. Yeah, there's a lot of cooldown reduction you could get with her. I think at around 40. Yeah, 40%
Yeah, that's
cooldown reduction.
max. Yeah, but I wouldn't. I personally would rather just say, you know, keep her in the roam.
Keep her in the roam.
Keep her, maybe XP if you wanna.
Yeah.
But jungle, her sounds like it's way too many layers. Too many
You
steps.
never know. At this point, I wouldn't count it out. But this is our Infinix standings currently after Week 4 has concluded. We've got RORA up at the top now at 7-0. They got 7 points. TLPH is at number 2. Team Falcons still at 3. Onic has bumped up to 4. TNC now at 5. APBR has bumped themselves up to now 6. Omega at 7. And Twisted Minds down at the bottom. But still, again, those 3 teams there, APBR, Omega, and Twisted Minds, sitting at 1 point. Anything can happen and shift from there.
Although I will say something about RORA, and something that the Auroras would be very happy about. Every time we see a team have a start like this, whether it's undefeated or just top of the standings, it's rare to see that team fall out of playoffs contention. Like 100% of the time, they end up in the playoffs. Doesn't necessarily mean that they'll end the top 1. Like what happened in Season 13, Onic was top 1 at the end of first half, then fell down to 6th, but they were still in the playoffs.
Yep. We'll see what happens. Again, 4 weeks is going to go by fast. 4 more weeks. This is also our Fancyclaben going right now. The standings currently for, again, this is the Infinix, the official MPL tournament phone. And these are the fans of the teams that are competing. We see little glimpses of it when we load into, we get the little video previews and stuff. So this is Season 2 now, and they eventually have their own playoffs too, you know? So they do have that, and it's funny because this is almost reverse of our current professional players. Kinda.
The top 4 are in the bottom, and then you get, yeah, you're right, yeah. It's a full-on switch up. So that means Sonics, Cavalry, RORAs, and Green Falcons. There's a lot of catching up to do, so luckily there's 4 more weeks.
Yeah, and no wonder why the Bees, when they're in the arena, they're always very loud and kind of, you know, there's a certain aura about them. It's because they're leading Fancyclaben, and they win a lot of their games.
That's why.
That's why.
That is
Especially
why.
Brent.
Yeah. What do you guys think now? I mean, we're here done. We're wrapped up Week 4. How are we feeling about Week 4 heading into the second half?
The first half went by like that. Can't wait. Again, never count out the bottom 4.
Yeah.
Anything can happen in MPL Philippines.
I can't wait to see how the meta will continue to change and grow, considering that Kalea is coming in next week.
Yes, sir.
And Chip getting picked way more.
We'll see what happens next week. Thanks for joining us for Week 4. Again, it's us, the We Bear Bros. We're going to be throwing over on stage to close out the show.
And just like that, the first half of the regular season has finally ended.
Hans, ang bilis ng oras. We've reached the end of week 4 way too quickly, and I think it feels that way because of the intense matches we've witnessed in the MPL arena.
You know what? Let's take a quick recap. Nagsimula ang week number 4 with Team Liquid Philippines going up against TNC Pro Team from friends to rivals. That was such an epic story to begin with.
And APBR getting their first win. Alam naman natin lahat, Hans, na sila yung maituturing na bago sa season na ito. Kaya naman, a lot of folks are really happy for them and proud of them.
And another is the fact that Team Liquid Philippines hopes of actually continuing their winning streak ends in a halt after Aurora has managed to put the clips on their wings.
Pinapainit talaga nila ang entablado. Not to mention Onic Philippines continuing their redemption week. Hans, they're now at a 3-match win streak.
You can probably double the winning streak and add one more as Aurora has swept through the entirety of the competition to be at the top of our standings to end the first half.
At this point, as I mentioned earlier, unstoppable is the word that comes to mind. Next week, it is another round in the MPL Philippines Sun. More epic rivalries, more showdowns.
Posible na makita na rin natin ang Kalea coming into play, and I cannot wait to see how it will affect the compositions of our teams in the upcoming drafts.
I'm so excited to see that as well. Kaya kita-kits tayo next week para tunghayan ang
Lakas ng Pinas. Kita-kits next week.
15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in Esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP Racing may reset up. Tagatang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama Pagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like, beast of the southeast. So what I would